flat earth. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Batman, Dr. Yoda, Yaga Bruno, Duo 20K. I'm having some trouble with the YouTube bot. Oh, there you go. Okay. So,
Morning.
good morning. How you doing today, Mr. Blaine?
Yeah, just checking what's up in
Cooking
here.
chicken?
Not many people.
Cooking chicken?
No, not yet. I'm still in bed actually.
So, I have a question.
So, for
Do you believe in gravity?
which gravity? There's Newtonian, Einsteinian, quantum, string theory. There's so many. Which one are you talking about?
The physical gravity.
Physical gravity.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
physics, sorry.
they all describe that. Newtonian, that's mass attracting mass. Einsteinian is bendy space-time. Quantum is, I mean, which one? You have to be more specific if I'm going to answer.
So, I had this claim that gravity is not real. Now, I do have to say, if gravity wasn't real, for something to be lighter than another object, there would have to be gravity. So how do you stand on that? Do you think it's fake? You think space is fake? What's going on?
Sorry, my wife came in and asked me what I wanted for breakfast. What was the question?
The question is, do you think gravity is fake?
Yeah, look, the effect of gravity. We both can. Let's talk about what we can agree on first. So, if you drop something, it falls down. Agree?
Yeah, it does fall down.
Yeah, that's the effect, right? What we disagree about is the cause of it. Like some of you, as I said before, some people believe it's bent space-time that causes things to fall down. Others say it's mass attracting mass and so forth. So, I mean, I don't think we have a disagreement about the effect. Things fall down. We only disagree on which gravity is the correct one, or if there even is something like that. I myself subscribe to the density buoyancy. That's all that does it. If you drop an apple, it's going to fall through there because the apple is more dense. You're not gonna start flying away off of your Earth, right? Just because if we turn off gravity, because you are more dense than air. You understand? I think we lost him. Hey, Nuno, you're hot, Mikey. How's
Hello.
it going? Oh, That's very interesting, Yoder. I think I've seen something like that before. I just didn't have a source for it. The Chinese Eratosthenes for posting that. Positivity only says in the chat. So flat Earth and globe Earth can't be proven or disproved. God. I have to disagree there because you can definitely prove that water doesn't serve with a simple over the wall. You know, take a friend with you, go to a 10-mile wide lake, put him on the other beach, see if you can zoom in and see him. You can maybe do a mirror flash. If you see the mirror flash, you know that water doesn't curve the required 6 if the globe is a ball of radius 1359 has to be 66-foot curve there. As for God, the Bible is full of scriptures that talks about how God talked to people. Like, for example, Job. The book of Job is like 500 years older, allegedly, than Genesis. There is a creation story where God is actually talking to Job in there. So if you really want to find out if God exists or if there is a creator, he has promised you in those scriptures. I guess you would have to have a belief that the scriptures are correct and that the stories we hear are correct. But you want to find out if God exists. He has told us we can just ask, and maybe he'll give you a reply. Then you know. The only thing we can't prove is that Earth is a globe. Tried multiple times. We tried to measure it. We have tried to find that curvature, and it's just not there. I'll post a little pic with a diagram that shows how much Earth has to curve. It's a ball in the chat. Let's check in the YouTube viewer. And who wants to comment? Oh, guys, correct. Type something in the chat of YouTube and read it live. We are currently waiting for Global to join. Have a question for us? The the other posted a funny meme just to Google, common that people come in and they want to interact with us, but they know nothing about the globe, not even the basics. Ask a simple question: what's the radius of Earth? I have to Google it. I never understood why people want to come in and debate the topic or even talk about it if they don't know anything about it. Some people are honest though and say, "Look, I don't know anything about it. Explain me your position." I like those. At
Hello,
least
I'm
that's
sorry,
honest.
I'm back. I was having some difficulties with my internet.
Yeah, no problem.
So I want to respond to Dr. Yoder. So I'm going to Google it because there's nothing wrong with Google. Even though Google signed a deal with Israel for propaganda, I will still use Google. All right, let's look it up.
Yeah, sometimes you can get pointed in the
Which
right direction.
Greeks prove Earth was round? So the Pythagoras, Aristotle, Eratosthenes of Cairo. These are people. I can't
Eratosthenes,
even. I
yes,
can't drop. I can't drop pictures of sources. I won't let me post link.
it's fine. We know the story. We know all the lore. So Eratosthenes is one of them. Yeah, Aristotle. There were some Greek people who allegedly tried to prove that it was a ball. They assumed it was a ball. But as Yoder said, there was a Chinese guy who assumed it was flat, and he also came up with a test that worked for him. So it's inconclusive. Neil deGrasse Tyson has also talked about this many times, and he says the Eratosthenes test, you can do it on both a flat and a curved surface. It doesn't tell you anything really. With shadows, you can reproduce them on your kitchen table with the local light above. Cannot tell the shape of the Earth by doing that test. It's kind of point.
Okay, I understand. Okay, that makes sense. Now my math is universal language. So if you're gonna ask me what math, it's math.
Yeah, a map describes something. You can basically describe anything. Describe the color of a unicorn, right form. It doesn't
So
prove anything.
proving. So do you know what trigonometry and geometry is?
Geometry and trigonometry, yes, of course. Geometry is the measurement of Earth. That's you might see it when I posted in the chat a while ago. The diagram for Earth and its curvature. Let's see. Are you able to look at the chat?
Yeah, one second, brother.
Sure. Do you see the picture I posted?
Let me take a look.
Sure.
So a spherical trigonometry of a sphere with 3,959 mile radius.
Yeah.
Pythagorean theorem
Right.
for curvature for a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Right.
Okay, let's
So
take a look.
we don't
So
have to
this
look at
is
the
a
numbers.
cartoon. You're showing me a cartoon.
I just want to ask you a question about that cartoon. You, I mean, first of all, you believe you live on a ball in space, right? Or a oblate spheroid, as some
I
people call it.
believe we live in like a dimension. I don't believe in like the planet stuff.
Well, this channel is mainly for people who want to claim that NASA is correct, that they live on a big, huge spinning ball in space. So if you have your bring your own technology, I think we can talk about that. But we can talk about the NASA claim.
I know that NASA lies, but you know, NASA's hiding space for a reason. They keep all the information about our planet, our universe, our dimension, and they keep it for themselves and give us the scraps. So what you see
I don't
here
know.
is
I don't know about that. I think a lot of people who work in NASA actually believe it. I think that if there was people in NASA who lied 60 years ago, those are all dead now. So now we're living some kind of weird tradition where people think they live on a ball in space, but they can't actually prove it. But I wanted to make a point here. So you see that picture, the ball in that picture, it's an animation, right? But these look like the kind of pictures NASA sent out. Do you agree? They kind of look like that, right? Balls,
yeah, they kind
water,
of
and
they kind of look like do you know how like the NASA logo look like a tongue from a
yeah,
snake,
right. So it's very
like
similar,
symbolism.
right? And you see all the blue stuff on that picture. What is
Also,
that?
I have to report Dr. Yoder because they say slurs that's against TOS. So I have to go to contact the moderators for invading words. So I'm going to screenshot this.
I don't do that, but let's continue on with the
Because
discussion here
I don't
instead.
like when people say the retard word and they have nothing good to say. Because
Well, I think that's politically okay nowadays. But never mind that right now. Can I just ask you the question? What is all the blue stuff on that ball in the picture I posted?
I like how Dr. Yoda likes to talk smack in the chat, but doesn't like to use their voice. But I'm going to ignore the chat.
Yeah, look,
Doctor
we
Yoda, you got the mic. I know you got mic. And there's
no
something I
listen.
want to tell you.
I want to tell you something about Yoder and me and all the people in here. We are busy people.
I don't care that the owner's a
No,
flat
we have
earther. I care
work,
about you
right?
breaking rules.
We have work, and sometimes all we can do because there is other people around us is text chat, right? So he talks frequently on this channel way more than I do. I just happen to have a little extra time over now between work and breakfast, so that's the only reason. Don't worry about the order. He will talk when he has time. He just doesn't have time.
Yes, Doctor Yoda is just he just said retard, retard. There's no proof. No,
Yeah, I mean,
if you're gonna keep kicking me from the call, I can do this all day.
we can ban you if
Do
you
this
are
all day.
belligerent. But look, I want to talk to you about that ball. Don't worry about
Gonna keep
anything.
kicking me from the call. I keep doing it all day.
All right,
Oh,
we're just gonna mute you and ban you because you're being weird. You don't want to
I
interact
am
with
God,
them.
and good job. You done? I could do
That's
this all
okay.
day, motherfucker. Stop kicking me, motherfuckers. Doing dumbass shit.
There we go. That was unfortunate. We discussion, but I think he needs an 8 hour timeout. Being weird, disagree. And thought I was being pretty recent, guys. For muting you, or but you were hot mic. So if you want to speak, you can speak. And if you want to listen, please just do use self because we can hear you breathing. Just like Hi, Jen. How are you? Well, how are you? Me? My back is killing me today. I pulled a muscle a couple of days ago and it just won't go away. I don't suppose we have any dark ice. I hate going to right. Gonna have to. You gotta check it out. It's a weird thing. Kidding. We have a few more viewers over on YouTube. Hello, everyone. How are you? Leave some comments. 10 viewers over on Helios. Skip if they want to interact with us. Well, now, I have you back. The YouTube chat. test the mic, see how it comes through on YouTube. One, two. Oh, that's very, very muffled. Okay, I need to remove my headphones. Let's try this. Should be less muffled. One, two, testing, testing. You are in the chat and you can hear me. Say, we can hear you. Or I can go to YouTube and listen in on myself. Let's see. All right, I guess I'm coming through clearer now. I used to the replay on YouTube. Sorry about that. I was on. I have two different Bluetooth headphones. One of them picks up voice really well, and the other one just sounds like muffled underwater talking. So I need to learn which one to use. And right now, I'm not using headphones at all. Just speaking into the iPhone microphone. Am I clipping? I can change the setting for that. No clipping. Thank you, Yoder. All right, so you tell me a little bit better. Interact with us. I am at both screens. I know the others broadcasting old content, but left them a note. Still interact. A man like me says, possible scientific experiment out of black swan. What were the dependent variable? I think you can. I think it's just an observation. It's a measurement, geometry. I would have chat disagree with me, and I'll read that. Question was possible experiment out of pose. Distance is your pendant, all in the horizon. Depend. No, it's an interesting question. Could do that. You could probably publish.
see what's been going on. Scroll the chat. We wait for our beloved Glober to join because those fantastic questions they always ask the same, like same website. Remember, there was an article that says, "Here's 7 things a flat Earth is not." Anyway, ridiculous stuff. All the usual eclipses, day, so forth. Boats going. It was all blamed daily here. If you're new and you listen to any, just hang around for the day. There's going to be people asking on super easy. One of the most common questions you get, why would my answer, I don't lying anymore. They actually believe it's correct. They think they live on a ball base. That's just the way it is. It's due to tradition. And if there is someone lying, I couldn't name any names. Suppose if you're a Glober, couldn't either. Might be some kind of cabal. They lying for control. If you can fool people into you're living on a ball, and you can be fooled into believing anything, and you're going to stay in your little playpen forever. Take away that they're hiding. That's one theory people have. That most of people who say that they live on a ball in space are doing so predict their teacher told them that told by reality. In fact, they're just living in a model. The rest of us who have woken realize where the water doesn't curve, Earth is stationary and level. Pressure means that we are enclosed somehow. Wouldn't make shape about that enclosure, just shape about only claiming water curve, supposedly covered by 70 water, cannot logic ball correct. All right, crawled a long way. You are clipped. Yeah, maybe because I was scrolling. Yeah, okay. This could that help. Letting
Yeah, you already saw it plain truth. You are clipping now. No. All right, try it now.
morning, Dave.
Good morning. Say a whole sentence. Say the earth is not a spinning ball, and we'll see if you clip.
The Earth is not a ball.
And you clipped on spinning. Your satellite is screwed up, man. Fix your satellite. Make it orbit the right way.
Yeah, I think close all the try this. We have one running record.
Now, you're still clipping a little bit for me anyway. Anybody else want to chime in?
Now you might be right. I did hear myself.
Am I clipping? Can y'all hear me?
We hear you perfect.
Okay. You're still clipping, unfortunately, plain and truth.
Yeah.
Anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your number one evidence that you live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead.
My number one evidence, I don't know, I just make a sort of inductive inference based on consensus.
And you think that's the way to find the truth of a matter? It's based
Yeah, I
on
think
consensus?
it raises the probability of the hypothesis.
It does. Okay. Have you ever properly contemplated the natural physics of the body of water?
No.
Well, if you think about it, water on the surface, when it rests, is horizontal and level. And they tell us that at least 70% of this place is covered in water. So how do you have a 70% flat ball? Go ahead.
Well, it depends on what level means, right?
Now you're going to redefine the term level, okay? It's 1 point not higher than the other from A to B. What's your definition?
Well, level, let's just say, has equal distance to sort of reference point, right? With respect to the Earth, or rather with respect to spheres.
But if it was a sphere, we would be able to measure the drop over distance over the body of water. Do you agree or disagree?
We would be able, as in it's possible? Yeah, sure.
Okay, how come every time we now have at least hundreds, probably thousands of examples of people attempting to measure the drop over distance and it always comes up flat? Why is that?
I don't know. I'm agnostic on that. I haven't seen a single attempt of that, right? So I can't really speak
All
on
right.
that.
Who wants to post if there's anybody in here that can post, put like the John D observation or Black Swan or whatever. You really haven't seen any of our evidence?
No,
Is this your first time here?
I was in here, I think, one time before.
What made you come back? Are you curious about it?
Yeah, I'm just curious, kind of bored.
Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you actually care about truth and you care about where you actually live?
Yeah, I'd say I care a great deal about truth.
Well, what if, I'm just giving you a what if, like hundreds of years ago, people come up with this whole globe story and they looked in the sky and they did all the math and then they put it in the textbooks and then people started teaching each other, yeah, we live on this ball. And it just keeps getting handed down like an oral tradition at this point, but nobody has the evidence for it. Would you accept that?
If nobody had evidence, no.
We don't have any empirical evidence of the globe, starting with the curvature, like I was just talking about. If a body of water is on the outside of a globe, it's got to be curving. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, we can't find the curvature. We've got thousands of examples of where we'll go out to like a 10-mile stretch of water where there should be a 66-foot drop, and we can clearly see stuff on the beach on the other side and things like that. I mean, there's no curvature. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't have to believe me. I'm just sharing information with you.
Wait, so
You got any
okay, do
quote?
you think a picture of the Earth would be evidence for the globe Earth?
You think a picture of Bigfoot is evidence of Bigfoot?
Yeah, if we don't have any reason to believe that it's fake, right? Or rather, if it's more reasonable to believe that it's not fake, then it's definitely evidence.
So you think people cannot make false images? And I mean, first off, do you think they went to the moon almost 60 years ago now? Do you think all that's
Yeah,
true?
yeah.
Oh my God. Oh,
I mean, so just to be clear, like, do you think it's more reasonable to say that all government agencies lie or all space agencies just Photoshop their pictures of Earth, as in they completely fake it?
I mean, who said that all space agencies do anything? I mean, they're representing an image of a ball Earth to us for some reason. But when we go to verify this ball Earth that they have in their pictures, we cannot verify it. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm agnostic on that, right? That's a loaded question. I'm not sure if they can verify that.
Well, you're being agnostic on the crucial issue of this whole matter. If they claim that we're living on a ball, there has to be evidence that we're actually on a ball. And
Right.
there's
Well, I'd
not.
take pictures of the Earth as evidence.
Well, if that's your standard of evidence, there's not much I can do for you. I mean, we're just here to share information. I'm not trying to convince you of anything except maybe to think for yourself. You know, you have a brain, you got 2 eyes, 2 ears, hopefully. You have hands, you got 2 hands.
Sure, yeah, I have two hands in the brain.
Okay, good. As long as you know you can acknowledge that you have hands, you have the ability to think for yourself. You know, it's up to you if you want to do that or not. But if you want to accept the NASA pictures and just kind of tacitly accept that bodies of water are curving around a mythical space ball zipping around through nothing, that's up to you, man. Go ahead.
I mean, well, it's just the case. Well, I'm not sure why I wouldn't believe that the pictures are real, right?
Well, if you want to believe, man, ain't nobody going to keep you from believing. Like Journey said, don't stop believing. Promise I won't sing anymore.
Well, I like your singing. Anyway, so um, do you have any like reason such that it would be more reasonable to believe that the pictures of the Earth are fake than not, right?
Well, for starters, from my point of view, if you actually investigate the claims of them going to the moon to take that picture, it was obviously, give it a short version without getting deep into it, it was made in a Hollywood studio or whatever. They weren't on no moon collecting moon rocks and playing moon golf and riding a moon buggy. It's ridiculous. So they never could have had that vantage point to take that picture to start with. But for some reason, they put that picture in everybody's textbooks and told everybody, hey, we finally went to the moon. We took this picture of the Earth, and here it is. And everybody believed it. You know, I believed it too until I actually started looking at the claims of the globe. But so there's nothing empirical to back up that picture. Did he leave?
No, I'm still here. But yeah,
Okay, my bad.
I'm not even specifically talking about the picture from the moon, right? Just from satellites. I think there's different pictures of Earth.
Yeah, I mean the same logic applies. I mean, I for one, just speaking for myself, I don't deny that we have technology in the sky above our heads. Now, are they satellites orbiting around a ball? There's no proof of that. But you know, you would be ignorant not to at least acknowledge they do have the ability to put stuff in the sky and it does something. But I don't think it's over a ball. I don't think it's 20,000 miles away or whatever. All that crap. I mean, there's no proof of any of that. So any pictures from satellites, I would apply the same scrutiny to, and there's no way to verify them. I mean, if you think that standard of evidence is too bad, too extreme, then that's whatever. You know what I mean?
Right. So, I mean, if we just compare two hypotheses, right, that the satellite images are fake, that they're not fake, under your hypothesis, it would just be less parsimonious, right, and would track less with background knowledge we have. So it would just fail on certain abductive virtues,
I'm not.
because it makes more assumptions.
Well, you're putting a lot of fancy words to it, but it basically comes down to, can you verify a satellite image? And that would be very difficult to do unless you actually could go to that vantage point and look for yourself, which none of us are going to do.
Wait,
So,
just to be clear, what do you mean with verify?
verify is like, let's say somebody was on one of those satellites somehow. If you could have a manned satellite, being up there and looking down at the earth and seeing a ball, that would be verification if you could do it. But nobody could ever do anything like that, right? Unless you're a so-called astronaut or whatever.
I think astronauts could do that, right? But even if they couldn't, then I don't see why we would be sort of, in order to verify evidence, as in to make it even be valid, we'd have to sort of observe it with our own eyes. In that case, I'm not sure why that would be the case.
Well, it's just a giant gray area when you start talking about images from above us, because to have verification of those images is very difficult, and there's no empirical proof that we have the ability to get that far away to get that picture anyway. Like, say,
Well,
you know what low Earth orbit is? If they claim the
low
only
Earth orbit.
people, yeah, like I don't know the exact number, but it's not very high up compared to, like, the moon is supposed to be like 230,000 miles away, according to their story, right? So the only people that claim to go beyond low Earth orbit, which I'm going to guess is around 100 miles above us, I could be wrong, but the only people that claim 60 years ago are the Apollo astronauts that went above that. Everybody else, like the ISS and all those guys, they're in low Earth orbit, and they're not even high enough to see a curve anyway.
They see a curve in the ISS. They do see a
They
curve.
do. Go ahead and
Yeah,
post
they
it.
do. Yeah,
Go ahead and post their curves they see from the ISS. I'd like to look at that.
you can go look it up, man. They
I'm
haven't
asking
posted
you to
it.
go look it up. It's your claim.
You've never seen footage or videos or pictures from the ISS?
I've seen plenty of them, man. I know that they can use fisheye lenses, and there's a lot of distortion and stuff going on. And like I was just telling the other guy, it's hard to verify any of this stuff. But if you want to post something, we'll look at it. Go ahead.
Well, I mean,
Well, I mean,
it seems like any picture I would post, you would just claim it's distortion, though. Would you not probably do that? What do you think?
Well, I would claim that I can't verify it, is what I'm claiming.
That's true, and that makes sense. I understand that. So instead of me posting an image, maybe something else would be more fruitful.
Well,
Something
the
that you can
most
actually think
fruitful,
about.
the most fruitful thing you could do to prove that you live on a ball, you could actually measure the curvature here on the ground. And we've been trying to do that for like almost 11 years now, and nobody can do it. Can you do it?
Yeah, you can do it.
All right, how you gonna do it?
You measured shadows.
Oh, you measure shadows. Who wants to go talk about Aristosthenes? I can't stay on here much longer.
What do you mean you can't stay in here much longer? You have to go soon?
I have to go to work. You have to pay for my
Okay.
existence in this reality. Got to pay
Yeah.
my bill.
Good luck with that.
But yeah, man, I've got a few minutes. I'm not rushing off on you. Hopefully somebody else will join in here. But You think you can measure sun angles, shadows, improve curvature? Is that correct?
Yeah, well, we've been doing that for a long time.
Well, how come you can do the same thing with different assumptions on like say your kitchen table, and you can prove that your kitchen table is curved even though it's flat? Does that bug you?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you make different assumptions, like if this guy Eratosthenes even existed, which what was accept that he did 2,000 years ago, whatever, and he took two sun angles from two different places in Egypt or whatever, right? But he made assumptions. The first assumption he made is he's on a globe to start with. And then he assumed the sun rays are all parallel because the sun is infinite distance away. So that's two assumptions he's making right there, right? But if you make it a closer sun, which we don't know the distance of the sun, but we don't know that it's far away, do we? It seems like it's pretty close.
We estimate it's far away. Oh, you're right. We don't know, but we estimate from what we can observe.
Well, you can't make assumptions about something in the sky and then derive some kind of curvature formula from those sun angles when you can do the same thing with different assumptions. Like, I don't have all the information, but I know the Chinese did pretty much the same experiment around the same time, and they assumed a flat Earth, and they came up with a flat Earth. So it really doesn't prove anything either way. What would prove it if you go out to a beach, like a 10-mile stretch of water, and you clearly show with a laser or a mirror or whatever a 66-foot drop from A to B. That's what would prove curvature, not measuring sun angles. Go ahead.
Okay. So do you think the Earth is flat, or do you not, or do you have do you think you don't even know? Do you think you don't even know what it is? What do you think?
I do not make a claim to the overall shape, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. So you have
I know,
for you it's you have no idea what it could be. Like you have no
yeah,
inclination.
all I can tell you is what I've actually been able to verify. It seems to be a level plane of existence, horizontal. Everything is measured, used, and seen as level and horizontal. I mean, and then men looked in the sky and made up this whole story about being on a ball. But it's the only thing I can claim for myself is it's not what we got taught. It's not a spinning ball in space. I know that 100%. What it
Okay.
actually is, how far it extends, how deep it is, how high we can go, I can't tell you any of that.
Okay. So I just have an interesting question thing for you to think about. Okay. So um when somebody's in Australia, at the in the southern part of Australia, and then somebody on the other side of the earth is in the southern part of Argentina, and they both look into the night sky at the same time, they're going to see the same night sky, right? Do you agree with that? What do you think about that claim? Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on sky stuff, and like I say, stuff in the sky is not going to prove the shape of the Earth. I mean, why would
It,
you
it,
think that?
it
Go
can
ahead.
though, because
Well,
okay, if you're on a ball and two people are towards the bottom of the ball and they look outwards off the ball, they're going to be looking at the same sky. But if it was a flat disc and these two people, or a flat plane and these two people were looking out towards the sky, they'd be looking at two different directions. So on the ball they're looking in the same direction, and on the disc they're looking in two different directions. So if you can confirm that the two people are seeing the same sky, then they would have to be on a on a curved surface, not on a plane. It would be impossible for them to see the same thing.
I
Do
don't
you know
know.
what
I
I'm saying?
actually carefully listened to your proposition there, and it really doesn't make much sense to me. Does anybody else
Okay,
want to address it?
what did it make sense about it? Just no, we could talk about it. What did it make sense?
Well, you're saying that they would see different skies if they're on the bottom of a ball.
No.
If
They
they're
see the
both
same sky if they're on the bottom of the ball, but they would see different skies if they're on a disc.
well, nobody claims we're on a disc, and
Okay, but you said it was a plane.
what's
said
the
it's a plane
level
then.
plane of existence? How far it extends, I don't know. But if you're telling me that people would see different skies just because the ground is level, that doesn't make any sense to me. But anybody else here, Yoder, somebody,
It's because
take it up with
if
this
you,
guy.
even if you're on a disc, and the further you go away from somebody else on the disc, you're gonna see a different sky because you're moving away from what's above them. Because the things that you're seeing in the sky have to be positioned somewhere, right? As I mean, like there's no just like you know what I mean. Like they're positioned in space somewhere, or even if
Brother,
it's not space, they're positioned somewhere. Do you know what I'm saying?
the things in the sky are never going to improve the shape of the ground to me. I'm sorry. Things in the sky do whatever things in the sky do. We've been looking at them. We mapped them for hundreds and thousands of years. You know, we can predict eclipses long before they came up with the globe model. So whatever happens in the sky is just happening in the sky, and it's basically up to God. Go ahead.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand what you're saying. But like, did you understand what I was saying though about like if you're on a disc and you look out towards the sky and opposite sides of the plane, if you're farther away from each other on the plane, even if it's infinite, if you're farther away from each other on the plane, you're going to see a different thing in the sky. It's not going to look the same. It will
It
change.
just seems like, if you want an honest answer, man, your whole premise, it just seems like you're trying to appeal to things in the sky to somehow affect that we live on a horizontal plane. I mean, the best way to show me that it's not a horizontal plane is to find some curvature. But your first instinct and question is to go back to the sky. To make any sense to me. Is anybody
Okay,
else here? I gotta go here in about 5 minutes.
that's fine.
I'm
That's
just
fine.
kind of I'm just kind of confused on what you said earlier, right? You said that we need to verify certain things, and with verify, you just meant that some human is present, right? So I don't really understand why that would be the case in order to make like a sound sort of inference.
We mean some human is present. When did I say that?
Yeah, you
You
said
talking about
no
space
with
pictures and shit?
yeah. I asked you about space pictures, and you said we need to verify
I
them,
was
right?
just saying that the only way I would personally verify it if I was on that satellite or spacecraft and I was looking down at a ball, then I would say, "Hey, there's a ball down there." But no, I
Right.
can't do that.
But you think it's more reasonable to believe that all of the pictures are faked, right?
I think it's more reasonable to believe that bodies of water are not sitting there in a curve. That doesn't happen. But water doesn't do that.
Wait, but you
Water
think
does not
it's
lie. Men do. Water lies flat. You know what I mean?
right, well, I think there's just an equivocation on what the term flat means there, right? But anyway, so I'm just so do you think that it's more reasonable that or to believe that all the pictures are faked than not?
I can't help it that people took pictures and made claims about the pictures that they can't have independently verified. So I'm not worried about the pictures. Show me the curvature down here where we can all see it. What's wrong with that?
Well, I'm
You
not
and a
sure.
buddy go out to a beach, and maybe an island's 10 miles off the beach, and you both got mirrors on each beach, and you can see your buddy 10 miles away. You're not on a ball. I'm sorry, you're just not.
Right, but do you
Go ahead.
think it's more reasonable to believe that the pictures are fake than not?
I don't care about the pictures. How many times you gonna ask me about pictures? Anybody else want to talk about his pictures?
Yeah, well, I'm
Is
just
anybody
asking
else
you a
here?
yes or no question, right?
I got you,
No,
dude.
I don't give a. I give zero fucks about the pictures. How about that?
So you don't think
Okay.
they're evidence?
Well, bro, listen. If they show you a picture, you know that blue part on the Earth, right? That
Thanks,
part's
Leo.
supposed to be curving. So when we are on the floor measuring that blue part, it's not curving. That's
What?
how we determine the pictures are fake. There's no curvature measured on the surface of the Earth.
Oh wait, are you a flat earther too, lads?
Yeah.
Okay. So do
Well,
you
I
think
mean,
it's more
everybody's a flat earther. Earth
sure,
doesn't just
yeah.
measure flat. Yeah.
Do you think it's more reasonable to believe that all of the pictures are faked than not?
Yeah, it's just like the same thing with Santa Claus. Even though it's fake, even though there's hundreds of videos, hundreds of pictures, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, whatever.
But
Right. So
okay.
why is it more reasonable to believe that?
Because that blue part is not curving. Just like we know that we can't have flying reindeer,
Wait, Lats.
right?
Lats, what do you think the Earth is? Do you have an idea?
Dirt, water,
I mean, the shape
gas.
of it. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the shape. What do you think the shape is?
No, how can I tell you the shape of the Earth if I don't know the extent of it?
You have no idea.
No, I will gladly tell you that I don't know something.
Do you think it could be infinite?
Could be.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, can I just quickly answer that? And nobody has seen the whole entirety of Earth, taken a picture and then tell you this is what the Earth looks like. Nobody has done that. Does that make sense?
Wait,
we
what's the
have
argument
actually.
for
We
that?
have done that, but that's
No,
okay.
no, we haven't. Nobody has seen the
Yeah.
whole entirety.
Yes.
Wait, Teed, what's the
Yeah,
argument?
yeah. Those people claim to you they have done it, but they need to prove it. Do you understand?
They did. They took videos and pictures.
Okay, bro,
Yeah.
check this out.
Videos and pictures, yeah. It shows a globe Earth with curvature. They need to provide curvature measurements of the surface and the ground, yeah, to justify the globe. It's very
We do
simple.
have curvature measurements of the Earth's
And
surface.
then
dude.
present it
Where
to
are
the.
they? Yes. Thank you. Where are they?
What do you mean? Where are they? You can do it yourself. We've been doing it for thousands of years. We have curvature
Can you
measurements
show
of.
me one?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
I
cool.
can.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. Can you show me one,
It's
please?
really easy.
I've been looking for forever.
What do you mean you've been looking? What do you mean by that?
I've been looking. I haven't found any Earth curve measurements.
How have you not found them? They're everywhere, man.
Yeah, where are they? That's why I'm asking for just one.
They're
Please.
everywhere, dude. They're everywhere.
I'm like literally over here begging you for just one.
It's very, very easy to find. You should have came across at least one. They're everywhere, man.
Dude, cut
I
the
haven't-
long talk, yeah. Just provide those curvature measurements, yeah, and you can shut
Yes.
down this channel. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
They're waiting
I
for
don't need
Earth
to shut
curve
down. I
measurements.
don't
Can you
want to
please
shut down the
provide
channel.
one?
We know.
Yeah, if you can't shut down the channel, if you can't provide curvature measurements, yeah, then the Earth is not a globe.
The Earth curves by 1 degree around every 100 kilometers.
Hey, where is that? Where's that direct measurement of drop over distance proving a curving surface?
What do you mean? What we
Where
do
is
it?
that?
You measure
Yes,
shadows.
where?
You take measurements with shadows.
Are you talking about like with Eratosthenes?
People have been doing this for a very long time. You think that's the only time we've ever measured the surface of the Earth? We've been doing this for a very long time.
Okay, what kind of measurement are you doing
You take
with a shadow?
You find the difference in the angles of the shadows, because if you're on a curved surface, the light rays are parallel, but if you're on a curved surface, when you have two poles, they will have two different angles of shadows because you're on a curved surface. It's very simple. When you shine a light on two things that are on a surface that's curved, they're gonna have a different angle. They're gonna have an angle difference in the shadow. You can measure that. You can measure that angle.
Yes, you can also have the same thing if the light was closer, right? You could do this in your own house, for example. If you had two chopsticks with the light from the ceiling, on that flat surface, you will have two different length shadows from a single light source.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not exclusive on a curving surface, for one. And two,
No, it's not. But what you do is you take the distance and you divide by the angle, and that gives you the radius of the.
Yes, I
object.
understand what you're saying. Did you not hear what I said? If you have two chopsticks and you set them on your kitchen table, you can have your phone flashlight, a single point light source, and cast two different length shadows on a flat surface.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah. And
So
what
that's
about
not
it?
exclusive on a ball. We're asking you why you're putting that on a ball in the first place. Who determined that it was that to be calculating for that?
Well.
Yeah, that's what we're asking. Who measured the curve so that way you know that these different length shadows are on a curve? That's why we're sitting in here so long.
Understand. Understand.
Hey, Alaskan. I'm just wondering because you said something interesting. I don't know if he's here. This guy
Just
with the
listening,
dog.
I'm sure.
Anyway, lads. So, you think every picture of Earth is faked, right?
Dude, they don't care about
If it
pictures.
depicts turbing water, then yes, it's fake because water, when we go out and measure it, it's not dropping with distance.
Wait, what's the argument for that?
It's not an argument, it's just measurement.
No, I'm asking what's the argument for that, right? That it doesn't drop off.
Yes. So, for example, if you're to take a ruler and you placed it directly on the surface of a basketball, for every centimeter from where the ruler is touching the basketball, you can directly measure underneath the increment, like per centimeter, for example, there will be a drop off.
And so,
That would be a physical direct measurement of drop over distance that would be proven a curving surface. There is none of that on the surface of the Earth. If you have one, that's what we're looking to see. Something that is directly measuring curvature of the surface of the Earth if it's there.
wait, so you're claiming that water doesn't drop off, right? Even at these long distances.
Correct.
So do you have measurements of these long distances?
Yes, we do.
So can you sort of
Yes, we
provide me
do.
with one?
Of course. Of course. Give me a second. I really need to have these saved. Don't beat me up, BJ. Sorry. You go ahead and watch that at your own leisure. I posted it up in the side chat for you. Nice little
Okay.
laser test for you. Let's see. I have another cool little test that you could do as well. If the Earth is a globe, we'll send that in the side chat as well. So if you were to, for example, with that picture I just posted, if you were to shine a laser right at a 6-foot observer, you're going to be pointing the laser downwards towards your horizon, which would be physical Earth curvature. For a 6-foot observer, it would be roughly around 3 miles, right? So you're going to be skimming that laser right over the top of the water, around 3 miles, and then you're going to lock that laser on that tripod. You're going to be paddling a boat out to where the laser and the water are just about a touch. You're going to notice that the laser is going to be dropping in elevation
As you paddle out, paddle out, paddle out, waves will be dropping in elevation towards the feet. And then, once you pass the point where the laser is closest to the earth or the water, you will notice that your laser will magically start looking like it's bending upwards because the water underneath would be curving, just like the picture I just posted. You're going to notice, though, that when you point a laser down towards the water, it's just going to go into the water. It's never going to be bending back upwards because the ground is dropping underneath.
Right, I'll watch that video.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to perform tests with lasers yourself, you can go ahead and try that. And even if you don't want to paddle out 3 miles by putting a laser up to 6 feet, you could drop it even lower. So that way, that physical Earth curve horizon and the globe paradigm will be closer.
Right.
Yeah. Any other questions about lasers over the surface of water? Any questions in general? Oh, never mind. I guess it. Well, damn. I didn't mean to kill the whole VC. My bad, boys. Anyway, at this spot. At this major spot. Outer space is fake.
Yo, hello guys. What are you talking about there?
What's up, man? Mic
What?
check. All right, so I've just started an event called Flat Earth Explained. It's just a Q&A if people want to come in and ask us questions about Flat Earth, because most people don't know anything about this topic. So proposal, if you have any questions or anything like that.
Yes, can I ask where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland at the moment.
Did you travel across the world?
Yes.
So what countries did you visit?
Been to Southeast Asia a bunch, Greece, Spain, Sri Lanka, India, yeah, a bunch of places.
So you told the people about the Earth in these countries, or you just traveling like a tourist?
No, just a tourist. Yeah.
Okay. This like a joke meeting, or you actually believe in flat Earth?
Yeah, no, this is a genuine flat Earth conversation, not a joke.
Okay. Do you wanna tell me like some facts?
Sure. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we're not claiming that the Earth is like a flat globe, right? If you think about the globe model, where you have a big vacuum, which is the universe, and you've got all of the planets, and then the globe is one of those planets. And then people hear about flat Earth and they think, oh, okay, so it must be a flat disk instead of a flat ball. That's not what we claim. That's misinformation. And yeah, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is not a shape, but the Earth is flat. Okay, but we're not claiming to know the shape. When we say flat Earth, we mean the surface of the Earth, mostly covered in water. Okay, the known surface area of the Earth is over 70% water. And then when we test over the surface of the water, over long distances, it's flat. It's not curving.
Interesting.
Yeah, like we're doing laser tests, long distance observations, and we're calculating how much curvature there should be. For example, over 20 miles, there should be about 80 meters of curvature, which is about 260 feet or something like that, some approximately. Okay. And that means that there should be consequences of what you would see if you're looking over that distance. So if you go to like a 20-mile distance over the surface of the water and you've got a landmark that's 20 miles away and you're just standing there on one side of the body of water, you shouldn't be able to see something that's you shouldn't be able to zoom in across and see the shoreline 20 miles away, or you shouldn't be able to zoom across and see your friend standing on the other side of the 20-mile body of water, because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But that's not happening when we go out and look over these distances. We're not seeing any curvature. We're seeing our body standing 20 miles away. We're seeing the shoreline 20 miles away, for example.
Okay, what it proves?
What's that?
What it proves? You don't see your body getting
You need
carved or
to maybe talk a little bit louder into the microphone. It's a bit soft. I've turned
okay.
you up.
I'm saying what it proves. What you are trying to prove? The Earth is flat.
Yeah, that the Earth is not a globe, and that there's no curvature detected.
Okay, there has a lot of images or something that if you look at into those images, then you will realize the Earth is not flat. Is uh uh like a orange shape. This kind of thing. It's not flat.
Yeah, but that's just pictures that you're seeing that NASA gave you.
not NASA gave you. There has
Yeah,
like
okay. Which
well
picture
line.
then? Okay, find me a picture of the globe that's not from NASA and put it in the side chat.
So like a video where a guy put
Okay.
phone
Can you
on a balloon and he
can you
Okay.
see can you see Bruce Khalifa from America?
No, I can't. But hold on a second, right? I just want to talk to one person at a time. So just hold on a second, Arkan. We'll get to that question in a second. What did you say? Proposal?
it's actually Prospal. Like
Prospel. Sorry about that.
I saw a video when some guy put a
Oh yeah.
phone on a balloon and
Mm-hmm.
it went to the like space and you can see the curvature that you was talking about.
Yeah, so if you have a closer look at that video, what you're going to see is that the curvature that you see in the video is just because of the lens. It's lens distortion. And what you'll see in the video is that when the camera moves around, the horizon will actually change. And when the horizon's above the center of the frame, sorry, when the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like a globe. And when the horizon's below the center of the frame, it's going to be curving the opposite direction. Okay, and it's called lens distortion. It's because of the focal length of the lens that's being used. You can check
Okay,
that.
bro.
If you want to find the video now, you can put it in the side chat and we can take some screenshots and have a look through the video because
Okay, let
yeah.
me search for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your turn, Arkan. Go ahead with your question. Why can't you see
Okay.
forever? Why can't you see for like really long
Bruce,
distances?
yeah,
Is
I
that your
can't
question?
see Bruce Khalifa from like India or America because
Yep,
the Earth is
that's right.
curved or round, and
Hmm.
Burj Khalifa is uh, another side of Earth. Therefore, we can see Burj Khalifa. If the Earth is flat, then we can see all the mountain or the Burj Khalifa, all the building from every corner of Earth.
Yep, good question. So if the air was perfectly transparent and you had some giant telescope, maybe you would be able to if you had a clear
No.
line of sight. But let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Hold on a second, my friend. Okay, so the air has a visibility distance that you can see through the air because in the air we have fog, we have mist, we have water vapor, we have dust, we have pollution, we have gases. All of these things means that we have a visibility limit. Now, if you go on the internet right now and you type in what is the visibility, the average visibility or the maximum visibility in any place that you want to type in the world, and you're going to find that it's not a very long distance. It might be 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles if you're lucky. Okay, but that's the maximum distance that you can see. It's kind of like if you go up on a mountaintop and you look out over more mountains in the distance, each mountain that is further away is going to become less and less visible. And then eventually it's just going to be too difficult to see because the air will make it opaque and because you can't see forever through the air. The air itself is only semi-transparent. You can't see forever through the air. So even if you had the
Oh,
best telescope in the world, you're not going to be able to see forever through the air.
okay. I don't know what. Yeah, I feel like you are living uh, in a cave or something. You don't have
No.
any
I
idea
live I
about.
live in I live in Poland. Yeah, I live in Poland and yeah, I just gave you a
I thought you
perfectly
live in Australia.
no, I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So,
sounds really good. Your accent is really good, bro.
oh, thank you, bro. Your English is very good as well. But this is the thing. Yeah, I don't live in a cave, right? I live in reality, the same reality that you live in, which we experience as flat and stationary. The only reason that we thought it was a globe or think it's a globe is because it's something that we've been taught growing up. And we've seen some pictures
Okay.
on the television.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about whether the Earth is gold or rounded or circled or flat or whatever, as long as I can live here freely, it's okay, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, can you see the link to the video I posted?
Yes. Yeah, I'm just opening it now. I'll have a look at that. Just got to wait for the ads to play. Just a second.
Yes. Actual video of on the like space in the end of video after 5:50. And
Yeah,
so
so this is
I
just
think
it's just like a GoPro lens, like a fisheye lens. So have a look through the video and you'll see the horizon changing constantly. It's
I
a wide angle
actually
lens. They're probably using an action camera. Okay, so you'll see that when the lens is moving around, you'll see the horizons changing, completely changing. I'll post some screenshots.
actually I don't see any lens on this camera.
Well, all cameras. I mean, all cameras have a lens. What do you mean? Okay, so here, right? Hold on a second. Let's go through some screenshots. Okay, so this is 5 minutes 39 in the video, and we can see that now look, it looks like it's curving the wrong way because, like I said, when the horizon is below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the opposite direction than it should be. Now, as soon as the horizon goes above the center of the frame, then all of a sudden it's going to look like it's actually curving like a globe.
I actually
See what I
what is
mean?
the horizon and what the effect you are talking about?
Yeah, it's called lens distortion.
Lens
Okay,
distortion.
so yeah, lens distortion. Okay, so here we go. We got 5 minutes 44 in the video. Okay, so just a
Okay.
second. All right, 5 minutes 44. I'm going to post a screenshot. So just look in the side chat. Okay, so 5 minutes 44, we have a flat horizon. Okay, and then just a few seconds later, literally 2 seconds later, the camera pans up a little bit, and then the horizon's above the center of the frame, and now all of a sudden we have curvature. Okay, so we have 3 images there in the side chat. We have the horizon below the center of the frame, and it's curving the wrong way. Okay, and then we have the horizon closer to the center of the frame, and it's flat. And then we have the horizon above the center of the frame, and now it looks like it's curving. So that's proof that this is just the type of lens they're using. They're using a wide angle lens, and that's the reason that we're seeing what we're seeing in the video. It's not evidence of a globe or a flat Earth. It's just a cool video where you could see, from a high height.
I think the higher they go, the more you can see the curvature, and this is not depend on
No, the
the.
same thing will happen. The same thing will happen even when they're close to the ground. Exactly the same thing will happen when they're close to the ground because it's just purely a lens distortion effect. So you can send up as high as you want. So the maximum height that we can send a weather balloon is about 120,000 feet. All right, so I'm going to show you some footage from 120,000 feet.
What is this in meters?
Oh, well, there's 3 feet in 1 meter. So like 40. Hold on, I'll check exactly. So it's like 36,500 meters. That's about the maximum height that you can send up a weather balloon, because they pop. Once they get any higher than that, they pop because of the pressure. So when we send up a weather balloon that doesn't have a wide angle lens on it, we just see a flat horizon from that height. And I'm not saying that that's proof that the Earth is flat either. I'm just saying that from 120,000 feet, we don't see any curvature. We don't see any curvature when we go out in reality. And then when we go up into a plane, we don't see any curvature. And then when we go up and look at footage from a weather balloon, we don't see any curvature. Okay, we experience the Earth as flat.
I googled like how high-angle lens look like, and the people that making this video are not using it.
Well, I
They're
showed
using
you
it just
proof. I showed you
dot.
proof that they're using it. Okay, unless you think that the Earth is shape-shifting, then obviously they're using a wide-angle lens, because you can see just within just a few seconds it looks flat, and then it looks like it's curved, and then it looks like it's
So
concave. So that's proof that it's.
firstly,
So there's two options: a wide-angle lens is being used, or the Earth is shape-shifting in front of your very eyes, which
or
is obviously
the
not the case.
world is round.
No. Or the Earth is a donut, right? Because it looks like a donut in the top picture, doesn't it?
Yes, first option. Why you
First
not
option.
taking that as options?
Okay, because it's a wide-angle lens, and the horizon is distorting because of the lens that's being used.
Or the world is round.
Because of the lens, it looks like that because of the lens, right? And then it looks flat. Can you see the
Or
side
there
chat?
is no.
Can you see the side chat?
Yes, I already.
Okay, can you see the middle image?
Yes, I already
Okay, does that look
explained
like a globe? Why is
why
it
your
flat?
argument
Why
is
is it?
not working.
Okay, so why is it flat in that image?
Because the balloon is not that high that at third picture.
No, yes, it is. It's taken. This is a screenshot. Look at the time. Okay, look at the time that I took the screenshot. Okay, hold on a second.
There are
Have
no
you not
time
watched the video? Yeah, so I'll put it in again with the time this time. Okay, so 5:44 and 5:46. 5:44 and 5:46. So you think in 2 seconds, 2 seconds later in the video, that the Earth, all of a sudden, you can see all of that curvature 2 seconds later.
Yes. Why not?
2 seconds.
You think like 2 seconds and nothing can happen with the height in these 2 seconds. You can.
Oh, okay. Well, how come it flattened back out again after that?
Maybe the balloon come down.
No, the balloon. You should watch the video first, right? Look, it's flattening back out again. Wow, maybe it's a lens effect. Maybe they're using a wide-angle lens, which is obvious in the footage, and that's why this is happening.
Or maybe the world is the Earth is round. The
Yeah,
also
and it
option.
shape
Why
shifts.
you
It shape shifts, does it? The Earth is
why
shape
you not
shifting.
why you not taking this as an option? I just wanna learn about that.
Because in the footage you see the horizon distorting. You can't cherry pick when the horizon's above the center frame and say that that's proof that the Earth is round, right? Obviously, you don't know anything about how lenses work, and even when it's explained to you, it doesn't click in your brain to just concede and say, okay,
now I'm
obviously
stupid.
it's not shape shifting, and maybe I'm going to check how the lens works. If there's anyone else in the chat, right, that maybe wants to ask
Mister,
a
I don't
question.
want to talk to you. You are rude. Sorry.
Bro, you're okay. All right, buddy. Put yourself on mute. Very nice.
Guys, do you think that Earth is flat?
No.
Yeah. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Why? Why?
Why? Because when we go out and test the Earth, in reality, there's no curvature.
Okay,
There are
can you
curvatures.
prove it?
Yes.
No.
How?
Long distance observations, laser tests, where there would have to be a large amount of curvature between point A and point B, and there's not. It's not there. It's never there. And we can test it over and over again. Just like we experience, the Earth is not a globe. Okay, we have tests, many tests that have been done.
Now, there are a lot of people who, are fighting for this. And I don't actually understand what is the purpose. I mean, what is the difference? I mean, who cares if the Earth is flat or circle? Who cares?
Well, people care enough to join a flat Earth channel and emotionally defend for the globe. Right?
Maybe, but
maybe, yeah, definitely.
Let's say the Earth is flat. Okay, the Earth is flat. Let's suppose that it's flat. What are you going to get?
What are we going to get? What, do you want to get a prize or something like
Yeah.
that? Yeah, so you
So
get to
what's
know
the
you get to
purpose
know that
behind it?
what's the purpose behind what?
Behind all the fucking, all this buzz that's happening because of this stupid topic.
No, it's a great topic. Okay, so this is the thing,
I'm not
right?
gonna believe anyone until I see it by myself. And who
Yeah, but
cares?
okay, so this is what you already see it every time you go to the ocean or to a lake, or anywhere, right? You don't ever see any curvature of the Earth. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary. The only reason you think it's a globe is because that's what you were told when you were growing up, and you saw some movies and you
Yeah.
saw some pictures from NASA, and you thought, "Oh
Yeah.
wow, the Earth is a globe," and that's the only reason you think it's a globe. But you
Listen.
experience it
I
as
don't
flat.
believe that it's globe. I don't believe that
Really?
it's flat or not. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't. If you ask me, I'm not gonna tell you it's flat or it's not. I'm gonna tell you I don't know because I didn't see it. I
That's a good
must
answer.
go to the space and see it by my eyes. Okay.
Okay. Well, okay then. So
Yeah.
you're not sure, but you experience it as flat when you go out in reality, right?
I mean, you can't know. Let's say that you are, you are a small, small. You are small. You are too. You
Yeah.
are too
The Earth's
small,
really
and you
big.
are
The
in
Earth's
a.
really big, and you're really small, and the Earth's really big. So you experience
Yeah.
it as
So you
flat.
can't. You you can't see the if it's actually flat because you will see it's flat, but you can't make sure
Right.
that it's flat.
So you experience it as flat.
You just.
Yeah. Just say yes.
But you can.
Say
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Yeah.
See
I
that?
agree.
There we
With,
go.
yeah.
Okay, that's a starting point. That's a starting point. Okay, and now if you want to claim that what seems flat is actually curving, then we need to go out and test the Earth, and we've done that. And
Yeah.
it's not a globe. It actually measures flat when we do long distance observations, laser tests over huge distances where there should be many hundreds of feet of curvature.
Actually, the only way for me is to go out.
No, we can't get high enough to see any curvature, even if the Earth was a globe. We can only get up to the height of a plane, okay, like 40,000 feet high, or we can send up a weather balloon with a camera on it, and it looks flat from that height. Okay, we can't go up higher than that.
But when you go to the space, it's not flat.
No, you didn't go to the space. Okay, you've only been taught a story about space. Nobody is going to space. America faked the moon missions. That they're the only people. They're the only
Why?
people. Why? Because they wanted to seem like they could do something that no other country could do, perhaps. Okay, we could speculate all day long, right? They got billions and billions of dollars in tax money. Who knows where that money really went? But they got seen as the most powerful country because they could do what no other country could do. They beat the Soviets in the space race, and they went to the moon, right? But if you have a look at the footage is
Why would they start
inconsistent.
a race?
I have a
They
question.
had
I mean, why would they start a race and there's no, end line?
yeah, well, there was an end line, wasn't there?
Where you say that
America did
no
it.
one went
America, the greatest nation because they could do what no other country could do, right? They the most technologically advanced country did what no other country could do, and they went to the moon.
No, all of us
Even
know
though
that a lot of countries did
no
I have
other
a
after
question.
countries
America. A
put a
lot of
man on
countries
the
did.
moon. No other country sent a person to the moon.
Not to the moon, but to the station in
Yeah,
the
that's not
space.
very high. That's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That's only 250 miles
But
up.
the
The moon's
pictures from
250.
there.
No, no. If you look at pictures
So we are not
through a
supposed
wide-angle
to.
lens, if you look
We
at
are not
pictures
supposed
through a
to believe.
wide-angle lens, if you look at the pictures or the videos that are made through a wide-angle lens and the horizon is above the center of the frame, it's going to have lens distortion and make it look curved. If you have a look in the side chat, there's a great example there. Okay, if you take a still shot of that GIF in the side chat, when the horizon is curving, right, you'll say, oh, look, we can see the curvature. But as the horizon
Okay.
goes below the center of the frame, you can see that no, actually, it wasn't Earth curvature, it was just a lens effect. So that's what you're
Okay, I
seeing
got
from
it.
the ISS footage.
What's about the trouble of Magellan? Is this a lie?
No, it's not a lie, but it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe.
He turned around the Earth.
Yeah, so look, let's just say you have a big lake with islands in the lake, and you get on a boat and you go around the lake and come back to where you started. That's a flat surface. You just went around the lake and you came back to where you started again. That's all Magellan did.
And if the Earth is flat, then we need some kind of outlines because
Outlines? What do you mean?
the water will, yeah, because
Yeah.
the oceans will just go to the space.
Oh, right. Like on a globe where you have all of the water stuck to the outside of a ball.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Yeah, think about it, right? We're claiming that water needs a container. You have to have a container to have a large body of water, like a pool, right? You have the pool, and then you have the edges of the pool, and it's the container that holds the water.
yeah, that's what I'm
Or
talking about.
if you have like a lake, like if you have like a big lake or something like that, right? Obviously you can't fall off the lake, and the water, what's containing the water, right? It's the container. It's the low spot in the land where the water gathers, and then you have a shoreline at the edge of the body of the water. Okay, we say that you need to have a container to have a large body of water. That's common sense. That's logical, right? We're not saying that we have a ball that's spinning through space with all of the ocean stuck to the outside of a ball that's spinning through space at like over 1,000,000 miles per hour in all these different directions. Like that's the crazy claim. But we've been desensitized to how crazy that claim is. Okay, we think of that as normal, where that's not normal. What's normal is that water needs a container, and then the surface of the water is flat. That's what we're claiming. The logical standard, right? The logical standpoint is that water needs a container. The water on the surface of the container is flat. Okay, on the globe, it's all stuck to the outside of a ball. And then you need a magical force called gravity right, that holds all of the water to the outside of the ball. So all we're claiming is everything that we all experience, everything that's logical, okay? It's anyone can go and test it anytime out in reality. You don't need to have a belief, you don't need to have faith or trust in higher powers like astronomers or astrophysicists or space scientists, theoretical physicists. You don't need to trust these people when you have a flat earth. Okay, because we can just go and experience it in reality. We can test it. And we've done that. We've tested it over and over again. There's no curvature.
Can I ask a question?
So anyone else want to speak?
Yeah,
No
we got
one?
Mikey. What's up, Mikey?
Right, so I do believe it's flat, and I do agree with everything you're saying. But one thing I don't understand is why the stars are not always visible 24/7 in the sky. Even in those pictures you sent,
Mm-hmm. Well,
why
I think
can
it's
we
just
sometimes see stars in the sky,
yeah.
but on photographs like you sent of what we call space, they're not there.
Yeah,
Where do
it's
they go?
kind of crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. The higher you get, the less stars you seem to see. And the lower you are, I mean, to a certain extent, you can see more stars. It's kind of crazy. Like, what the hell are stars? That's another question that we don't know the answer to. We don't think that they're burning balls of gas in a space vacuum, millions of miles away and much larger than the Earth. So yeah, I'm not sure. Stars are a trip. The sky is amazing. It's a big mystery how the sky works. But
Yeah,
could it could be to do with the exposure settings on the camera or something why you can't see stars in these pictures. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's an excuse that the globe side has for this.
yeah, maybe. And have you seen NASA's first picture of Earth this year?
This year?
Yeah, I believe they posted it
Nah.
on the first day this year.
Okay, now that
Basically,
yeah.
if you compare that picture to every other single one they've apparently taken, only that one has all the stars and
Okay, goodbye.
everything else in the background.
Oh yeah, I
Never
can see
looked
it
it
now.
up.
I just looked it up. Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat. Yeah, I didn't know about this. All right, here we go.
Tell me how fake
NASA.
that looks.
It looks completely fake and ridiculous. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, right? I think
Yeah.
they've gone to the point where they're just seeing how, you know, delusional people can be. They're really
Yeah,
pushing it at this
how
point.
much they can get away with.
Yeah. That is such a fake photo. And literally no other photo they claim is real looks like that. They all look completely different.
Mhm.
And what actually made me believe it's flat is someone told me to look up a real picture of a satellite in space, and I literally couldn't find one. Every single one looks fake, and that's
Yep.
when I basically transformed into a started to transform into a flat earther, basically.
Yeah, so anyone listening can just go to Google and type in photograph of a satellite in space or satellites in space and just hit images. And all you're going to see is a whole bunch of cartoons, every single one. There is, in fact, not a single photograph of a satellite in space. Some people claim to have zoomed in on the ISS and you can see a little blurry picture of the ISS. Okay, but just a regular satellite that we get told about. You know, every single one's just a CGI picture. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's insane that they're just lying to everyone's face.
How fast are these satellites moving in space?
Well, they claim to be moving at like 17,000 plus miles per hour or something like that, aren't they? Depending on how high they are. and that kind of thing. But how are we going to confirm that, right? That's just another story that we're being told that we have to have faith in or not have faith in. You're not going to be able to validate that. It's just a claim.
Yeah, the
Understood.
thing with the speed is, it's another thing that just doesn't make any sense. For anyone that doesn't know, a bullet from a gun travels at about 2,000 miles per hour. And, NASA, they claim that we, as a solar system, are moving through space, through this infinite vacuum, at 800,000 miles per hour, while somehow there's also all these satellites surrounding our Earth that are following us too, while we spin in this corkscrew pattern with all these other planets. The more you sort of explain it, the more dumb it just sounds.
Yeah, the more you look into it, definitely the more outlandish the claims become. They throw such big numbers at people that it kind of short circuits people's brains. They don't realize that the speed of sound is less than 1,000 miles per hour. Okay, and then they claim that the globe is spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, and then it's orbiting the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, and then it's chasing the sun at the same time that's traveling at 480,000 miles per hour, and then that whole system's moving as well at like over 1,000,000 miles per hour. It's freaking crazy. The claims, people's brains kind of just short circuit when it comes to those speeds.
Yeah, and the moon as well. It's circling around Earth, right? They say, like, so while we fly, somehow the moon is also circling the Earth. It's insane.
They claim that there's 15,000 satellites in space. 15,000.
15,000. Damn, that's a
15,000
lot.
moving 17,000 miles per hour. I don't know.
Damn. And we can't get a picture of one.
Well, you can't even find a fake picture where there's two in one.
The only pictures that I've seen of satellites, like photographs, is when they're on balloons, like stratospheric balloons and things like that. They're up super high altitude, and you've got like what looks like a satellite attached to a giant balloon. That's the only ones that I've seen pictures of, like actual photographs of. Never,
DJ.
yeah.
So just observing when people are questioning flat Earth genuinely and wanting to know, one thing that I've noticed is they can't grasp the fact that they've been lied to. I think that's where it all starts. It's like, why would they lie? And then you have to
Yeah,
break down
that's
how.
exactly. And my answer to that is that I don't think people, for the most part, are actually lying. Like the vast majority of people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Even professors and most scientists and things like that. I think they just they've been taught it in the textbooks. They've learnt it their whole life. They never questioned it. They've never tested it. They've never been presented alternative arguments, and they're just running off a spherical model, a mathematical concept, basically, that was how the globe was born originally. It's not because people went out and started measuring Earth curvature, that's for sure. Okay, they took a celestial sphere and basically inverted that into the globe through philosophical reasoning and things like that. People who were mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras.
You're correct. I wouldn't consider my sixth grade teacher a liar just because that she had been indoctrinated and just doing her job.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're pushing the bullshit because they're experts at memorizing the book of bullshit. And that's their job, is to memorize and regurgitate information, and then it's the students' jobs to memorize and regurgitate information on the exams, and then you get a stamp on your wrist and a good grade. You got an A, little Bobby. You regurgitated the information just right. Well done. You're smart. Top of the class.
I think you're doing a great job, DJ. I think you're doing a great job.
Cheers, Charlie. Just trying to get some information out to some people. That's all. Not trying to convince people. Just like, hey, check this out.
One thing that I've noticed too is that we tend to look up when trying to prove that the Earth is flat. I think it'd be best if we just stay on the ground and explain how the Earth is measured, rather, because that's the first thing that they go to is, well, what about the moon or what about space? You know, and that is all irrelevant when it comes to how the Earth is measured, in my opinion.
Completely agree. It's usually the globe side that will do whatever they can to try to divert the conversation back into outer space where none of us can really validate anything empirically. While we're trying to keep the conversation on the ground, it's like, this is the one thing that we can test, and this is the one thing that is required for the Earth to be a globe, and that's that the water is curving. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water has to be curving at a specific rate. So we can just calculate that. Okay, and while we may not be able to see the curvature because we're so small, and if the Earth were a globe, it would be so big it would appear flat to us, but there would be byproducts of that curvature in the form of a geometric horizon at a certain distance, and then things that go beyond that will start to become obstructed behind that horizon. It has to happen if the Earth's a globe, and that's how we check for the curvature. And there is none when we check.
For sure. I completely agree. I got to go, but DJ, like I said, you're doing a great job.
Cheers, Charlie. Catch you next time, man. Thanks for, yep. What the hell happened to our event? Someone close our event down. All right, new event started.
So you see that video that Miguel posted about the stars?
Yeah.
That still doesn't really answer the question of how when we do go really high up, you still can't see them. What Miguel is showing is if we, outside of cities, they're nice and clear, but once we go really high up, they're still not there.
Yeah.
So that's what really confuses me. And it's a question that I just struggle to answer when someone asks me about the stars.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like Yeah, why would that happen? It could be something to do with the camera exposure settings, I guess, but I don't know enough about how that would work. Yeah, and it's interesting the astronauts when they interviewed the astronauts about can you see stars when you're up in space? How some of them would say that yeah, when you're up there you can see all of the stars like like way better than you could ever see from the Earth. It's like you can see everything, and then other ones are like I don't remember ever seeing a star the entire time I was in space, like Neil Armstrong, for example. Says I don't recall seeing a single star. It's the blackest black you could ever imagine. Contradictions all over the place.
Is there anything that might make you believe it's a globe?
Well, not really at this point because there's been so many tests on now showing that there's no curvature. Now, the only explanation to the tests would be some kind of crazy refraction that we don't know about, right? Because when you learn how refraction works, you learn that that's absolutely not an explanation for why a laser would hit its target over a huge distance in all different locations all over the Earth, completely different weather conditions. Why would a laser beam bend hundreds of feet or dozens of feet, depending on the distance, to perfectly hit the target every single time? How come every single time we go out to do a long distance observation, that geometric horizon isn't anywhere to be found? Okay, we've just got probably thousands of observations and laser tests and things like that that are being done now, all showing that the Earth can't possibly be a globe. So they would have to prove that it's a globe via the same type of method, right? Empirical testing, measurements of the surface of the Earth, right, over the surface of the water, and then they would have to somehow explain away all our tests, and then they would have to repeat their tests to show that yeah, it is actually matching up with the claimed globe mathematics. So, they got a bunch of problems that they need to explain, but it's always going to go back to the curvature problem. Whatever's happening in the sky is irrelevant if the surface is measuring flat, right? Because whatever's going to happen in the sky is not going to change. It's not going to make the water start to bend. So yeah, it's pretty much something I could say I know it, as a fact, because it's been empirically tested, and anyone can go out and verify these tests themselves. We encourage people, go out, do your own tests. You don't have to believe us. Just go and check. And then you get people like Dr. John D, who's a PhD in optics, spectrophotometry or something like that. So he's an expert when it comes to optics and light and how light propagates through mediums and things like that. And he went out originally to try to debunk flat Earth, doing different types of tests, using different spectrums of lasers and using super zoom cameras and things like that. And he became a flat earther in the process. So we encourage people, yeah, go out and check and then post your results, and then we can all go over the results and analyze it and, be intellectually honest analyzing it and come to a logical conclusion. So this is where I'm at, basically. Like, we all have a baseline, we have a base axiom that we all experience, and that's that the Earth is flat, stationary. And then when we go out and test it, that checks out as well. So until someone else can provide something that goes against all of this logic and common sense and common experience, then it is what it is.
What do you think the sun is?
Absolutely no idea whatsoever.
Because I see flat earthers post different videos of what the sun is, and I see videos of people trying to show us the sun being local, where
Mm-hmm.
clouds literally go behind it. Have you seen
Yeah.
those?
Yeah, I
But
got a whole folder of them.
then there's videos like the screenshots you sent from where you send a balloon into space and the sun is beyond everything else. So
Right.
how do you know which one is the
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
sun? Do you know what I mean?
Well, okay. So, what the sun is that we see is an apparent light in the sky, and it has to do with the way that our atmosphere works as well, or atmo, not atmosphere. Really, it's not a good term, but it has to do with the way our atmo works. Now, David Weiss, not that I like David Weiss that much, but David Weiss has a great test that he did with his wife in his house, and they kind of gave a good demonstration of how the sun that we see is apparent to each individual person. And if you have something that represents the atmosphere in a demonstration like he did, he sort of showed how the sun can appear in different places for different people, and that what we see is an apparent sun. So what he did is he stood on one side of his living room, and his wife stood on the other side of the living room. They had a big sheet set up, and then they had the light source, right, to represent the sun behind the sheet. Now, from David Weiss's perspective, when he looked at the sun, he marked where he could see the sun. He could see like a round sun that looked like a sun on the sheet. The sheet is to represent the atmosphere, okay, because we're looking through a medium, a big thick atmosphere. So they put the sheet there just for this example. Okay, so he pointed onto the sheet and drew a little mark where he could see the sun. Now they moved the camera over from where David Weiss was standing to where his wife was standing, and he said, "Okay, where can you see the sun?" And she's like, drew like a a little mark on the sheet where she could see the sun. So they could both see only one light source. Okay, but they could see the sun at completely different places depending on where they were standing. So the sun was apparent, right? So where David Weiss, like where David Weiss could see the sun, where he drew the little mark, when his wife's looking at the light source, right? She would just see the mark on the sheet with no light there at all, and vice versa. Kind of like when you're standing at the beach and you got the reflection coming to your feet from the sun, and it's lighting up all the water. Okay, you're the only person that can see that light. Is that really lit up? Is that water really lit up by the sun? Because no one else can see that light, right? You could have someone just standing down the beach a bit. They can't see that light coming to your feet at all, right? That's personal to you. And they'll have their own beam of light going off the water to their sun. And the way we see the sun up in the sky acts in a similar way, kind of like a reflection, more than seeing it the actual source of the sun. Because of the way that the atmosphere works, and probably a bunch more that we don't know about. But yeah, it's kind of trippy. So sometimes the sun appears looks like it's embedded in the clouds, but for anyone to suggest that the actual sun is sitting there embedded in the clouds right there, that would be ridiculous to make that claim. But it's appearing there, right? So that's why I think like the sun that we see in the sky is an apparent light in the sky.
I guess it's unexplainable what it really is then.
Yeah, exactly. We
Um,
can't check.
and that's why NASA had to create all these lies, because with all this technology we have, people would question, what even is it? So they made up it's a huge ball of fire. I forgot like the actual size of it, but was like 100 times of the Earth.
Yeah, it's freaking huge. I forget the
Yeah,
exact size.
It's insane.
You could fit a huge amount of Earth inside this, the sun. That's how big it is.
Yeah, and they
it's
claim
like a burning ball of plasma gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, and they claim it's about 93 million miles away, which is just hard to comprehend.
Yeah. Yeah, they push everything as far away as they need it to be for it to make sense in their heliocentric model, I guess.
So, what is the heliocentric model?
Well, it's a concept. It's a mathematical concept.
Okay, because I'm
That's all it is.
still sort of new to all this, and I don't really, throw myself into these sort of arguments because,
Okay, so first they were sort of suggesting that the Earth was in the center. Okay, the globe, it was in the center, and then all of this, the sun and the moon, the planets and everything were revolving around the Earth. And then when Copernicus came along, right, he suggested that everything is actually... Bro, hold on a second. Try not to interrupt. Just wait a second. Gotta put yourself on mute for a second, bro. Is that you? Dude. Crazy. Yeah, so first there was the geocentric model where the Earth was at the center, and then came the heliocentric model where they put the sun at the center. Everything's kind of revolving around the sun. We're orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. That kind of thing. Whereas before they didn't think the Earth was like orbiting around the sun. The Earth was just in the center.
What is the...
Helio. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was just going to say helio just means sun, right? Sun-centric, heliocentric.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
When somebody asks you for proof that it's flat, what is the first thing you point out? What is your first piece of evidence? Like,
what
is it?
Okay, my first piece of evidence that I would present to someone is clearing up the misconceptions first, and then showing some long distance observations. So basically, showing a distance over the surface of water that we know the distance, right? Say it's 10 miles, and then calculating how much curvature there should be over that 10 miles on a globe, which is 66.6 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Okay, and then showing a long distance observation from a certain height, right? Like say you set up a camera at 1 meter high, and then you're looking across a 10-mile lake. Okay, and if the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature, which is 22 meters over that distance. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see your buddy standing on the other side of the lake at the same height that you're at. He should be hidden by more than 50 foot of Earth curvature if the Earth were a globe. So I would say, look, where that curvature that has to be there, if gravity exists the way that we're taught, if the globe exists the way that we're taught, then that water has to be curving at that exact amount over that distance. And if it's not, that debunks the globe. It completely debunks the globe. It debunks gravity, right? Their claim of gravity. Everything being pulled towards the center of the globe. That means the water has to be curving at exactly that amount over that distance. And if it's not doing that, it cannot possibly be a globe. And then you wouldn't just do one test. Okay, you would test it at different times of the day, and then you would go to a bigger body of water. Then you would try it on a lake, and then you would try it at the ocean, and then you would try it in Canada and Australia and all these different places until you've accumulated repeated, like a huge list of tests that show that there's no curvature over these distances. And then, people can start using different methods and maybe showing laser tests that people have done, where instead of just using an optical device like a super zoom camera to look across, you can actually set up a high powered laser beam and then make the laser beam horizontal with the water, the surface of the water, and shoot it across the lake, to a target that's safe. Say you've got a 1 meter high target that the laser's being shot off, and then you've got a 1 meter high target on the other side of the lake, and then see if the laser hits the target. And if the Earth's a globe, the laser shouldn't hit the target. It should miss the target by a huge amount. But the lasers always hit the targets. And some of the laser tests have been done up to 40 plus kilometers away, where there should be over 400 foot of curvature. Sorry, I keep jumping between metric system and imperial, but yeah. So just testing for the curvature. That's where it starts and that's where it ends. Really, like that's the death of it. Obviously, there's tons more arguments we could get into, but every single globe argument requires that curvature to be there. If it's not there, it's not a globe. It's always going to come back to that as well. Any argument will circle back to that curvature requirement. Like the eclipse argument, for example. They're like, oh, how come we see a curved shadow on the moon during an eclipse? Okay, well, that requires this water that's in front of me right here to be bending at a certain rate. And it's not. So whatever you're seeing in the sky and making assumptions about is incorrect because the water is not curving. Yeah, so ICOS, I don't know if you want to ask a question, but you can't just randomly just start like talking while someone else is like in the middle of a sentence. So if you have a question, you can ask your question. ICOS, I've unmuted you. If you want to self-mute, you can, or if you want to ask a question, you can. Otherwise, I'm going to have to chuck you back on mute because you got background noise.
have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. So
yeah,
yeah,
all
because
the
you can
time.
see,
Yeah,
because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's
which
not a
is
black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can
Right.
see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
Yeah, you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
well, there's a large
clouds. I
one
didn't
and a
want to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. Whilst
From
from Mark
space.
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah.
all
because
the
you can
time.
see,
Yeah,
because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's
which
not a
is
black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can
Right.
see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the
Yeah,
Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the
well,
Magellan
there's a large
clouds. I
one
didn't
and a
want to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Can I do a mic check? Does anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead. Anybody? Hello? Well, my thing's lighting up, and I'm driving right now, so I can't look at the panel to see if there's anybody new on here. But anybody's got any questions, go ahead and fire away.
Oh man, I thought Dave Hinkle was in here talking. My bad. What's up, Moaz? How you doing, man? What's up to everybody else out there?
Did I just hot mic? My bad.
No. I just caught wind that you were in here. I wanted to come say hi.
I can't hear anything. I'm going to mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now, Dave?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. You sound the same.
Is that any better?
Nah, you're good, man.
Is that better or worse?
It's better, but I'm just teasing you, man.
All right. You're one of those
I just,
crazy flat earthers that don't think you live on a spinning ball. So what's going on?
yeah, no, I don't think anymore, apparently. How you been, Dave?
I'm doing okay. I'm just out here trying to make a living. I'm taking what they're giving because I'm working for a living.
Mm-hmm.
Huey Lewis in the news, 1980 something.
Huey
Showing
Lewis
my
was
age.
a good artist, man.
Got anybody new on here? No?
No, probably not. Not right now.
Well, dog, you got a 20-minute monologue of factual information. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's factual. Let's see.
No 20-minute monologue today. Okay. Just messing with you.
Yeah, not today.
As far as I can tell, I'm outside right now, and the earth is not morphed into a spinning ball, as far as I can tell. What do you think?
Thank God. Thank God. That makes me feel better.
Every day I wake up and, man, today the day is going to be a ball. Never is. Oh, well. Spent 52 years thinking it was a spinning ball, but didn't know why. And I went to investigate why, and it turns out it's not a spinning ball. What are you going to do?
Yeah, no, for me, it was like 39 years. And I don't know about you, but I felt like I wasted 39 years of my life. I can't get that back. It was supposed to be.
Somewhere I'm going to get drunk.
we were supposed to be able to trust certain things, right? Some
Yeah,
things were just
smart people.
supposed to be like, oh, that's a base knowledge, that's a base knowledge. Now I can go out in the world and attack the world because I have these understandings. And then I find out that those understandings are wrong. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are you doing?
Yeah, it turns out that everybody that thought they were coming up with base knowledge was just looking in the sky, basically making shit up. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody was measuring the ground to the motion or anything like that. Why would you bother with that?
Yeah.
Good enough for most people. Just look in the sky. You think you see balls, you must be on a ball. Good logic. What do
Yeah, I mean, he took it all in good faith, right?
you Yes, smart scientists figured it all out hundreds of years ago. Why we even questioning? We had a great guy 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. He figured it out. Come on, man.
That's wild, man. Like they make it seem like sticks and shadows was like an archaic thing, right? It's like, okay, if sticks and shadows are an archaic thing, look how long we've been using crutches, and there hasn't been any change in that. But that's a non sequitur as well.
Yeah, all the globe makes sense. I mean, nonsense if you don't think about it. But anyway, Kevin, we had a new person. Now they're gone, I think. Oops. If there's anybody new on here who's got a question, feel free to interrupt us. I'm probably going to get dropped here in a minute. We're just looking for empirical evidence that we're actually on a spinning ball as claimed by the globe heliocentric model. Thank you.
I vote we don't even grant them the freaking Eratosthenes made up bullshit unless they can prove that he actually did that.
Right.
If then after they get there, then we can talk about how even if he did do that, then it still didn't validate anything. But imagine if we just made someone up.
Well, there's so many issues with that. Go ahead.
You can't just make people up, right? Apparently the Greeks loved making these people up, these like mystical figures like Eratosthenes and even Pythagoras, right? Mainstream historians admit that everything that we're taught about Pythagoras in school is absolute nonsense and unverified, and that they don't even have much proof that he existed. And if he did exist, which they say he probably did exist, there was probably a person named Pythagoras, but whether he said or did any of the things that he's credited with, right, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever of that. That's coming straight from a mathematical historian from Cambridge. So yeah, apparently he said the Greeks love making up these characters and attributing all of these things to them.
In 1,000 years, they'll create a story surrounding a guy named DJ Anti-Globalist, and they'll be like the DJ Anti-Globalist theorem.
The historian was explaining how Pythagoras couldn't have possibly came up with the Pythagorean theorem because of that they had a completely different concept of numbering systems and things like that. He said it's not even possible for him to have done that.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eratosthenes, like, name one paper that he wrote or one book that he wrote.
Yeah, find a shred of anything that is validated that he wrote. You can't. Or that he even wrote anything. Yeah, it's crazy.
And if you Google his Wikipedia, like, he was a librarian, mathematician, scientist, astronomer. Like, he had every accolade that was, like, prestigious back then.
Yeah, if you start looking a bit deeper into Pythagoras, like even the claims about him are like not what we get taught in school. Most people think of him as like this mathematician that was like kind of like a science guy based on logic and empiricism, but no, he was like a mystical cult leader that believed in that like all sorts of crazy stuff, like a crazy list of rituals that they would do and abide by, and he thought he had lived all of these past lives where one of them was as a bird. He thought he used to be a bird. And his followers believed that he had literally had one of his thighs was made of gold, and that he could be in two places at one time, and all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah, the cult of Pythagoras. People should look into that. Yeah, this is the first guy to propose that the Earth is a globe. Apparently, not a another that we can't even prove said or did any of these things, or even really existed as told. Sup, Vivek?
Hello, DJ. Hello.
Hey,
Hello,
how's it going,
everyone.
man? Happy New Year.
All good. All good. Happy New Year.
What's up with it?
It's 8th, though. Well, yeah. Happy New Year. How is everyone?
Yeah, that's the first time I've spoke to you this year, so Happy New Year.
Oh, yeah, that's the first time. How's Flat Earth Gang?
Going good, yeah. Still flat. Yeah, no globe evidence.
Always. Yeah, gonna be. Yeah, because there's none.
No, there's none. It's not going anywhere. It's just going to keep more and more people keep looking into it and learning the information, and other people keep having meltdowns about it, emotional meltdowns.
Yeah.
The new thing that people are saying when they'll come in here emotionally defending the globe, and their argument is that we're wasting our time and that this topic doesn't matter. It's a useless topic, but they're in here emotionally defending the globe for some reason.
Yeah.
The other
I
channels.
think that is the most people say that because they don't really have any like proof or anything.
Yeah. It's classic. But yeah, good stuff on the server, man. I see it's growing at a rapid pace, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's going good. Yeah.
What are we up to now? 300 and how many?
50.
350. Wow. Awesome.
Yeah.
Great job.
Yeah, so give me like ideas, like what should I do next? Like what kind of rooms?
What rooms? I don't know. Let me think about it. Yeah, that's actually a good
Could
idea.
be.
A few new interesting rooms. Bit of new life into the server. Yeah, great idea. Yeah, I'll think about it and I'll shoot you any suggestions that I come up with.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, been playing chess recently.
Not that much. Like chess on Discord nowadays. Like, do you wanna play? Like here in the VC.
Play chess?
Yeah.
No, you'll destroy me, as usual. But yeah, we can. Well, how do we play in the VC? What do you mean? Just play a game while we're actually in the VC?
Yeah, no. There's an activity. Let me show you.
Ah, yeah, like chess in the park.
Yeah, chess in the park. Yeah, that one. It's gonna take time though. Chess in the park has like no time limit.
No time limit. Yeah.
Hey. Hi.
Oh, hi, Mohammed. How's it going?
Okay. What are you talking about?
Chess in the park at the moment.
What's this? Flat Earth? Flat Earth. Okay, flat Earth.
Yeah. What do you think about it, Mahmoud? Do you think the Earth is a globe, or do you think it's flat?
No, not flat.
Like an egg?
Like
Do you think it's like an egg
fish.
shape?
Yes, egg
Whoa,
shape.
what a guess! I guessed correct.
Yes.
Like a chicken egg.
Yes.
The shape of a chicken egg. So when NASA shows us the images of the Earth from space, it doesn't look like a chicken egg. Would that be confirmation that NASA is deceiving people?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Cool. We found common ground. NASA is deceiving people.
Yeah, so it's not a like near perfect sphere. It's egg
It's a
shaped.
chicken egg shaped. And is that something that you believe because it's in some?
What is the problem? What is the problem for make a group for ask this question? What is important for you? Yeah, I think this not not
see,
make the
Vivek.
point.
There we go. Right.
Mm.
On cue.
This not
What's the point? What's the purpose of discussing this topic? Yet you
yes.
joined it. You joined the channel. Interesting. Yeah. So okay. So everybody
Yeah,
is taught. Everybody
yeah.
is
I think the
taught the.
question, yeah, I think the question should be like, what's the purpose of you to join the channel? Like, so if you wanna, like, I mean, you wanna join because you wanna talk about this topic, right? You wanna know what's the truth.
Um,
Mm.
I mean, how it's important for one to take its opinion with flat or egg shape. What is this will make change on your life? No, just live life. Don't care about the earth shape.
Well, are you under the idea that you can go somewhere else and live if you don't like the Earth?
Sorry, I don't understand because my language is
No,
not very good.
you're fine. I'll see if I can simplify it. Why is it important about the shape of the Earth and what is around your home? Is a question on, it's just as an important question as, if you had a choice to live on Earth or on Mars, which one would you choose?
Earth.
And I know it's, go ahead. I'm
I
sorry, say that
choose
again.
Earth. I
You
choose
choose Earth.
Earth. Oh,
Why do you
yes.
choose? Why do you choose Earth? Let me ask you that. Why do you choose Earth?
Because I didn't go to Mars and there no life there.
Okay, okay. So you say you think that Earth is a good choice because you know some things about it, but if you
The,
knew more
the,
about it,
I
do you
believe
think that
I believe
that would benefit you? Do you think that would
the,
benefit you if you knew more about Earth?
I
Like the
believe
more you know, the more it benefits you.
my religion is called say you God create Earth to live, not Mars. For I believe my religion, so I choose Earth.
Which religion?
Muslims.
Muslim. So what does the Quran say about God and making the earth? He spreads out the earth like a what?
Uh, ثانية بس عمر الرحيم.
Carpet. The answer is carpet.
Like a rug or a carpet.
I'm pretty sure Quran says the earth is flat. Like, no, co-actual.
Yeah, you can respond, Vivek, even if you need to explain it in his tongue. You're welcome to.
On my book, there many text is, yeah, talk about this.
Yeah, no, I agree. The Quran is amazing. There's a lot of explanations for science before science could even grasp what reality was, right? There were already explanations for
Have you ever
reality.
read it?
Yeah, I have.
Yes. Okay.
Explanations for what exactly?
Things in nature that science later found to be true using the scientific method. It's been a while since I read the Quran, so I couldn't point to a specific verse or the literal statement in the verse. But I do know that I've read it, and I'm like, oh wow, that's cool. That was 700 AD, and they didn't discover that until 1200 or 1400. So, I agree with Muslims who say that the Quran, they call them miracles, but really what it was is they had explanations for science before science had explanations for it. And science just verified everything that the Quran was already saying. So I agreed with that. But is Mahmoud still here? He left. Yeah, for those that are listening out on YouTube, why is it important to know about the shape of the earth? Well, the more you know about your surrounding environment, the more you can utilize it to your benefit. Right? If you bought 1,000 acres and you don't go out and explore that 1,000 acres, you may not know that you have a well or 4 wells on your land. You may not know the type of fish you go fishing for. You may not know the fruits and vegetables that grow wild on your land. So you go out and learn more about your environment. Once you learn about your environment, now you can utilize that environment for the benefit of you and your family and your household. It's always a shame that you. I guess it was a language barrier, but it's always a shame when you're giving an explanation and then somebody leaves before getting to the point.
I was about to leave. I'm gonna leave because I have something to do. So sorry.
Why are you gonna leave, man? Have you been here before, Sam? I've never met you before, so I don't know. Oh, he left. But yeah, you're right, DJ. I don't like to give them Eratosthenes. I will give them the globe. Like, forget about, like, everything else, all of history. Let's just say the physics are correct, the math is correct, everything. Let's go measure it. But then you want to say, oh, historically, people have been proven this. Okay. Well, we don't even know if that person even existed. What's up, Bruno?
Hi, hello, guys. Everything's okay?
Yeah, man, just chilling, talking to people about the nature of the earth.
Perfect.
What do you think? Do you think the earth is a globe or flat or what?
All right, I see we have another event started. That's great. Sheepdog, you got a stack of background noise going on.
Oh, my apologies, man.
Bruno, welcome to the channel.
Thank you.
Did you join to just listen in, or did you want to ask a question about the topic? We're running an event at the moment called Flat Earth Q&A.
Yeah, my idea is listening and it's more confident. I got something.
Ah, good idea. Yep, great way to learn English. Where are you from, Bruno?
Argentina.
Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. Well, welcome to the channel.
Thank you.
And welcome to the channel, Woody. And Flower Guppy. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
What brings you in here, Woody?
I have a genuine question about the flat Earth theory.
Yep. Go ahead.
And okay, then what is so when we go to the outside of the Earth, do you accept the concept of the universe or outside
No.
of the
Well, no, I don't believe that. So what you're talking
Oh.
about is the heliocentric model of the universe, where you have a big giant vacuum of outer space, and then you have all of the round
Yes,
planets
that vacuum.
and stars and that kind of thing. No, that would be the globe model. That would be the heliocentric model. That would require the Earth to be a globe. And yeah, the flat Earth would be a completely different system, a completely different way of thinking about how everything works. Yeah, so when people hear about flat Earth, quite often they try to insert the flat Earth into the globe model of outer space, and they try to replace the planet Earth, right, the globe, with a flat planet, essentially. So, and then they think that that's what flat Earth is, and then they try to think about everything from that perspective, which is incorrect. That's not what we think flat Earth is. We don't think it's a flat planet that's floating in space.
Oh,
Does that make
thanks for
sense?
answering.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
not a problem.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we would claim, like, flat is not a shape. Okay, flat is
Ah,
a
yeah.
descriptive term for a surface.
Ah.
So we're talking about the surface of the Earth not curving
Yeah.
over distance. Okay, so if most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, they tell us that 70% is water,
Yes.
or a bit more than 70% of the known area of the Earth is water. That means that the surface of water should be curving over a certain distance if the Earth's a globe. So we can calculate how much it should be curving,
Yes.
and then we can go and test for that. And when we go and test for that, it's flat. Where it should be curving, it's not curving anywhere. So that's what we mean by flat Earth. Okay, not the shape of the Earth, not trying to present a model, not trying to replace every single claim that the heliocentric model makes about stars and planets, but actually going out and testing the mathematics that we're given and taught growing up about the globe and seeing if it matches reality. And it turns out it doesn't. It doesn't match reality.
Can I ask you a quick question, Woody?
Your mic is kind of maybe a little bit hard for him to make out.
Is it a little bit easier if I talk louder or no?
It sounds like you're talking through like a CB radio.
A CB radio, hold on.
But it is better than Sia Dizaz. You're roboting, my friend. Unless... Yes, intergalactic.
How about this? Is this a little easier to hear me?
It's a little bit better. Yep.
All right. I'll try to be quick. Woody, what made you ask the question using the term flat Earth theory and just not flat Earth? Why did you have to add theory in?
I just showed the picture of meme, and it showed me the, like flat format of Earth just floating in this space, and it looks so funny and ridiculous.
Yeah, just to kind of recap and the reason why I asked you that, because I wanted you to understand the word that you were using, the word theory, right? That word theory has a meaning, right? So it's just odd that people think that this is a theory when, like DJ said, we're just asking for direct measurements, so that way we can determine whether or not the Earth is curving or flat, right? Because if the surface of the Earth is 70% water, and that water is flat in every direction and not curving, then that means the Earth is flat, because you can't have a ball if water is completely flat everywhere. And then if you have a flat Earth, whatever is happening in the sky is only happening above a flat Earth.
So does this model can explain the eclipse?
Okay, we'll try this one more time. So the globe model, the heliocentric model, these aren't even actually models. These are mathematical concepts only. They only exist in mathematics. The reality is you do not live on a globe. The Earth has been measured by everyone to be a flat, stationary plane. So the idea that the Earth is a ball blocking out sunlight to cover up the moon is a complete false fantasy story.
Right.
In reality, the Earth is not a ball. It is not floating, hovering, orbiting in a vacuous outer space. None of those things are true. In this scenario, it is the actual colloquial theory. It's just a concept.
Hey, Woody, do you know how big the Earth is? Supposedly?
Maybe I need to search about that. Yes, matter.
Okay. How about this? How tall are you?
170 centimeter.
170 centimeters. So from your
Yes.
height, when you're looking out over water, how far away do you think the horizon is?
Maybe split the head size and maybe the 150 centimeters.
No, the horizon. How far away do you think the horizon? When you look at the edge of water, and you think that boats are going over the curve and the sun is setting, that edge, that hard cutoff, how far away do you think that is from your eyes when you look over water?
I think you guys are talking about the Earth is flat or scrolled.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, man. So, Woody, how far away do you think the horizon is? From 170 centimeters.
I didn't think about that. So
That's fair enough. You know, most people don't think about it. Well, the answer being, right, uh, from your eyes, when the boats start to dip behind the curve, right? The From your eyes, it's going to be about 4.7, 4.8 kilometers.
Oh yes.
Not even 5 kilometers.
What do you think about that? Have you seen things really far away, further than 5 kilometers?
So something lined my side, not it, because it it doesn't happen on the Earth's surface curve.
Well, that's what they say.
Sorry. Please.
So that's all we're doing. We're going out and we're looking for the curvature at the place where they say that things begin to disappear and go beyond the consequence of curvature. Do you have any other questions? I can't give
Can
a
you please?
presentation, so I apologize.
Yes, can you please write down that keyword we talking about in the chatting room, because I want to do my own research about it.
Yeah, you're welcome to do more research about it. You're gonna want to
Yes,
know how big the Earth is, and then how far away the
yes.
horizon is from your height.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello, Nuno.
Hey.
What brings you in, man?
Just bored and curious.
So you wandered into a flat Earth channel.
Yeah, I was already here, I think, a few hours ago.
Oh. What'd you think?
Oh, well, I don't know. Not really. I've not been presented any new information thus far.
Oh, okay. So, do you still think you live on a globe?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Even though it's not measured to be a globe?
Depends on what you mean by measure. But yeah.
Measure only has one definition. You know, the dimensions according to a standard.
Yeah, I don't think that's the only definition, right?
Right.
Yeah. I'm not
So,
sure if it's been measured.
right. So no globe has been measured. No curvature can be found. So just by that one consequence alone, it can't be a globe.
No, well, it may be evidence against the globe, but I'm not really sure if it's even evidence against the globe. Right?
Well, the globe's only a concept, so evidence against a concept kind of doesn't make sense. In reality, the Earth is measurably flat, stationary, and enclosed.
When you say evidence against the concept doesn't make sense, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, the globe is just a concept, right? It doesn't actually exist in reality. It's only mathematical. So in reality, how could you live on something that is just a concept?
Oh wait, but are you saying that there can be no evidence against mere concepts?
I mean, there can, but in this case, we're only dealing with a concept. So you've chosen to put yourself on a concept, right? How does that work?
Well, for me, it's not just a concept, right?
What do you mean for you? Is this now a subjective position? It's no longer objective?
No, we just have differing stochastic states about the shape of the Earth, right?
No, I'm not talking about a shape. You might be talking about a shape. I'm talking about the surface that we dwell atop in reality.
Sure. Well, then we're just talking about differing stochastic states about the surface of what we live on.
Okay, so you believe that you live on a globe. In reality, does the Earth curve anywhere?
Does the Earth curve? Yeah, sure.
Where? Where can I find this curvature?
Well, it curves in the mountain ranges, right?
Oh goodness, man! Okay? So if you're going to be ultra pedantic, we'll do it that way. Where is the curvature measured on the actual surface of the Earth that is consistent with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I don't know.
You don't know, but you still think that you live on a ball with a curvature according to that rate.
Yeah, it just appealed to consensus, right? Make a sort of inductive inference based on consensus and then prior knowledge.
Well, there is no knowledge, it's just consensus. So according to the consensus, does any of this consensus have measurements of curvature?
I don't know.
Okay, well, so far we've asked everybody, we've scoured the internet, we've asked all the cosmologists that we can have discussions with, and they cannot provide us with any Earth curve measurements. So it hasn't been done. So it's not prior knowledge. If anything, it's just prior religious belief.
No, with prior knowledge, I mean the success of the scientific method, right?
This is not even a scientific inquiry. This is a geometric inquiry.
So is it not derived by means of experimentation?
No. How would you perform an experiment? What would be the naturally observed phenomena for the shape of the Earth?
Why does there need to be a naturally occurring phenomena in order to
Because
explain?
that is the first step of the scientific method, to observe a natural phenomena in nature. So if we don't have anything that we can actually look at as a phenomena, we can no longer get an actual hypothesis to test.
Well, we can just generate hypotheses regardless of.
That's not the scientific method, friend. Sorry. That's your own version or a bad version that someone taught you, but that's not the scientific method.
A scientific method is merely testing hypotheses and trying to falsify them, right?
No, you don't falsify hypotheses.
Of course you do.
You
Have you read,
affirm.
have
You
you read Karl
affirm.
Popper?
Yeah, Karl Popper, The Problem with Induction. You should probably read it.
No, that's David Hume's problem of induction. Karl Popper didn't write about the problem of induction. He wrote
Okay,
about
so did Karl Popper say that science is purely deductive?
No, he was actually against deduction.
Okay, can you provide for me some citations supporting his
Sorry,
claim?
no, he was against induction. It was
Yeah, there you go. The problem with induction. So Karl Popper, yes.
no,
The problem with induction.
It was David Hume's problem of induction, right?
Right. So Karl Popper was against induction.
Yeah.
So science is purely deductive. So this is not even a scientific inquiry. We're talking about shapes. What is the hypothesis for shape?
Science is purely deductive. What's the argument for that?
Yes. Well, that's how the scientific method works. Within your hypothesis, you have a presumed or assumed cause of an effect. So you eliminate, deduce whether or not your supposed causes cause the effect.
Yeah, and you generate inductive or abductive inferences, which have sort of probabilistic consequences on the hypothesis.
Probabilistic, no, that's subjective again, that's induction. We are deducing the actual cause of an effect. You don't induce it.
Question begging, right? So in science, of course, we use induction, right, to generate inferences. We do that all across science.
You can infer that there is a cause to the effect, but you must deduce that your supposed cause that you infer actually does cause the effect. So ultimately, it is deductive. Somewhere along the line, someone screwed you up with bad logic and rhetoric.
Well, we're not talking about what it ultimately is, right? We're just talking about what the scientific method utilizes, or rather what science utilizes.
So,
It's induction.
no worries. Yeah, the scientific method is purely deductive.
What's the argument for that?
Okay, you walk me through it and you tell me how it's inductive, okay?
No, that's just a burden shift, right? I'm asking for the argument that it's purely deductive.
I already gave it to you, but apparently you didn't listen to it, so now I'm asking you.
I haven't heard sort of propositions leading to a conclusion.
I already did, so were you not listening to me? Are you here just to muddy the waters?
No, look, I'm not interested in your rhetoric. Just give me the argument.
So why did you not listen to me?
No, you didn't give an argument. At least
I did give it to you. You didn't listen. Go back and listen to it on the live stream.
Wait, so what was the argument?
You go back and listen to it. Maybe you should pay me to say it to you again since you weren't listening.
Can you summarize the argument in natural language?
Natural language is what other kind of language should we use?
Well, there's
mathematics.
No, there's formal language. Have you never heard
formal
formalized arguments?
Okay, so you want a formal argument? Why don't we just go ahead and get the definition? That way, we're not having a subjective conversation. Well, how is the scientific? Can you give me the steps of the scientific expensive? Hold on a second. Give me the steps of the scientific method, dude. No worries. If you have one that I don't, I want to see what yours is.
No, currently I'm just trying to sort of seek your argument out, right? But you're not providing it to me.
We don't have to even argue. Why don't you tell me what the scientific method is, and we'll see if it fits or applies to this particular conversation.
No, right now, just keep it linear, bro. I just want to.
Okay, let's keep it linear. Let's start at step one. What is the first step in the scientific method?
Oh, so the point of the conversation which we're at.
So the point of the conversation is you're going to avoid having the conversation. I'm asking you a question. You don't want to do it. You want to keep it linear. We're going through the first step, but you don't want to talk about it. You sound like you're here in bad faith. You sound like you're here just to troll.
No, I just want the argument for your claim, right? That's all I want.
The claim that the scientific method is deductive, I already gave it to you.
Yeah. That argument.
So aren't you listening?
I want the argument for.
All right. I'm going to just kick you out of here because you're not going to have a conversation.
Well, I'm not sure why you're doing this, right? So, yeah.
Well, let's keep it linear then, right? So what's the first step in the scientific method? I find it interesting that you won't actually give it to me. Like it's almost as if you don't know.
Well, I'm just seeking your argument, right?
So what is the first step in the scientific method? We don't have to have an argument. I mean, if this is an objective inquiry, there's no reason to form arguments here, right? This is objective. Well, objectively, what is the scientific method? Why don't you give me the first step?
Is objective that precludes providing arguments? I don't understand that.
What would be the argument when we're dealing with objectivity?
Observing a phenomena, observing a natural phenomena. That will be the first step. Observation of a naturally happening phenomena.
He doesn't like that. Apparently, that's not his scientific method.
No, I never said that I don't like that, right? I'm just seeking
Okay, so is that the first step in the scientific method? Yes or no?
Look, I just want the argument for your claim.
Look, I just want you see now. All you want is argument. You don't actually want to have a conversation. This is not a place where we're going to argue the scientific method. It is what it is.
So I want to have the conversation. The point of the conversation, which we're at, is you having to provide me the argument for your claim, right? It's definitely your burden of proof, and so you have to provide an argument.
That's why we're walking through it. You said let's keep it linear, so I said let's start at the beginning and go through it, and then we could probably both agree. Don't you think?
No, I just want the argument, some sort of premises leading to a conclusion.
Specifically with what?
I don't understand the question.
Oh my gosh. So now you don't even understand that question. I'm asking you specifically, what do you want an argument for? And now you don't even understand the question?
Oh, what I want the argument for? Well, for the conclusion that the scientific method is merely deductive.
Yeah, that's why we're going through it linearly, like you asked. We'll do it together. I don't have to provide you with any modus tollens or modus ponens. We can just go through the objective method of the scientific method linearly, like you said, and we'll see if there's induction in there when it comes to our ultimate conclusion, as far as the scientific method is concerned. So, what is the first step of the scientific method?
I'm just interested in your arguments.
Yeah, okay. You're just on repeat, bro. I broke you. I beat you up already, so now you're stuck on this. And it's kind of sad, really, dude. I mean, you got crushed right off the bat, so now you have to go on mute. The calling card of people who are in bad faith that just continually repeat the same thing over and over. Instead of us going through the scientific method so we can both agree on what it is and how it's performed and whether or not it's inductive or deductive, he doesn't want to do it. He wants some kind of formal argument or natural language. That's what I was doing. Doesn't want to do it. Pretty sad, really. Welcome, Muslim. How you doing?
You get any money out here, Bog? ATM bank. You just did nothing the whole time I was getting medical. Okay, there's a bank here on the way. There's a bank on the way. Nothing the whole time. You want me to run from the hospital to an ATM, which is steal a car? I don't steal cars. You drive around in a stolen
Hot miking. You were 43. You were hot miking, or you were intentionally noise bombing the channel, which is why I muted you. If you want an unmute, please let me know in the side chat. Hot mic, lads.
Thank you.
For the record, and anybody listening, I do need to correct myself. Nuno was correct. There is a book called The Problem with Induction by David Hume. The idea of induction that Karl Popper had a problem with basically goes back to the black swan. But anyway, Nuno was correct. Just saying.
Connected, no? Hello?
Hello? Oh, we got a cat PFP. This can't be good.
I'm muted in the channel, but
What?
What?
What's up, Damon? You got anything for us?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, the Earth is flat. Thank you for asking.
Well,
Take your time.
the least spoken topic is about meteors.
Meteors.
No, I wanted to talk about the meteors that I see each year on the same date.
Okay, what do you want to talk about regarding those? Just a quick question. Is there going to be a 30-second pause between each time you speak? Asking for a friend.
What are those? How do they occur exactly? The specific date?
No
Like
idea. They're just light
12,
phenomena in the sky.
13.
That's
I'm
like 30
working
seconds
with
again.
this delay. Wait.
Bro, honestly, are you here just to waste time, like spending 30 seconds to speak?
No.
It's the final leg of your internet carried out by a pigeon.
Yeah, geez.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Awesome. Says who? How are you?
What did you
Great
say?
job. Good to see you.
Good, good, good. DJ, hope you're well. Yep, everyone's
Sorry,
good.
I can't hear you. What did you say? Say again.
Just
I'm
saying
very
hello
good,
to
thank you.
everybody. Bye, Maro.
Up Jedi.
One word for you, DJ. Lampposts.
Lamp. Oh, shit. Dude, I've seen all these thumbnails and I wanted to click them. And yeah, I think I watched some of the lamppost one the other day.
Some crazy videos we've been watching, dude, for sure. Did you watch
Yeah,
the
man.
chandeliers one?
No, I haven't watched it. I'm gonna watch it today.
Like seriously, dude, you have got to
It's
watch
the
that one.
first
That
one.
one, that
It's
one blew
okay,
my
all right.
mind.
All right, so that's on the same channel. One sec. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna watch it right now. Dude, what's the temperature where you're at, Jedi?
Temperature?
Yeah.
Just
Cold,
like this, maybe about 4 or 5 degrees.
Oh shit, you're lucky. It's like freaking -12, -13 or something like that here.
Fucking hell.
It's crazy, bro. I drove to the store today because we're like, oh, we got a blizzard coming. We might not be able to drive to the store. Oh man, it was so sketchy driving to the store. It was like skiing with a
Really?
car. It was
Fucking
crazy.
hell.
Yeah.
Winter's hitting all across Northern Europe at the moment. We've got Storm Goretti heading our way. It's called Storm Goretti because it was originally named by the French because it was heading our way, but it's changed direction now. It's coming towards us. So 100-mile-an-hour winds, torrential rain followed by snow up to the next 12 to 14 hours. So it's started raining really, really hard here in the southwest of England. The winds have already started to hit the coastlines and stuff. So about 4 or 5 hours, it should be in my neck of the woods. And then, like literally, the Isle of Storm is right over my house.
Oh shit!
So yeah, that's going to be fun for the next 12 hours or so.
Well, I'm about to put shorts on. It's 8 degrees.
Wow.
Oh, 8 degrees. Oh shit! Fahrenheit.
Celsius.
Ah, Celsius. Yeah. That's
22 here, and it's only up past 6 in the morning.
I was just thinking about you. I was going to say Matrix is probably just waking up because it's too fucking hot to sleep.
I had a bastard of a night's sleep, actually. I'll tell you how bad a night's sleep I had. I crashed out early and walked into my room, set my fan on so it actually blew cool air from the other room into my bedroom, looked at my bed, just fell on it sideways across it, and that's how I woke up this morning.
Now I'm ready to talk about the meteors. Hello?
Oh, you're back. You want to talk about meteors? Hello. We don't know what
Okay.
they are. Even like the Geminids and the Draconids and the Perseids that happen like clockwork
Yes.
every year. I haven't got a clue.
This is interesting to me because this is the least spoken topic in the flat earth community. I was literally searching for this information, and what I saw with my naked eye was a very big chunk that like split in two, and I was just asking myself, what is that? I'm not claiming that Earth is
Yeah,
a globe or
just for clarity, I understand that the majority of, say, meteor strikes or what we would call shooting stars, things that fly across the sky all of a sudden. Sometimes these things can be like the size of a speck of sand, like a grain of sand. Sorry, so these things aren't necessarily huge chunks of rock and whatnot. They're relatively quite small, apparently. I think within the heliocentric model, one of the reasons why we have, or their explanations, or whatever, why we have like clockwork meteor showers is because we're passing through every year the old tail of a comet that's gone by some time ago. So we keep entering and re-entering that area of space that comet maybe have been. So we keep passing through the dust and structure of that comet tail. So the story goes.
But if the comet exists, that means space exists, or?
What do you? Okay, so what do you mean by space? As in a three-dimensional volume of area that physicality can exist in? Yeah,
Like the
agree
average
there's
person,
area.
like the average person understands space. I mean,
Well, there's two ways to understand volume of space, right? So an area of space or the vacuum of space where that area is devoid of any physical matter, especially gas.
where the comet went by, where do the comet passes? In what? In vacuum or?
I don't know. So I have no idea what the sky is, right? We see these phenomena in the sky and we're told that they're happening within a vacuum and that these things are blocks of ice or old comets or chunks of rock. I don't know what they are, dude. But the Earth can't be in motion going through a comet's tail because the Earth isn't measured to be in motion or a sphere in motion around another great big bright sphere. Whatever's happening up in the sky, it's fascinating, but we really don't know.
It's maybe something cyclical. I found some information somewhere, but it was very scarce. It's only cyclical.
Yeah, which kind of begs the question as to why is these things happening like clockwork? Maybe it's some kind of like clockwork energy output or something like that that makes these phenomena happen, or I don't know. Like I said, my friend, it's a lot of speculation.
Well, thank you very much.
No problem. Research chandeliers.
They still can't figure out how the impact craters are all perpendicular to the Earth.
Because back in the old days, we used to blame the moon for the menstrual cycle of females. So we used to throw things at it. That's why all of the impacts look like they came from us.
And the other thing is, why were most Apollo missions scheduled around the regular annual meteor showers? Except for one, I think all of them were on the shoulder or near the start of the regular annual meteors. Like, who came up with that scheduling?
That's interesting. Along with looking at flat Earth, I'm sure most of us have come across things like electric universe theory and stuff like that, which I wouldn't say is kind of hand in hand with flat Earth, but it's another way of looking at the sky. Maybe there are currents of energy that things travel along. Maybe we have noticed it, like winds, right? We can put balloons on winds. We can change the direction of the balloon by hiring it or lowering it into a different stream of wind. Maybe above the sky that we know in this place they call the vacuum, there's energy up there, like the electrodynamic or magnetic energy of the Earth. That NASA speak about that electrodynamic tethering, which is I've spoken about it before. So again, that's like a stream of energy, or they can gain energy from the friction in that stream. So maybe there are things up there that can make things move around if they're caught up within that energy flow, for want of a better term.
Well, the voltage potential increases dramatically as you go higher and higher above the surface. So.
See, yeah, this is what I've kind of learned by looking at what NASA says about their electrodynamic tethering. High in altitude, the potential is high. They use it. I don't know, is it a good thing or a bad thing if I unmute blank? I'll have left anyway. No problem. Who cares?
That solves that problem.
Mm-hmm.
Self-correcting.
We have
Well,
Flower Guppy at the bottom of the channel. Welcome. Oh, Flower Guppy gone. Right. Okay, how do we mention them without them running away? Junior Bald. Don't run away.
Say their
Junior
name
Bald.
backwards. Maybe they'll stay.
Welcome. Damon. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I've seen it my whole life. What is it? Damon? Damon?
Damon.
Like Matt Damon?
Damon.
Damon.
Damon, as in Matt Damon. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Let us know, bro. Let us know if you have any more questions.
It's like the golden compass. So do you hear the good news? They're going back to the moon?
Back? I'll let that slide just because you want a decent conversation and I know you. What's this story about them going back, dude? What's that?
Yeah, apparently in short order, they're supposed to be sending a capsule around the moon.
Oh, really? They've just decided, oh, right, we'll do that. Okay.
It's been, what, like 50, 53, 54 years now by the time we got back there?
Wow. So just a capsule around the moon, no plan to land on it with people. Because the Indians have been throwing stuff at the moon for a while now. Chinese as well. I think they hit it with something once.
Or are they just going to try a high Earth orbit? I'm not certain which they're doing here.
Oh, Artemis 2. I see. Oh, well, I wish them luck when they go back to the moon.
I hope they take better quality photographs than the crap they've been pushing on us for the last 50 years.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
70 millimeter cameras with 60 millimeter lenses, and we get crap.
Oh, and we'll have selfies
fuzzy crap.
We'll have selfies and podcasts and stuff on the moon soon. The camera quality, the location quality would be much better. Be awesome.
When I first started taking photographs of the moon with my $250 camera, it came out much clearer than the crap that NASA gave us from space.
Wow.
And they're using high-end medium format cameras. But just as a strange little thing I wanted to do, I wanted to test how far away and what would I need to take a picture of the western coastline of Spain.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out I would need 3 cameras because not one lens would never capture the whole thing. And then you'd have to be like 20,000 kilometers away or something to capture it all.
Wow.
Just huge, hugely impossible figures.
Even an image of, say, what's a good number? 70 miles of coastline, you should be able to see some type of curvature, right? If the Earth was a sphere. I say that number because that's about, what, 1 degree. So if you had like a coastline that you could see, that I've only seen about 50 miles, but if you've seen something about 70 miles from left to right, I think that would be a phenomenal image. You see skylines, like, for example, and I think New York, I think that's 29 miles north to south, or end to end, whichever way it goes anyway. So when you see the New York skyline, for example, you can probably estimate that you kind of seen around about 20 miles. If you get in the full thing, it's about 20 miles end to end. That shit looks incredibly flat. And we kind of forget about that aspect when we're looking at things like that, when we're looking far away at, say, skylines and so on. Chicago skyline as well. We are actually seeing quite a wide distance from left to right in some instances, like you're pointing out as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Trying to see the left to right as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah. I think the 50-mile one I remember seeing a good few years ago before COVID, like BC. It was the west on, I think it was the west coast of Wales and Great Britain. And that was approximately about 50 miles end to end. Lovely coastline, gorgeous image, but not an ounce of curvature anywhere. I just thought it was phenomenal. Like the left to right curvature. It's, obviously the further away back you get from, say, a coastline sitting at something that's sitting out of water, like a landmass, like we'd see in a coast. The further back from that you get, that you potentially see that curvature. If it was a ball, that's where you would also see that curvature pronounced, because it's landmarks and the land. You would see the curvature on the land and so on. But yeah, it's just interesting.
Hey Jedi, did you ever check out that? I don't know if I sent it to you or not, but it's like a video about the Great Wall of China.
No, I don't think you sent it to me either, mate.
Oh man, it's
Or if you
freaking
did, it definitely doesn't ring a
mind-boggling.
bell, and I didn't watch it. But what's this?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll post it in the side chat as well. This guy's channel is really good as well. He's got a lot of mixed content about all sorts of different things. But yeah, this one I'll send it to you in DM as well. Yeah, this is mind blowing. Yeah, it's just all about the Great Wall and the origins of it and how big it is and how that's claimed to be built and how all of the evidence goes against the mainstream explanations of how it came to be.
Lots of Chinese people, easily sorted. There's loads of them, right? They did it. Lots of manpower.
Yeah. The biggest one I heard is that the wall was meant to keep the Chinese in.
Instead of the stupid Mongolians out. Okay.
Yeah, that's the way it's designed. Yep, it's definitely seems to be that. Yeah, the opposite of what they say. But yeah, that's a real good
Shock
one. You'll
horror.
love that one. Yeah, shock horror.
But yeah, just imagine trying to build something that size with donkeys.
I don't know. I have some crazy speculations in my head, but suggesting that possibly the people that built these things were bigger people, then maybe they acted like shepherds, and this was just a wall around one of their fields for the people sheep that they had. It seems crazy.
Yeah, man, it's like 13,000 miles long, something like that.
You can see it from space, apparently.
It could go like right across America and back a few times or something like that.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
The fuck? Yeah. Actually, the Great Wall of China is kind of something that I haven't. Also, something that I haven't considered. Okay, now.
Oh man, it's a trip.
I bet it is, man. I'm looking forward to watching that then.
So the longest straight line distance across the US is 2,800 miles. This wall is over 13,000 miles long.
13,000. Fucking hell. That's a lot of Chinese people. Is the video more about why it was built, as like Rayleigh just said, or is it about how it was built, or a bit of both, or none of those?
Everything. Yeah, everything.
Okay.
It all ties into everything else that we've been looking into as well.
Oh, awesome. Oh, awesome. Charlie Hanson's back. I like Charlie's name. Welcome back, Charlie. Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing today? You well?
I'm doing okay. Just a little grouchy. Lack of
Little
sleep
grouchy.
last night. Yeah, I got lack of sleep, and when that tends to happen, I get my days, not the best. But I'm here.
I could empathise with that for sure. Lack of sleep. Yeah, that pisses me off. Things hectic when I wake up, not having enough sleep, and that pisses me off.
Yep. How's your day going?
Yeah, good man. Apart from a storm that's hitting at the moment, it's very windy and very rainy where I am. But apart from that, man, all good. Thanks for asking. We're not doing too much at the moment. Kind of just chewing the cud, speaking about a few things between ourselves. Not really to do with flat Earth, but was the flat Earth reason why you jumped in? Was there something you wanted to know, or something you wanted to say?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Charlie.
Not at this very moment.
Okay, buddy. Well, I thought I'd ask. Well, welcome back to the channel anyway.
Yes, sir. I mean, if anybody else has any questions about FE, be happy to answer.
Majority of people in here at the moment are flat earthers. Their only question is, what's the weather like where you are? And have you looked at chandeliers recently?
What was that?
Just a joke, dude. Saying the only thing that flat earthers talk about is what the weather's like where you are. And recent conspiracy topics that we've been looking into. One of the strangest things has been chandeliers, you know, the lights that hang from ceilings in big elaborate buildings. Just the story that we're told about those, and actually the kind of rigmarole about how this would actually practically work. So the two stories don't correspond. So I was just making fun, dude.
No worries.
Are we in a simulation?
Simulation of what? What do you mean by simulation? It's like reality not really real, because really when we look down really small, there's a lot of space between the physicality. If we look at quantum mechanics, it doesn't really fit the law of physics as we know it. And other possible examples that suggest that reality acts with some underlying intelligence keeping it all together. Is that what you mean?
I mean that all material things are simulated. We are not actually here, but your consciousness is like
yes.
Are
we a brain in a
radio.
jar?
No.
Okay.
Your consciousness is immaterial and is somehow transmitted like a radio wave into your body.
Yeah, I've heard about this idea from a gentleman called David Icke. Our perception of reality isn't the real physical reality. We're outside of the reality being projected into our physical body, where we experience this physical reality, but we're actually not a part of it. Possibly, mate. It's very interesting. There's a lot of there's a lot of metaphysical ideas, spiritual ideas kind of combined with those things. So yeah, it's very possible, my friend.
Do you know about Danny Goller experiment? What he did?
It doesn't ring a bell. I'm sure that not everybody does. So just talk us through it.
With the DMT experiment with the laser on the wall, and they claim they are seeing a piece of fourth-dimensional thing or something.
Amazing the shit what you see when you're tripping.
Yeah, but they are not tripping hard. They just take 2 steps.
Just slightly
Just a little
hallucinating.
bit, just tripping a little bit. That's all right. Don't mind me.
What have you just walked into, Professor Triangle? I'm so sorry.
I'm tripping, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna be tripping today.
That is going to be today's catchphrase, I'm sure. You must be tripping.
It's a laser pulse to him.
Maybe that DMT allows you to access a different consciousness frequency.
Or maybe it's just your imagination.
I don't think that's what we
I
talk
think
about.
your perception of reality changes. I think that's the safest thing that you can say.
They are
time doesn't actually alter, but when you're on some drugs, it definitely feels like it does.
Yeah, when I was like 35 years ago, I thought I figured out why trees grew straight up when I was doing that shit, and now I figured out that I was wrong.
Yeah, but they are claiming they are saying the same code.
I discovered the color of wind when I was tripping once.
Oh, what color is it? Like a
It's like
grayish,
a purple
cloudy?
Huh? That's why I can describe it. It's like a purple, smoky color.
Oh, that's kind of like a fart. The way I see farts are kind of like a purpley color.
Yeah.
And I don't got to be tripping.
So no tripping.
I get you. I understand what you're saying. It's just when we start invoking some kind of drug or medical compound into the equation, then obviously it's going to come under, you know, a little bit of scrutiny,
get it.
along with yeah. But it's I understand the point that you're making. Our physical reality doesn't always appear to be the only reality in which we inhabit, right?
Dreams are very strange.
Dreams, yeah, they're also very strange. True.
Because I had a lot of dreams where I am seeing a character which I am controlling, but the way I see the character is outside from a third person perspective. And when I
No.
think about something, the character that I'm looking at does it. Sometimes I even feel what the character should feel. This is very interesting to me. Because average people are not gonna debate flat Earth because when they hear flat, they
Oh,
are
average?
out.
What do you mean by average people?
I mean, look,
Some of the most
at work,
ordinary average people I know are flat earthers.
I'm trying to talk with average people at work or make friends, and like if you say flat, it's it- it's out there.
Yes, yeah, I understand what you mean. It's not a popular opinion, so when you speak to the populace, it's not
Yeah.
something that they hold. Okay,
Yeah, so stop bringing it up to them, and you won't look like a crazy person. And especially don't talk about doing fucking tripping and shit while you're talking about it, making us look bad.
No, it's about Danny Goller's experiment. The experiment is very interesting because he puts a laser up on the wall. They are taking two sips and they are seeing the same thing. How can you trip the same thing, the same code of reality that they claim they see
Man.
through the laser?
Guys get stoned and they see the same thing because they're fucking.
How do they know they're seeing the same thing? Are they connected? Are they wired up? And we got monitors so we can see what they're looking at?
I get what you mean, but it's a lot of information what they put out, and it's hard to in two sentences to summarize all what they said. But they are claiming to see some kind of code that doesn't change.
Yeah, probably seeing the clock in the fucking laser. Those are clocked. You know that, right? It's not a solid beam that comes out. It's blinking really, really fast.
Yeah, but they are seeing kanji like characters and some kind of Jewish characters combined.
So if I go and do it, I'm going to see Jewish characters, or am I going to see like Santa Claus and Easter Bunny?
No, you will see definitely will see some characters. I never tried it, but seems interesting.
No thanks.
Yeah, when drugs are involved, I get kind of skeptical as well because of the hallucination thing. But where do you draw the line of hallucination and actual fundamental reality that's showing and you think it's a hallucination?
My Lanta.
When I just hate when people put all the drugs in the same bucket because you say drug and you could say people also hallucinate during meditation. I'm getting off topic here, I think.
Hey Jedi, you there?
Yeah, man, I'm just watching football. What's up?
Oh, can you check your DM for a second and make sure that the chandelier video I picked is the right one?
Yeah, dude.
Cheers.
Give me a second. I'm gonna have to watch some of it. It doesn't look like the right title, but that might be my memory. Give me a minute.
All right, cheers.
Stupid meat pun. Yeah, that's the video, dude.
Awesome, cheers. I'll
No
check
worries,
it
man.
out now.
Oh boy, they're being pretty optimistic with Artemis 3. They think they're going to stay 30 days total with a duration of 7 days on the surface.
So they're actually going to the moon as you go into the surface.
Yeah, that's the Artemis 3 mission. Artemis 2 is just to circle the moon.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just to have a look about. Make sure it's like the moon and stuff. I get you.
Artemis 3 was originally targeted for 2024, 2025. And they think now it's going to be mid 2027.
Oh, okay. So about 18 months. Awesome. Well, yeah, we look forward to that.
Requires orbital refueling, 10 to 15 tanker flights.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
So we've got they're sending aeroplanes up into the sky, and it's got what manually refuel with those. What?
Did they really photograph the dark side of the moon, or is that a hoax too?
No. Why'd you ask?
I asked. I saw some declassified side of the moon photos that claim that had some structures on there. Is that a hoax, or did they really photograph the other side of the moon that we cannot see?
I think that's a hoax.
Yeah, probably a hoax. I was just looking for something deeper, but I'm not finding it anywhere.
I think I remember like photographs from the dark side of the moon showing moon bases back in like 2012 ish, just before I came into Flat Earth. There's always some bullshit, even though NASA is bullshit anyway. But there's always some extra bullshit that they claim that NASA are always hiding something from us, right? There's always been the Area 51 type of idea of crash landing aliens. When they went to the moon, it didn't all go the way that we're told because there was some kind of contact with people, aliens that were watching them. There's all of these different types of stories and stuff that you can find on YouTube and on the internet and so on. I remember looking into Dyson spheres. NASA had said, using their like Hubble Space Telescope back in the day, that they'd seen suns light years away that appeared to have alien technology around them. There's always this like murky water surrounding with NASA. I think this is the same type of thing, dude. But remember, NASA are supposed to be an agency that have, from what we're supposed to believe, from the 60s onwards, since we started really looking up in the sky and thinking that we could explore it, were the agency or a part of the hiding of aliens, and do they really know, and are they keeping something from us? So that's something that we always have to remember when we're thinking about NASA. There's a huge narrative, and they're supposed to be, question marks, keeping secrets anyway.
$75 million.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello,
Howdy.
how are you? Okay, I must be imagining things.
Hello there.
So it says here NASA's daily budget is roughly $69 to $75 million. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money.
It is. Yeah.
So wait, that's daily? $75 million
Daily.
daily.
Yeah, daily.
Do you think that we could use that money somewhere else other than trying to get into
course.
supposedly space? I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
They
Maybe we
probably
could
are
like
using. They probably are using it somewhere else. That's the thing.
for sure.
Something
I
even
would think
sketchier than NASA.
I would we could stop that for 4 years and use that budget on something else. I don't know. Like, couldn't somebody just stop and realize, like, hey, let's just stop looking up, using the budget for that, and let's help out, you know, the economy in whatever countries are needed. I don't know.
I appreciate what you're saying, but for the benefit that NASA provide, is in regards that they get to give us a certain narrative about what's up in the sky because they're an authority, because they go there. And I think from their point of view, the money is worthwhile because of the entertainment and the information and the deception that they proliferate upon the people. It's like Hollywood in some instances. It's like the music industry and other, right? Sports entertainment, right? Although it doesn't serve one of those particular purposes, it serves another purpose, and that purpose is disinformation. I think when we look up in the sky, they tell us what the sky is. We can't verify that story, so we have to rely on them. I think the benefit that they gain from their $60 to $70 million every day is a kind of drop in the ocean in the overall scheme of finances. It's worth it from their point of view. Yeah, they could probably build a lot of affordable social housing, solve the housing crisis, but that's going to lean into other issues that the wealthy like to get money from and control, property values and blah blah blah. But ultimately, it serves a purpose.
Brainwash people so far that they will believe anything that they would try us to fool us with, I think. Or the real question is, how long would this lie gonna go? How long can they keep this going?
As long as they have the technology and the authority to do so, they'll keep doing it. They've always had the authority, and they've gained more and more, and they've always had the technology, and technology is improved. So we've always had the technology because they use the technology today. So they're always going to do it. Just look at the world around you. People get their information primarily when they press now, talking to a device that they don't even have to hold it. Right? That's how easy it is to gain information. No one's checking the information, right? People very easily give into comfort and authority, it appears to me. Especially with regards to these types of things, right? When it comes down to very, I say, niche type of ideas, but very specific areas, mathematics, science, engineering, space exploration, how governments are run, finances, all of these different things are very compartmentalized. So from the general population's point of view, those are the authorities that give us the story. So they're always going to be giving us the story. It's up to us whether we choose to believe it or not. But the world around us appears to be leading into an apathetic kind of frame of mind. No one really cares as long as they've got their food, their internet connection. They can afford to do what they need to do, or they've got the worries of the world on their shoulders. It doesn't make a difference to them what NASA are doing or what another country is doing. So as long as they have that kind of me or self-centered kind of mindset in there, flocks of sheep, then they're fine. They'll always have control. The only time is when they really step out of line. Take place. We've seen revolutions take place throughout history, so that would be the possibility of some kind of change. But you're relying on a lot of people.
This may be a little off topic, but what I found interesting during the COVID-19 virus, they were forcing people to get the shot. I actually got laid off from my job during that
Yeah, we
time.
don't talk about that shit in here, mate.
That's fine. It was more or less about control. I just thought it was ironic that they made everybody wear masks.
Stop. Otherwise, you get a mute. Since we stream to things that don't like that conversation, we do not have that conversation. Thank you.
Okay, so we're censored.
So we can use it as an argument whilst being specific with our words, because it's a good example, if I'm reading the room correctly, forgive me, but of control and how people are coerced into doing things on a ground scale. It's a good example. There are lots of them on the small scale. This is just a huge one, showing that large scale events can deceive people. The bigger the lie it seems, then no one's really going to question it, because it's so fanciful that why would they lie to us? And there must be some kind of authority that's fact checking these things that is only going to release certain information that's truthful to us. I think we've lived out that delusion, or I have at least anyway. But that's the way that some people perceive the world. But yeah, we can use lots of examples of how people have been coerced one way or another. Happens all the time. I think we're just used to it. We don't realise how much it happens. Signs in shops, on roads, and so on. The way that you interact with colleagues at work because of best practice and all of these things that you need to sign when you're working with people, and the acts or the laws that you have to follow, and so on. We all get corralled like sheep down one way or another to affect how we act in the world. We do all toe the line to a certain point of view.
So what happens when they start censoring flat earth conversation?
Already are. Just passively. You just don't notice.
We can still talk about it during the live stream, but we can't talk about other things.
Algorithms in every social media program.
Didn't that change recently with YouTube, but not the so terms of service with YouTube? Like, for example, flat earth content is widely available. I don't know what it comes under when it's speaking about what it used to be classified as medical misinformation. I think that's how that subject gets classified. But I think YouTube have kind of eased the reins recently. I think it's more of a Discord issue with the phrasing that I just used as in medical information or misinformation.
I mean, there's even an algorithm for which comments pop up.
Yeah, people are bringing up algorithms all the time, just coming up with AI generators to listen to conversations and pick certain things out and stuff. This is the AI
I think
age.
what's worse is the filtering. It filters out certain, it'll filter out what it doesn't agree with and push what it does. You can literally control minds with that, because if you're not hearing anybody agree with you, eventually those thoughts are going to die.
Mm-hmm. I think I brought this up a couple of weeks ago because I was absolutely astonished and aghast. I'd speak to somebody about it, so I came in here. But just generally watching things on like YouTube and social media and stuff, the amount of AI generated things that really, if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't know if it was the actual person saying these things or whether it was AI generated words to sound like that person and the image was generated to look like they were saying these things. That over like recent months and especially like the last year or so, that seems to have massively escalated. I'm talking about things like from even a scientific point of view. I remember seeing something with Brian Cox, you know,
It's
the
always,
famous.
but the
Pardon?
problem, like you said, is it's compartmentalized. It's always just another layer of the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Even down to like the structure of language.
Yes, and that I can agree with. So in certain countries, some words have even been taken out of the dictionary. It
You
sounds
don't think
phenomenal, right? It sounds absolutely absurd, but I think it's in North Korea, and the
you
word
don't think that
freedom,
happens in
for example,
America?
doesn't.
You haven't seen dictionary words lose like one of their definitions in Merriam-Webster? It's happened a lot, actually. It happened a lot like 10 years ago. The new Merriam-Webster's dictionary has less definitions for a lot of words. There's a lot more words in it, but a couple or like quite a few words have just one or two definitions removed. Every language is edited.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not surprised. Right? There should be some kind of uproar about this type of thing, right? They've changed the language. They've taken words out. They don't want to understand things. Compiled with that, they've changed our history. They don't want to past all of these things that have been edited and manipulated, coming out the time of cancel culture as well, right? Everything has obviously been being changed. You seem quite apathetic to it, though, right? I think the prudent point is to be aware that this is the situation that we're in. Our friend asked earlier if we're in a situation. It came to my mind where we're definitely in a game, and it's prudent to understand the rules of the game and to understand that there's a game going on around you. I used the phrase "game" right, because there are things going on that are just weird. Right, and there's rules that apply that if you don't know them, understand what's happening right directly in your face. They live. We all have spoken about that. Was it Ronnie Piper video, whatever his name is, the ex-wrestler back in the 80s when he puts on the glasses and he sees the world for what it really is. I think that's what I'm trying to say is it's at least to be aware that you're in some kind of game and you have to pay attention in a particular type of way to what's going on around you.
You're getting lost in the sauce, buddy.
Probably.
Lost in the sauce. So what should we be paying attention to?
Things
6
don't
o'clock
stop being
news.
real because there's another layer, though.
No, there's just another layer.
But it's less like lies and more like nested realities.
Okay, when you say nested realities, do you mean, for example, and forgive me if I'm incorrect, a physical reality and let's say a supernatural spiritual reality that aren't actually quite separate, are actually kind of overlapping and nested together? One
No,
is
I
in
mean
within.
like
Okay.
no, I mean like everyone. You know how everyone lives in their own bubble, right? Everyone has their own reality within a greater reality within another greater reality. It's like
I understand.
Matryoshka dolls.
Yeah. There's 6 billion realities.
Well, there's more because there's shared realities and there's realities that nobody even realizes are real because nobody can encompass all of everything in their head or like fit everything into their
Yeah,
head.
okay. So you're using realities as in some emotions that individual people go through and experience together or separately.
Well, reality as in perception.
No, I'm just clarifying. I'm just
Well,
trying
not
to follow what
emotions, perception. What you perceive to be real is a reality within another reality.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an objective reality or is it all subjective?
That's a great question, actually. I don't know. I don't think I'm qualified to answer that. Or I don't think anybody is.
I don't think it's. I think by what we're saying, or what was just said, not everything is objective. There is an objective reality. I think, if I'm speaking for myself, I think there is an objective reality, but it's also surrounded or within or embodied or did as I took as a good phrase with another non-physical reality. So I think it's both.
What if the world just doesn't work like that? What if there is no objective reality? What if it's true that like if a tree gets chopped down in the forest and no one's around to hear it, that it doesn't make a sound? What if we create reality just by perceiving it?
Why is there a tree then? If there's
I
no one
don't know. I'm not
around to
qualified to answer
hear
that
the sound
question.
of the tree falling down because no one's around to experience that, then why is there a tree?
I don't know.
Okay. Because with the end of that is because experience portrays reality. The consciousness, embodies reality. So the tree only exists because the consciousness is there.
Jarhead. Oh. Wait.
Wait. Okay.
Huh?
Did someone say wait?
What did I say? Oh, that was me. I'm just talking. Uh,
How are you
I
doing
mean,
today,
obviously,
Jedi?
flat Earth is subjective reality, right?
Sorry, someone spoke for you. Did you say objective or?
Objective.
Yeah. Objective for sure.
Is this place a prison?
Prison. Maybe it's the only environment that we could live in, so it was created so we can live life. Depends how you look at it. Do you feel like you're in a prison, as in the world around you, or is it just the people around you?
No, in the point of view of suffering.
Is a terrarium a prison?
Yes.
Could be a protection.
Could also be that. Suffering, do we do it to ourselves or not always us doing it to ourselves? The problem of suffering is interesting. Maybe somebody feeds off of our suffering or gaining energy. We are in Plato's cave.
As a flat earther, I've left that cave already. I'm rushing back to tell people about reality, but they refuse to come out.
Plato's
Anyway,
Cave's the one with the shadows on the wall, right? Yes, no?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you.
One of the shadows can be your body. Your think people think that they are the body, but actually, if you get out of the cave, you will see that you're actually immaterial or something. Some people go even that far that they get identified with their name. That's also a shadow on the wall.
In that case, there's shadows everywhere.
Somebody said it. Really, people do not really care about coming out of the cave. They feel good in the cave. I mean, the average people that I encounter every day, I ask them about just the easy philosophical thing, and they don't care about it.
Yeah. It's kind of depressing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very depressing. For example, I asked the guy at work, we were watching a lake, a pond of fish, and I asked him, "Do you think that somebody's watching us as we are watching those fish?" And he said, "Well, the fish are good there. I am good here. Why do we have this conversation?"
Wow. I understand, right? It's a good example, but a very common phenomena. Sometimes you try to engage somebody in a slightly deep conversation and you're stonewalled. It can be really, really disappointing. I understand that. Sometimes you're trying to reach out for some kind of meaningful interaction with people and understanding of life, and you walk away feeling disappointed that your intention wasn't met, that other people don't have similar curiosities about such good questions as you asked.
Yeah, it just feels like an NPC is responding.
I think that's one of the beauties of life, though, although it's disappointing, right? People are different, and that comes with its own challenges, and that's one of the things that makes life unique, right? Not everybody, for example, is going to like you. You don't like everybody. Not everybody supports the same football team as me. Most people don't have the same political ideology that I have, right? There are lots of ideas that these words sound too similar, are our own. That our own thoughts and feelings. So that's that subjective reality. Sometimes it's not a common thing to share those types of curiosities and idiosyncrasies about ourselves commonly with other people. It's like the idea of finding like-minded people to go to a club with or do similar things with, or have these types of debates, which is why this room is around, because not everybody wants to talk about flat earth, but some people do. So that's why they come to like-minded people. Like I said, I guess we just have to treat it as one of the beauties of life. It's disappointing, I guess, that not everybody has these types of theological philosophical questions and don't answer them when they're asked, because their minds are on other things, and these things that are brought up are of no interest to them. That's fine. That's their life. They're on their journey, and I guess we have to respect that.
Yeah, I understand. You put it very well.
From a certain point of view, it might be their first or second time around. They might be quite young in their life cycles. Maybe these deeper conversations are only around for people that have been around a few times, are getting towards the end of their life cycles. So yeah, some people have got their own journeys to walk through, their own karma to sort through.
Basically, your answer was what I read in Howdy Makowski's book. He put it exactly like you put it.
I've never heard of the person, sorry.
No, it's just a random book I read.
I call those people the what does it matter? I still have to go to work tomorrow crowd, and we all bump into them. There's nothing you can really do at that point. They're so dependent on the system they live in that they can't break free from it. I mean, you can show them the truth, but they have to accept it themselves. I find it weird, actually, but they exist.
It struck me as soon as you said that the idea of the people, the 9 to 5. What is it going to change for my life? It's very. The term I'm looking for is instant gratification. Like, what's it going to? How's it going to make my life better now? Right? Because we're used to living in that society these days, right? If I want to make myself better, I just go online and go shopping, for example. I buy myself a bigger TV, I get a new computer game, a bigger car, I go out to a club, I find a hotter woman type of thing, right? It's an instant gratification. These type of things, they aren't instant, right? Although people can have euphoria moments, people can have, you know, times where they slap themselves in the face and have kind of reality jilts, or and so on. And unless it's that type of thing, when we're talking about these theological things, and, you know, are people, is there a God looking at us as we live our lives, for example, then it doesn't give somebody some kind of instant gratification. Most of these theological ideas are about what happens later, right? After you've lived your life, you know, when you die, you know, eternity, and, you know, when you meet God and some kind of judgment that may or may not happen, these types of things. That's easy to put into the future. Some people don't even have these ideas that these types of things could possibly exist. So from their point of view, it's definitely not going to change their world, and especially not instantaneously within the next day. They're still going to have to go to work tomorrow, right? And within that type of response, because people need to, you know, gain some kind of way to survive. This is a survival mechanism that people are in, whatever job they're doing, that it's because they're trying to maintain sustenance, food, an environment, a home, probably family, children, no doubt. And because they've got worries that now their children need to get to school in the morning, there need to be food in their packed lunch, there needs to be clothes on their back. You know, I'm doing this in a couple of weeks' time. So these types of ideas are can be easily put as not really relevant to some people from their way of thinking. Definitely not with regards to having to go to work tomorrow. They're still going to have to go to work tomorrow.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I would add that, you know, when they hear it, and I think sometimes it's kind of a concession when they say that, well, oh, great, so here's another thing that I've been lied to about, because I think most people are fully aware that most of what is being, you know, offered to them through the media, through, you know, the religious institutions, the political realm, blah blah blah, is all phony and all fake, and they go, here's another thing that is, you know, me getting ripped off, but they don't really have the desire, or they don't believe that they have any power once they hear the truth. They go, well, I'm just going to be a slave tomorrow, so I'm just going to keep being a slave. They don't really want to act on the new information that they get, only if it benefits them in the here and now, you know, kind of like the instant gratification. So, yeah, I agree. I mean, to be fair, to have this knowledge is not right away practical, right? You go, oh, okay, I've always lived essentially with everything being up and down and side to side, so I pretty much live as if the earth is flat anyway. This would change nothing in the way that I ultimately live, so I don't see the benefit. I could see that argument. Practically, people will probably have a hard time kind of explaining to people what this practically will do for them in the short term. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's practical to no longer listen to charlatans. You know, stop getting ripped off. That would be my argument.
In some regards, it's used as a tool to break the apathy that's inherent within the system, like our apathy, like to these things that go on. The newspapers have always lied to us. We don't trust the news anymore when we switch it on at 6 o'clock. Nobody, should never believe anything you hear on the internet. So we kind of, as a general rule, believe these things, but we're kind of apathetic to it because it's just the way things. And I think that phrase "things are" is a trap for a lot of people, and the vast majority of people. They can change their individual lives, which is paramount to most people, their job, their career, what makes them happy, their purpose, their family, for example, so they can act quickly and be positive for those things should the circumstances allow, should the system allow, because poverty exists and, rents are through the roof, and that's a fucking struggle in that's another game in itself. But yes, I think the whole thing's a fucking game, especially the apathy part. It's inherent within the system. What changes can I, as a person, really make? It's hard to get into groups of people that have the ability or the wherefore, the ability to organize themselves to make any radical change. Local change, personal change, yeah. Radical, governmental, international, global, that's a good phrase to use, but worldly change is very hard to enact from a small person that lives in a small town somewhere. So in that way, the apathy comes from feeling that some people don't realize that the change is really much more personal and, to use a good phrase, spiritual, I would guess. Those things that are inside. You might not be able to change the world, so to speak, internationally. China might not agree to the shit that example, but personally, within yourself, you can come to a deeper understanding of the reality in which you inhabit and your purpose for being it. And again, that's understanding the game that you play. Flat Earth is a really good key to that. I think it helps point another finger at the obvious deck of cards. I mean, the deck of cards fell down ages ago with regards to most things that most people will agree upon. Like I said, the news and how we perceive it, and don't believe anything that's in the newspaper. So yeah, apathy's a killer.
What do you guys think about the final experiment that they said that they proved the Earth is a globe?
How would observing a light circle around you in the sky above a measurably flat plane cause problem for anyone? Think about it. If the Earth's measured flat, then the light in the sky, the sun, can do whatever it wants. How does it circle around an observer? Probably because it's circling. And I say circling, I mean it doesn't meet the same point that it left. Right? It's always somewhere else on the next course that it takes, like a spiral, for example. I don't know. But whatever the light does, whatever course it takes, it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measurably flat. Why do you think that it proved the Earth wasn't flat when they went to Antarctica and observed the 24 hours? Why do you think this was happening?
I don't know.
Really? Okay. Why do you think it's relevant then if people go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun? What would it prove either way then?
Well, for the average person, it would prove it's a globe because the flat Earth model doesn't have a 24-hour sun in the south.
There we go. Because of the flat Earth model, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it.
So you know what I'm going to say, right? That's a model. Actually, it's a map. It's a map that has to be specifically used because distances are different south of the equator. So you have to learn how to use the map to make it make sense. This map has been reified. It's also been put on like thumbnails and kind of on social media as, flat Earth. And this is what you'll see when, flat Earth, it's subliminal programming, right? This is what flat earthers say. No, we don't. But some people latched onto this idea, right? Because of, again, social media, because what other people were saying on things like YouTube, for example, with their enigmatic backdrops of what the Earth would possibly look like in their conceptions and models of, a dome and the Earth being a circle surrounded by Antarctica. And whether some people believe this is the real reality or not, this is what was disproven, I guess, with the 24-hour experiment in Antarctica. Because within this idea, you couldn't have a sun circle around you if you're always outside that circle. If you're inside the circle and the circle gets tighter and tighter, inside the circle being inside the Arctic in the north, and the sun circle getting tighter and tighter around you, and just based on perspective, eventually you'll see it getting closer to you and it will stay in the sky until it eventually changed and went back in its other direction. But you would still be on the outside of the circle in Antarctica because the furthest the sun circles is the Tropic of Capricorn, I believe, in the south. So south of the equator. So somebody standing on the circle of Antarctica, which is a wider circle than the circle of Tropic of Capricorn, where the sun is said to circle, then you would never observe the sun circle around you. So that's what that shows. That's what a 24-hour sun is. It's also was a social experiment. I think some people have said. Maybe people have also went there. It was used for I don't know, just popularity, maybe to see what flat earthers would or wouldn't go. It's a crazy event, but nonetheless doesn't disprove the Earth is measured flat. Just removes certain ideas that some people had latched onto.
Yeah, they made it harder to even start talking about flat Earth because now younger people can just go to YouTube, type in final experiment, and they have a cold proof that you are talking bullshit. Yeah, I am agreeing with you that it was a social experiment.
It is a helpful way to cut out all the riffraff, though, right? Like if people are going to claim an azimuthal equidistant projection and the sun and the moon circling around it, as depicted, then they're really not ready for this. They latch on to ideas that aren't theirs pretty quickly, which is kind of how this all started in the first place. So, I mean, that's okay, although it doesn't do well for the overall topic. If people just hear the word experiment and then they see the word debunk and then they go watch it and they're like, oh, well, all the flat earthers stereotypically believe that the earth is an azimuthal equidistant projection and this obviously, contradicts that, then there's nothing more to see here. But it's kind of the same problem both ways.
Testing. Test positive.
Come again? Hello?
Nothing.
Oh,
Absolutely.
it's Beanie Weenies.
Yep. Your favorite glober.
Still on that ball that
Avatar is a
measures
glober.
flat, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Just
I went.
curious as to why. Why do you want to
Uh,
keep this this ideology, this concept?
oh, why?
Yeah.
Because, okay, so again about models, like when you make the globe model, it does explain everything. It explains the weather, explains the moon, the
There is
day.
no globe model.
Yeah, there is. And the
No,
sun's at the center, it orbits around the sun. The moon orbits
no.
around the Earth.
We have to be careful about the terminology that we use. It's only a concept. It's a mathematical concept. There is no model.
So is a model meant to be? I thought a model was just like a visual representation of a idea.
Well, yeah, if it's a die-cast model of a Ferrari, then yeah, it's a smaller representation of an actual thing. But in this case, because the actual thing doesn't exist, it's purely mathematical. It's just a concept. And besides, if we're talking about science and scientific models, then there would have to be experiments being performed, which there are not. So this is only conceptual in the mathematical sense.
I kind of. You have to have a to buy an energy. Do you have to have ID in America
To what?
to buy an energy drink? Store.
Do you have to have an ID? No, but there are some energy drinks that recommend that people under 18 do not purchase them. It'll say it on the can.
Yeah, like a line. Red line is monster, by the way. Hard.
Is he cutting out for anybody else, or is it just me? Beanie Weenies, you're cutting out. I don't know why.
Okay, there we go. That should fix it. Yeah. What was like red line? Red line is monstrous. I've heard horror stories.
Red Line or Red Bull?
Red line.
Never heard of it.
It probably got banned because it's genuinely like it might kill somebody. It probably has killed somebody. Has the stupid bus gone through?
So when it comes to the heliocentric concept, you are more comfortable with a mathematical concept that in reality does not exist because it answers questions for things that occur in nature?
I mean, yes. Like it explains why the things happen. So.
Well, see, explanations are worthless unless they have demonstration. So an explanation in this case would be a just so story, or kind of like a fairy tale that someone would tell you. Like Santa Claus, you know, like you see the presents under the tree, so your mom and dad tell you that he came in the middle of the night down the chimney and put them there. It's the exact same thing as the globe. You see an eclipse, they create some kind of elaborate story about where you live and space and all that, and show you how it could happen, and so you buy it. So it's essentially the exact same thing as Santa Claus, although in reality, none of that is true.
I hate that. I see the analogy. I don't want to say good point because that all sounds crazy to myself.
Well, I mean, you know, digest it. But like I said, this is all purely mathematical. It's just conceptual. But you have to go to the actual Earth to see its, you know, geometric properties. You have to measure it. That's reality.
Yes.
The flat earthers are the only ones that are saying things like, I don't know. Like if people come in here and go, well, how do you explain how eclipses work? Ultimately, I don't know why the moon gets darker and the sun gets darker at certain times. I have no idea. There's no way for us to test that. But we do know in reality that the earth is measured to be flat. So the best we can say is, I don't know. You know? I don't even know what the sun and the moon really are. They're light phenomena in the sky.
Oh, yeah,
I see what you see.
Yeah. is that like the universal view of like not universal because like obviously you can have like different people different thoughts, but like is it the main view of flat earthers that you generally don't assume what you can't know, like you don't know what the sun and moon are?
I would say overall, no. I think it's going to be the vast majority of people that consider themselves to be flat earthers that are going to try to come up with another just so story as to how it works. Those of us who kind of hang around this particular server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, we do our best to make sure things are empirical, so that we don't just go making up stories, because I don't want to replace the bad story that you already have with another bad story.
It's not an attempt to do that anyway. It's not an attempt to explain every single little thing that's happening in the universe, right? It's an evaluation of the surface geometry. That's it. Plus, well, it's not that's it, because we evaluate other aspects about it, like it's claimed to be moving, but we don't sense that. Nobody measures it, right? That's just an assumption based on philosophical preferences. And we scrutinize the idea that we exist as an object floating in an ever-ending void. Never-ending void, sorry. So while we're not presenting an overall cosmological viewpoint per se, we do scrutinize the one that already exists, which does claim to answer, oh wait, what is it? Only 6% of the physical universe. That's what did Neil deGrasse Tyson say? We're 96% dumb, or 94% dumb, or something.
Probably.
And other theoretical physicists and astrophysicists have said, yeah, we really don't know shit. But then people come in here so confident that it's all true. Why can't you guys just deal with what we actually are claiming and not the things which you claim, and then demand we also make a claim about those things? We're just pointing out that the surface isn't curving. There's no measurement of it, and any attempt to measure the surface results in nil curvature. Oh, but we're so small. That's not my problem. That you think that we're on a big ball that's so big that it just appears and measures flat. It's not my problem. It measures flat. Get over it already.
Welcome to Terrarium World. How can I help you? My name is Cuddles. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I forgot. That's one thing I meant to do. I meant to find a paper that does measure the Earth is flat, because there probably exist some that do like claim we measured the Earth flat. So I wanted to
Well,
find one of
Bean,
those and bring them to you.
Ah.
See what you say about them.
I'll give you something. Yeah, go. Type in like a country or a state, like Florida, right?
Yeah.
Topography. Florida topography. Enter. There is a English something topography. It's a great site. They have the topography measurements from all of the surveys done all over the world, and it's mapped out for you.
Yes.
So the coastline, I mean, 0 is what color it is. Elevation above 0 is the color it is. Red is the highest. So you can kind of figure out elevation from there, and it's basic. Same thing as a 3D model, right? If you flattened it out the other way, you have you got a sim at that point.
Assume what?
Well, I mean, 3D simulator, like flight simulator, helicopter simulator, they all. You take the topography, right, from what we've actually measured, and it just
Yes.
instead of being on a flat screen, you lay it down like it's supposed to. Ta-da! You have the starts of a 3D simulator for literally anything.
I don't get your point.
Well, the topography shows the coastline of Florida being level all the way up from the top to the bottom.
What do you mean by level?
I mean, there's no deviation.
Okay.
But that's your mean, right? That's your mean sea level. That's
Okay.
what it is when the water isn't moving.
That means sea level is equidistant center of the rate.
Oh my god, that's why they use sea level. I don't. That just clicked for me. That's why they use sea level.
The tide goes out, the tide comes in, the average between them is the mean.
Yeah.
That's your level, that's your zero.
The average
From zero,
distance from
now
the
you're
center of the
looking,
earth.
elevation is upwards, right? And deviation is downwards. Now you have a zero. You start off with a graph, and then you go from differential leveling all the way down the coast, and now you're checking to see whether you have elevation upwards or deviation downwards. And that's all you need. All you're doing is going back with the differential leveling tools and fact checking the guys who actually did the survey in the first place, which is absolutely great. Go do it. You'll be in here on my side in no time.
Perchance.
Oh, bro, I have a background in commercial construction, commercial plumbing, concrete, entry access. We did all kinds of different stuff at different times. Using surveying equipment is number one thing for most major commercial construction companies. Differential leveling. I guess, does that help you with your questions, Being Toasty?
Yes. Ooh.
I mean, I got guys in other places that have been in the debates a bit longer on the globe side, and they're trying to use differential leveling as if they're measuring height, breadth, depth, width of anything, right? There's no actual measurement there. They're just getting an angle. And an angle doesn't measure in inches or millimeters height. Doesn't do nothing. So it's not a... It's just a sidebar that they think makes, their imagination reality.
Well, if you have an angle measurement and a measurement of distance, then you can calculate the height.
That's a whole nother thing, like looking at something off in the distance and trying to get something. There's still your level. You drop your plumb bob, you make your horizontal, you have your baseline, which is your horizontal. So it's not like you have some kind of curvizontal line that just wiggles and squiggles as it goes off into the distance.
No.
Yeah, but on the globe, they call level is like curved. right? So if you
Yeah,
use the word
cool.
level, globe earthers will just think you're talking about level in relation to a globe.
That's true,
Well,
but they
yeah,
don't
cool.
use it
So,
like that. So when, like, for example, measuring the heights of mountains, they establish sea level, extend a horizontal, line out from there, imaginary, of course, but they level their theodolite horizontal and then gauge how much that mountain, right, is above that horizontal. So all their calculations of the heights of mountains are wrong if the Earth is a ball. Every single one.
well, off in the distance, yes. But here's the thing. I see them using terrarium aquariums. I don't see them using globe aquariums. I've never seen a globe aquarium in my life where they can get water to stick to something that's round all the way around and with fish inside of it, right? So I've never seen a globe aquarium ever. Only seen terrarium aquariums, which is what we have here, terrarium. Which, I mean, some people would call it a flat earth aquarium, basically, because you're dealing with a box, which is all flat earthers say that the reality is just an area that we exist within that's contained. I've had fun with this one, right? Where is the globe aquarium? Where's the aquarium where you get water to stick to something that we suspend in the air where the fish can swim around this ball of water?
I mean,
Super curious.
the way they explain the water sticking to the globe is not gravity.
Yeah, that's how
Okay,
you would
so then
explain
you should be able to make something then that does that, right? If we know what
No.
does what, we should be able to recreate it on
Hold
a
on.
micro scale.
Hold on. Sorry.
We
I thought
can't
about this
because
for a while, these flat earth arguments, right? That we should be able to make a ball and spin it and make water attached to it. Remembering, because we always forget that we're on the earth and that we're going to be pouring the water down because that's the direction that the water's going to go. So whatever force is applied on the earth is going to behave and act upon the water that we're trying to attach to it. What?
Exactly.
A basketball.
You have to isolate your experiment from the rest of reality.
So, as
hold
our
on,
friend
I'm not-
just said, within
I'm not
that
doing the
argument,
spinny
the
part.
reason why the water goes down is because of the gravitational attraction or whatever, because it's a sphere.
Right. But you're talking about being able to recreate something. So
Yeah, but
whether
you
or not
can't on the earth.
Right, but that's a presumption that we've still yet to get proven, right? That's the problem.
No, it's not a
we're
presumption.
having.
I'm pointing it out. You've poured the water because the water goes down onto a ball, and the water is still going to want to go down and can't adhere to the surface that it's on that you're trying to get it to stick to because the water's going down because water always wants to seek its level, doesn't it?
Right, but what you're
Well,
telling
the
me,
ball too wants to go down.
Yeah,
the Globers don't know what causes water to stick to something, is what you're telling me, because then they
No,
should
he
be
just
able to
said it.
recreate it.
In his idea, it would be gravity. The reason why you do it with your basketball is because the basketball doesn't have enough mass.
Okay, let me rephrase this. If you know something does something, then you should be able to then recreate its environment or its action, right?
Yeah,
So
do it for
then,
you, but I
the
can't do it
environment
spinning.
of the Earth would impact the experiment. This is why you would have to go out of what is called a gravitational field to do this
Or
experiment, where only the gravitational effect of the ball would be acting upon the water. How you're going to get water in a vacuum, I don't know, but this is how you do it.
I can't do it in a vacuum. I can do it in liquid, and I can't do it while the ball's spinning. But so this is theoretically. It works in principle. Okay, I haven't done it, but if you have like a substance, alcohol substance, right, and it's of a certain viscosity and density, right, and you get a solid object which is of the same density, buoyancy, place it in that liquid, and then you could theoretically you could inject another film of oil that's of a very close or exact density around that solid object, and then it will form a sphere. So you'll have a sphere of liquid around a solid object within a medium of liquid, another liquid. So it's not in a vacuum and it's not spinning. But you know, it's getting closer, right? There you go, Globers. I've given you a tip there.
There's a lot of things, but the problem is what I'm asking for shows that they don't know what they're talking about when it comes to any of this. Because if you can't do it, then how are you able to explain it if you can't recreate it? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Either you know how it works and you can make it happen again, or you don't know how it works and something's being made up, right? Because it's like
One of the
you can't tell
variables
me
you
you're an
can't.
expert. Well, you're an expert, right? An expert gunsmith, and I hand you my rifle, and it's having problems, right? But you don't know anything. You never went to classes. You never did anything. But you told me. It doesn't help me, right? I still have a broken rifle. If you can't produce results, then you don't really know what you're talking about.
We can't produce gravity because we don't have the mass on Earth to make gravity work.
Well, that's just an excuse.
How is that an excuse? Because the theory requires like such magnitude.
Magnetism or magnitude?
Magnitude. It requires like literal planet levels of mass and magnitude.
Well, now
You
hold
won't
on. I have to correct you. This is not a theory. This is a mathematical concept again.
Huh?
Gravity, just a mathematical concept.
Well, in this category, yes. In the category of reality, it's just defined as weight.
It's a little too simplistic.
The amount that something weighs when it's put on a scale is more complicated
Like
for you?
gas? Like gas that's going upward? How much weight does that have?
Well, that's dependent, though. You're trying to now push things more dependencies, and I mean,
No.
technically, us having a measure has dependencies too, but gas has its own. We're dependent on the pressure.
Yeah, but weight is definitely not gravity.
It's effective
That's
gravity.
not what my. Hold on. My American Standard English Dictionary from the 1700s says that's exactly what it is.
Well, I could care less what the dictionary says. How much does the gas weigh?
That's not the debate.
It isn't?
No.
Isn't weight exclusively a downward vector measurement?
Right, but gas doesn't really have what you would call mass, but it has weight.
I don't even know what mass is.
It has a pressure vector.
Me either.
It has a direction of force, right?
Yes.
The brick has only one direction of force, doesn't it?
It can. Yeah, I mean, yeah. At rest.
Yeah. Unless you pick it up and throw it at me, for example. But if you were to let it go, right, it would only have one vector of travel.
Yes.
Gas that's got energy given to it by temperature goes in all directions. Its potential pressure vector is omnidirectional. Mr. Han, you've bugging me already. Are you trying to join the conversation?
No, he's trolling. He's just here to make a bunch of noise.
So what's weight?
So go
Is
on.
that gravity?
Some dude's trying to run away from me in Minecraft, but he just kind of like jumped off the edge and killed himself. It's crazy. So yeah, where was that going? So continue. The brick has one directional.
Yeah. Somebody said weight. That's
Yeah.
what gravity is.
No, it's the
That's
effect of
the
gravity.
definition. Well, that's
Gravity
the
is not.
definition that we define as an effect. Yes, it's measurable. But the cause isn't gravity. That's the effect, right? So the cause still is yet to be determined, which proves my point. Nobody really knows what they're talking about.
The cause is determined of gravity.
What is that?
How is
Well, at least
how
within
do
the
you
theory.
hijack the effect to be the cause of
Hold on.
itself, bro?
Hold on. What is that cause that's been
I don't know.
determined
The
for
cause is
gravity?
simply the presence of mass. I'm pretty sure it's simply the presence of mass. It warps
So
space-time.
just the existence of mass itself.
Within the fabric of space-time.
There you go. Yeah. So the existence of mass itself, which is distorting the fabric of space-time, causing the
Yes.
objects that have a straight path to curve.
Yes.
So to
what's
prove
crazy?
this,
Oh no,
we would have to take some mass, right, whatever that is, still undefined as far as I'm concerned, and then get some space-time and see if it does indeed curve it. Now, where can we find this space-time at?
Everywhere, I
Me.
guess.
Me.
Well, okay. Go ahead, Jedi.
We have a problem.
In mathematics.
There you go. Only mathematical. So not in reality do we have any
Okay.
space-time.
I get that now. What is it? Oh.
Now, I've heard this before recently. People are telling me that this space-time is all around me, but I have not yet seen a sample of it, or anyone told me what color it is, or how much it weighs, or if it's a tweed fabric, or if it's more like I don't know, cotton. What kind of fabric are we talking about here?
I don't know. I don't exactly know like the real world analogy for it. You know what the theory of space of the fabric is? There's a theory that Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Obviously we can all trust him and we all love him. He said there's a theory that it's just a bunch of tiny wormholes.
Yeah.
Right. So that has it carries as much water as a fabric.
Can we have wormholes on a flat Earth?
Yes.
You know, I just thought that was interesting, so I just wanted to mention it.
Earth wormholes?
Earth what? No, it's wormholes.
You guys don't know the history of the term flat Earth, huh? It was originally coined by a glober trying to henpeck somebody into a position that, well, they just didn't believe in the heliocult model. That was it, right? Just didn't want to join the religion. So you got to label your opponent the disbeliever, but you have to name him to attack him, right? So you can't just attack somebody that goes, you're crazy. Can't prove that.
Yeah.
It was 1915, I think, when that was coined. It's just people that are from Earth, basically. Earth people, Earthers, whatever you can call it. It's just Earth. I mean, if you don't have a globe, right? If there's no bending and warping of anything, like the distance between objects or a concept of time, which is a measure in forward. I mean, what do you got?
Like wormholes.
Right, but that's in the weeds, man. Like, how does that explain anything?
I should have left the word worm out. I should have just said a lot of holes. You might have understood what I was saying there.
Oh, puns, yes, puns.
Oh, God help me. This is not good for my...
What did it tell with?
I'm in Minecraft and being beaten to death. Please tell me that worked. Oh my God!
Yes.
No! I'm keep being cobwebs! No! Oh, that's tragic.
Seems to be some kind of prank prayer or something.
No,
That is kind of a...
I genuinely get that scared when I'm playing Minecraft.
It is kind of amazing, though, right? We understand what holds something to something that we don't have proof of, but then we can't do the thing that we say exists, even in a small scale. Like, that blows my mind, because I have a construction background, and I'm a tinkerer. I like building stuff.
Yeah.
So if I can have it big and not small, that really doesn't make any sense to me, because I got a big engine and a small engine. Got a big pump and a small pump. Like,
Yeah,
how do you have a big thing, but then you understand, right, the concept and how it works, the amount of things that go together. It's not just mass that causes what you guys are saying is real. There's more you haven't even touched.
It is. It's the amount. It's the presence of like how much mass you cram into one place, and then the more mass you cram into one place, the stronger the gravity is. You can't. You need an incredibly dense object to measure, like, to do a reasonable warpage experiment on Earth.
Okay, so you're telling me there's no magnetic field then? Okay, cool. Whew. Earth doesn't have an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field? Like,
what does that have to do with gravity?
What does it have to do? That is a very good question, finally. Actually has a lot if you look at it. Because without it, most of what you know wouldn't exist.
Without the field, what happened to that guy? Without...
You think the device you're using doesn't have a field?
Yeah, but I know magnetic fields are incredibly useful, but like, what does that have to do with gravity specifically?
Some people say it's the cause of why things appear to.
Well, you have what I call static cling, which others call a dielectric plane. It's all about the same.
It's all to do with energy, more or less energy, potential energy. The actual environment of our system sees contain a lot of potential energy, discharges, static discharges, lightning, and so on. Other electromagnetic phenomena high up in the sky as well. So some people suggest that the way that our reality operates is primarily electromagnetic.
Interesting.
I'm not saying that's what I believe or whatever. I'm just saying that's what some people suggest.
Well, I mean,
But
it's a big proponent here. My compass would stop working. So it's like either it is a factor or it isn't.
But obviously exists. Now, I don't think anybody would disagree that it obviously exists. We've all held compasses, right? It's just what it does.
Hold on, it still hasn't been related to gravity. Either that or I missed it.
No, it's not, because there really is no connection as far as we can test that magnetism of the Earth has anything to do with the vector of, whether things go up or down, as far as we can tell.
Oh, okay. I thought one of you was claiming that it was. Okay, never mind.
No.
My bad.
Well, everybody's in a different spot, I guess. So I have a different understanding of things than maybe somebody else, or maybe we say them differently. It is what it is.
Okay. But yeah, no. I get why you don't get it, because you've been working your whole life with like stuff
Huh?
that works like no, I'm talking like you know how you said like oh you have big pump, small pump, big engine, small engine, like it all works. And if you have an idea of like oh why something works, you should be able to do that on like pretty much any scale, or like at least on a smaller scale.
Well, I can make lightning in a box. I can make storm clouds. Hell, I can even make a storm in a decent sized box.
What
Yeah,
are you
because
trying to make
those
that we can't make?
gravity.
Okay, so what causes gravity? We've been
And
through this. You need an awful lot of mass to
yeah,
distort the space-time.
you
If we're
know,
to believe that story, right? So
okay,
within that story, basketball doesn't have enough mass.
yeah,
It's like saying we need an awful lot of energy, right? An awful lot of electromagnetic energy to create an electromagnetic field as powerful as the Earth. We don't have the amount of energy that's within the core. I'm just throwing shit out there, right? But it's the
okay,
fact that within this idea of gravity, they can't create the amount of mass. That's why they need things that are really big. We call those things like moons and planets and shit. Or they have to be outside of any other gravitational influence. So a small object, even though it has a relatively small mass, can,
yeah,
on a local small scale, attract or distort a straight line of another object that has got mass in its deformed space-time fabric field. So you have to
yeah.
remove away from the Earth. So in their idea, to answer this question, I've got to make a planet in space or take a small amount of mass away from the Earth and gravity. This is why they like to tell stories about going up in the sky.
Right, because when you can't explain something, you fly away.
Yeah, you tell stories of lands, mythological. There are talking lions and so on. Yeah, it's all theoretical, right? The concepts exist, the mathematics exist because we say that. What should we call it? We call it mass. If there's a lot of it, there's a lot of energy there. So energy, the energy is there to distort the space-time fabric, which we can kind of say causes this phenomena to happen. It doesn't actually cause it, but I tell you what, we can make a good mathematical that kind of explain the day away. That's nice. Mathematical concepts are great like that. We can get lost in them, as Tesla was kind of pointing out 150 years ago.
Right, but space isn't a mathematical concept. So in order for this ideology of Einstein to even be accurate, it would have to be something that's bendable. But like, okay, I'm sitting here and there's another chair. It's 3 feet away. How do I bend the space between me and the chair without having to move?
You create more mass somehow,
Black hole.
Well,
which is even
hold
more
on.
mass.
I'm just trying to bend the space. It's the distance. So
Yeah,
I'm trying
yeah.
to
It's
bend the distance to make it
what
closer. How do I
sorry,
do that
dude.
with?
Dude, it's like you're
Oh,
almost there. What
I don't
bends
think
space?
you can't do that with gravity. That's like
Hold on,
wormhole
dude, please. What
theory.
bends space in their ideology, right? What bends it?
Mass.
Yeah, cool. So when you're in your chair and your friend
Mm.
is in your chair, how do you distort the space between you so you fall towards them? Well, you need more mass
Or
in their
they
idea.
start eating.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Time to order from Domino's, right?
Yes. Technically, actually, you could just hold the pizza and that would be the same thing. Or wrap it around yourself. Oh no.
Is it mass or density, or is it both?
It's the amount of mass in one space, so like both density, really mostly density.
Well, see, this is why mass, as far as I'm concerned, is undefined, because what is mass? Is it weight? Because weight is weight. What is mass?
Yeah, weight is the effect of gravity on mass. Mass is just
Whoa,
physical
whoa,
matter.
whoa. Physical matter. So physical matter attracts physical matter.
Yes, basically, yeah, honestly, pretty much.
Okay, and how has anybody ever proven this?
My favorite term, mathematical models.
Okay, so it's only conceptual then. It doesn't exist in reality.
The mathematical models are proven by reality. Like we can cross-reference them with like
No, that would be circular reasoning. That would be affirming the consequence.
Could you, for example, get enough mass of gas where the mass of the gas would stop the expansion of the gas?
There would have to be a point in the middle of the gas, like in the middle of that like cloud, that's so dense that it does pull all of it.
Yes, it is the problem, right? It's going to need, the only way that you can even talk about density is with volume, right? And to have a volume of gas, that you're going to need a density and you're going to need a container. So my question is along those lines, right? Where you need a container to stop the gas expansion, can you have theoretically an amount of gas which will stop entropy taking place?
What's entropy again?
Entropy, that, in simple terms, the spreading out of energy and stuff that holds energy, like gas.
Okay.
So gas always wants to expand, right? If there's an available volume for the gas to expand, it will over time expand into that. The only restriction is the space. The container. If you've got an infinite space and you've got some gas inside a container to the infinite space, the gas is going to spread out. And eventually, over whatever period of time, it will spread out into all of that space, eventually. So is there an amount of gas that you could have in a space that when I open the container that's surrounding the gas will not expand into that available space because the amount of mass that's in the gas?
You couldn't just release the gas because that would be very unlikely that it just suddenly becomes so dense. You could place like not the gas itself, not really.
No.
It'd be extremely hard.
Yeah, because the gas has got energy, which gives the gas going. It has constant collision with other gas molecules because that's all that there are in a hypothetical environment is all large space. So because of those physical collisions, the kinetic energy is going to make a consequence the gas spread out. No amount of gas is going to stop entropy taking place. It's thermodynamic law, dude.
Yeah.
So Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas in the vacuum. That can't be real.
Oh my god, I studied this. What's Jupiter's core?
That explanation of what Jupiter is definitely can't be real, because then Spaceballs would be real, right? Everything would have to have its own container, and every other thing would have to have a separation of containers.
To have balls of gas in a vacuum, those balls must be physical surrounding the gas vacuum. Without the container, the gas is going to spread out. Doesn't matter the amount of gas that you've got, that's just going to make the problem worse.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Up.
Standards.
I would like to join the conversation if that's possible.
Yes,
please. Oh my god, your voice is deep.
Nope, that's wrong. Wrong.
What wrong?
Wouldn't have to have
That is the wrong voice coming out of the right microphone.
Sorry, what?
Sounds like a voice
Seriously.
changer.
No, this is my
Seriously
voice.
though, you
Oh, this
wouldn't
is
have
my
to
voice.
have separate containers.
100.
All right, cool story, Beans. I'm trying to make a point, Beans. I don't need 500 people to talk about my voice, all right?
I think they're talking about me, man.
You don't? Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But, you know,
you don't need
why we
separate
cover us.
containers. Oh, fuck, dude. Alright, Smiley. Chose poorly. Alright, so you don't need separate containers.
Ah, that's S.
Period.
Okay, hold on.
You
I was
could,
going to say
it
it
could be
again. You don't need.
accomplished.
Go on.
Alright, listen, I'm going to make my point to completion. Thank you, everyone.
I know.
All you need is something to stop the expansion of the gas. That could be a liquid. There could be a liquid between all of it, and each pocket of gas is contained within the liquid. So that wouldn't be
Yeah.
separate containers. It would be one.
The gases would be contained within the physical liquid.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say you couldn't use language to say, oh, that's kind of like separate containers, but, you know, there's connotations and denotations. So when people imagine separate containers, you know, when you say that just casually, they're going to think, oh, each object has to be encased with some other object, like a dome or a glass ball or whatever. But that's not true.
You bring up like a bubble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you're right.
A bubble is contained gas inside another medium.
Yep, 100%.
Right?
Yep.
Now, you could argue then, well, all the bubbles must be within the medium that medium itself is contained, sure. But you don't need distinct separate containers for each pocket of gas. Okay, make sense?
Yeah.
No, because I mean, it's not really. No. I mean, the way you were defining it there, AI, it would just be that each different material is a container in reference to another material that's different. So they would just that's just how you would define a container then.
Yeah. Within, I'll bring this up quickly. Within PV equals nRT, we solve for pressure, which is force over area. The area is just described as a physical boundary for gas to press against. So that just invokes some kind of physicality. That can be a steel wall, or as AI is pointing out, liquid, still physical.
Right, now that also bears on this point, which is one of the arguments that I think made a list about bad arguments, which is gas pressure requires a container, therefore the Earth can't be a globe. That's not a good argument at all, because you can have globes inside containers.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't have gas pressure without a container, so therefore giant gas planets can't be spheres?
Oh yeah, you're not going to be able to get away with that. You cannot have if you can't have gas pressure without a container. Earth is flat. How's that? Gotcha.
What? How does that?
Gotcha,
How does that
bitch.
Right, but I could show you an object of any permutation of shape. Well, it's easy. I could just show you a container with another object inside it, and then I could just have three different shapes: one a ball, one a cube, and one like a, let's just say, a flat cooking pan. There you go. I now have three different shapes, which the container doesn't change the shape of the object inside it.
Yeah, but then the Globers are going to have to start conceding that they've been lied to because they're not being told that they have a container around the globe, and they won't do that.
Well, wouldn't it be more pragmatic for them on their side to just say that space isn't a vacuum; it's actually just a hyperliquid? So not a superfluid like some people have postulated in the past, but they'll make it even fancier, like a hyperliquid. You know, so the liquid is actually transdimensional and space-time conventional. You know, and all these weird words they'll come up with, and it'll work mathematically.
Yeah, they probably
I
will
like
do something
that. I
like
laughed. That was funny.
We still flat smacking Bean Toasty? Bean Toasty is like day 3 for you or something?
4, I think.
Day 4. That's cool. Well, when someone's been here for a few days, I like to ask them to summarize some things they've learned since they've been here. Could you tell us A couple of things or a couple of points that we've made that you've learned since you've been listening?
Also, hold on before you do that. I'd like to point out that rotations have started because it's the new year. So all interns are now rotating and CDPs are rotating. So he might be on rotation. That's why he's been here 4 days. Anyway, go ahead.
I have no idea what that means.
It's okay. Yoder does.
Flat earthers aren't lunatics, basically. They're not, honestly, not completely lunatics. Most people probably still think you're lunatics from back in like space disc days when everyone
What have you learned, sir?
when everyone thought, oh yeah, my bad tangent. So you guys only observe. You guys only say what you observe, or you guys at least, not everybody. You guys only say what you observe, and
Right. Wow.
if you can't have absolute proof, not just like, oh, this is probably or this is most likely at 99%. No, if you can't like see it, like physically see it with your own eyes, the level of proof, you guys don't.
Okay, so we hold to empirical evidence, you're saying.
Yeah.
And does that, would you say that's a good standard, empirical evidence? Isn't that good?
Yeah, but I think also like if something is 99% probable certainty and you have like good amounts of proof for something and like math that checks out, I think that also is good.
So then the Earth is flat. If you got 99.9% Earth is flat, then it's flat, isn't it?
Well, empiricism is the basis of science, and you're saying that you've learned that we go with empiricism. So yeah, we go with science.
All right.
What else have you learned?
What else have I learned? Just like random oddballs of like, you know, like no, because again, you guys wouldn't say that.
What's like? How about like what's an argument? Like best proof of the globe or best proof of the flat Earth?
Oh, your best proof of the flat Earth is that you physically have never measured a curve.
Not
we
just
measure
us.
it flat.
Anyone.
In other words, we measure it flat, right?
Yeah, our argument isn't just that we've never measured curve; it's that no one ever has, right?
Yes.
So
Remember, I said that to you the other day. Sorry. Did
that's
you?
fine.
Sorry, go on, Jenna.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to be clear, right? So we don't measure curvature. So if the line isn't curved, we measure it what?
Flat.
Cool, awesome. So we measure it flat. Sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
No, I was just gonna say because the other day I made that point to you. I said, "Well, we're pointing out that no one's ever measured curve," and you were like, "Well, I'm sure someone has." Did you ever go and have a look and find someone who had?
No, I was busy playing Minecraft.
Okay. Well, don't waste your time. No one has.
What should I search up? No, because there's gonna be a paper where someone claims to have. I wanted to bring that.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm sure a load of people claim that other people have, but no one actually has. Is the point? So yeah, people might claim it, but you know, people can claim all kinds of shit. It's about what what can be verified and repeated.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're empiricists. There's no curve. What about the globe? So since you've been here, you've heard a bunch of globe believers come in and talk to us. What's the best globe argument that you've heard since you've been here?
Actually, I can't remember any of them. I can't remember any of them to the point where I don't think a glober has come in while I am in.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? The globers actually don't have an argument. It's even worth remembering. Crazy, huh?
I guess.
Think they'd have something. Oh, well, good for you, Beans. Sounds like you're going to figure this out. Good luck.
More chance.
So what are you thinking now? What stage are you at? Like, what stage in your research are you at? Are you looking for curve? Are you trying to debunk flat Earth? What are you trying to do?
Oh no, I'm not researching in my spare time. I come here to listen to you guys, and that is basically it. Because lucky I have better things to do, like play games.
Really not.
Honestly, I'm on my break right now after studying for like uni in mosque. So I'm just like kind of enjoying myself, honestly.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, you're coming here because you're interested in the conversation. You obviously
Yeah.
find discussion about the nature of reality interesting. So you must have like some idea of where you sit. I mean, are you still 100% believing you live on a globe or what?
Like like 80.
80%. All right.
Like 80,
We
which is
can work with
actually
80.
what?
We can work with 80.
Yeah, I guess you can work with 80.
Yeah, he's only 6 months away.
Okay.
What piece of evidence would you say is making up the largest percentage of that 80% confidence? Is
The
there
massive, like
something?
the massive model that explains everything.
A massive model that
I
explains everything.
and I'm
Oh, well, this
saying
is a good
model as
one
in
then.
like like as in you could like build the solar system. Like I mean like that what kind type of model.
What kind? Well,
Uh-oh.
what kind? You mean a kind of model that doesn't actually exist in reality, that's not been made, or do you think it has been made?
Yeah, it has been made. Like that's what I'm saying. You could
Okay,
build the
okay.
solar system.
Could you post the link to that model in the chat?
Do you want me to like buy you a
Like
solar
the
system
globe
model?
model, whichever the model is that you're saying gives you the most confidence in the globe. Could you post that in the chat?
Okay, well there's not gonna be one that covers everything. I'd have to like post multiple, but yeah.
Oh, wait. So, right. So you don't
No.
have a model. You've got loads of different models. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no. Simply because no one would have made like one massive thing that I can just send you. Like, oh, it's
Why?
like
It should be
But it would
simple.
have to. But you're saying. But they would have. The model would have to explain everything to be an accurate description of a
yeah.
model of the Earth that explains
Yeah, no.
everything, right?
You could make the model that like you could make the solar system and then you could like make the Earth. Like you would have to use a program to do this, but like you could make
Okay,
it
so
so
help me
make the
understand
Earth.
what it is then, because you're saying the thing that makes you most confident is a model, but now you're saying it's a whole bunch of different models. What models are you talking about?
So yeah, so you could like you could make the solar system and like
A
describe that
solar
and like
system model. What kind of model do you mean? Like a computer one, like an image, or like
yeah,
a physical model, or what?
you could do the solar system on all three, but to make this like massive complete model that would show everything, you would need to use a program, like because no one's making this in
Okay,
real
well,
life. It would take
which one did
too much
you
effort.
see that gave you this confidence in in the realness of it? Which one are you talking about?
There,
Or are
after
you
I'm
kind
not.
of just
I don't think
thinking
I'm
that there
explaining
is one
myself.
and you've never really actually seen it?
I don't think I'm explaining myself well enough.
Okay, well, this might come as another shock to you, Bean, but this model that you think exists somewhere that is good evidence for a globe does not exist.
Hold on, let me just at least do something to illustrate what I'm saying.
Just like that
So what,
curve,
what
Bean.
happened, Bean, is that they've told you that the Earth is a globe, and that's what reality is for so long that people start to think that that things only make sense in respect to the globe. But you just feel that way right now. That's not something you have proof of. It's just like a side effect. They just tell it to you for so long that everybody says no. Reality only makes sense if the Earth's a globe. And then you ask them to point to reality, and they're like, well, I don't know where it is.
Look at your
Okay, so
predicament now,
here's
right? You're
a good.
80% sure because of a model that explains. That's your predicament.
Hold on, I got the link. It's actually a game, so that works. Where the hell is the share link?
Like Universal Sandbox or something.
Precisely. Oh, I
Okay.
hear you chuckling. What is? Yeah.
So if you just, I mean, you sound like a smart guy. I'm not joking. Like, it sounds like you can understand that looking at Universal Sandbox wouldn't actually tell you in any way that that is what reality is. Like, you could make a sandbox imagining a totally different setup, but with the same observations mathematically. You know what I mean? Like, you could have the things being larger and further away, or closer and smaller. And from your perspective, for what you're observing, it would all look the same. So
Actually,
how would that representation specifically tell you that's the correct representation, just by the representation? And in that case, is it justified that that would be a main convincing point for it in your overall 80%?
Yes. Ugh, I want to like. Okay, so for me, this works because what is it? So I can make this. I can like go. I'm not gonna like not universe sandbox isn't like throwing the Earth at Mars, but like just like you load into universe sandbox and there's the solar system. I could like look at Earth and look at the weather, and I could tell you how it works, and I could go to a star in the distance and tell you how that works, and then
Yeah, but someone else could build another model that explains all this stuff, and it would have different distances and sizes, but mathematically it could all work out the same in terms of the observations of the sun, moon, and stars. So how would you know which one's real?
The ratio would be the same.
using theories other than gravity and like nuclear fusion for stars. You're saying like that?
I don't know how that would tell you whether the simulation that you're looking at or the model that you're looking at is correct, because again, you would just be speculating on those mechanisms, saying, well, the reason that the sun's moving like this is because of gravity. But again, that's just an explanation you've given to it. It's not something that is really telling you the truth of it.
A cyclone, I could provide an example. On the internet, you can Google this. People have created, out of the math, not a solar system, but a lunar-centric, call it solar system, where the moon that we observe is actually stationary. The Earth orbits it, and all the planets that you'd find in a solar system are also in orbit around it. And this would be indistinguishable from what we observe in the night sky.
Yeah, and that's a great kind of example as to what actually happened with the Copernican revolution, with the Copernican system, where he essentially took the observations that have always existed of the sun moving and said, well, what would it be mathematically if the sun wasn't moving and the Earth was the thing moving? And you can just backwards engineer that mathematics and say, well, look, the math works out, but that doesn't mean it's true. Do you understand?
Yes. Okay, this is the counter argument to my argument. Send the moon model, if there's a link to it.
Send in the moon model.
Yes.
Same phenomena can still take place underneath a stationary Earth, and the phenomena are just taking place in the sky. The Earth doesn't have to be in motion to observe things go by. Should really become a poet.
Yeah, and funnily enough, this is what all those big astronomers throughout history have said themselves. They've said, well, this is essentially just a philosophical position, that we're the thing moving around the sun rather than the sun moving around us, because you could justify both positions with the same observation. Like, they actually say this. So just having a model that says it's one way wouldn't prove it, any more than us saying, well, the Earth is flat because if you imagine the Earth's flat and the sun's moving, therefore the Earth's flat. Right? That's not proof. I mean, you could say it could work that way, but you're not actually interrogating physical reality to prove that it is the case. That's why we go after curvature and motion and all this stuff, yeah, rather than just models, which, like we've said, you could come up with a model to explain it in a million different ways, I'm sure, if you thought long enough about it.
Okay.
I think up until now, right, up until recently, we all have this, right? We only think there's one way to explain reality. The Earth being a sphere and the sun at the center, blah, blah, blah. We think this is the only option. And any other idea has been really far removed from any like logical thought process that we might be able to entertain, because this is the state of affairs. So you've never been allowed to think of any alternatives, dude. Same with all of us, right? We still struggle with the same things that you're struggling with right now. Well, if the Earth isn't this, then what is it then? How do we explain these things? Primarily the things that you're trying to explain, the things in the sky. But ultimately, you come in across the same questions that we've all got. That's why we're sitting here trying to let you know that we don't know. The best model that we've got is the Earth is flat and stationary underneath the sky. That's about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like we've been intellectually boxed in when we think about the Earth and our reality by this globe story that we're given as a young person. So we find it difficult to take ourselves out of that and imagine other possibilities, even though there are countless possibilities. And it's something like that Crit says, which is through history, let's say we've went through 1,000 models and we've arrived at the globe at 1,000 and everyone's like, great, this globe model number 1,000 is the correct one. We're just saying, no, it's still not correct. We're on to like 1,001. So we're not actually that far apart. You see?
Excuse me, my dad was talking to me. I don't know if you want to repeat that.
I was just adding to Jedi's point that if you look through history, it's basically been the case that we've had like 1,000 models for what the Earth is and what the sun and moon and stars are, what reality is basically. You've landed on 1,000 like we all had. We're just now saying no, that's number 1,000 isn't correct either. It's something else. So we're not really that far away. We've just rejected one more model.
Do you have like a link to that moon explanation? Because that's actually, I really want to see that.
I'm driving. I don't have a link handy, but I just Google it.
Fair enough. Lunar-centric model. That seems easy. Lunar-centric model.
And see, I think speculating on the nature of reality is a very healthy and human thing to do. And I think it's wild that people basically have to come to a flat Earth chat to have that kind of philosophical freedom of expression. You might be the type that's done this before anyway, but I think most people haven't. It takes for them to come here to then be like, huh, what if the moon was at the center of this whole thing? You know? Because yeah, most people you take it for granted. It's a globe.
Ugh, my nose.
Well, we know it's not a globe. So you got any questions at this point, Bean? Or any other new people or globe believers in the chat who want to ask the question? Feel free.
Please tell me
Yeah,
there's
while you're
another
waiting,
globe.
bro, in the heliocentric model, the sun isn't even the center of the solar system.
Excuse you?
Things
What?
things don't revolve around the sun. In fact, they revolve around this address I'm going to post. I'm going to post an address in the chat. I'm posting an address in the chat.
If you say like stupid lane or something, I'm gonna
Search up that address and it'll give you the answer.
Is it the Barry Center or something?
Exactly, it's the Barry Center.
That's two for two today.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that? Now you know.
Yeah. I'm so confused.
Do you know what the Barry Center is?
No.
Okay, so it's, if I'm correct, AI, it's the sun is also moving around itself and being disturbed by other planetary activity, mainly Jupiter. It's like not completely the center of the sun. I think it's the same with the relationship between the Earth and the Moon within our idea. It's not actually the center of the mass of the sun that's the center of the universe. Oh, sorry, the center of the
Okay.
solar system, not universe, solar system. I think that's
Okay.
right, AI. Please correct
Right.
me if I'm wrong.
So you're telling me the center of orbit, is that correct to say? Just so I understand. The center of orbit of the solar system is the barycenter.
Yeah. Whoever Barry is.
You're joking. No, you're joking, because then how would the planets would then rotate around Earth?
The planets rotate around Earth. What?
No. If the barycenter was the center of orbit or mass of gravity.
Well, they say it's like you put a bowling ball on a bed sheet and you spin them all around, and they're
Yeah.
eventually going to fall into this big well. That's kind of what they're saying, right?
Yes.
Isn't that crazy? Like, people come in here calling us crazy for pointing out that observably and everything we experience is a flat, motionless Earth. Meanwhile, they're claiming that reality is a bunch of bowling balls thrown around a bed sheet with no evidence whatsoever.
Analogously.
Yeah, with no evidence whatsoever for any of that. Never even seen it in principle occurring on a smaller scale, other than bowling sheets on a bed sheet or bowling balls on a bed sheet.
I mean,
I think that's funny.
we have observed gravitational waves.
You haven't
No,
done
you've not.
shit, son.
You've
Related.
not observed
Yeah, really.
gravitational waves.
You haven't even come close to doing shit. Besides taking a shit.
Section. No, so we did like what was it? The detector, the thing that detected them, moved like half of the width of a proton.
Yeah, the super
Prove it.
glow burst
Prove it.
detector 9000. It's
Yeah, prove
totally
it.
real. Trust CNN, bros.
I want to see what a proton looks like and how you measured that to get how far that moved.
I think it was 1/10,000th the width of a proton.
Good lord. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
thought you
it's
guys would
basically
like.
made up.
Lucky I just trusted that they have like precise machine.
Gravitational waves.
Predicted that
Bowling balls on bed sheets. Just remind yourself, whenever they're trying to tell you anything fancy, they're basically claiming that you're on a giant bowling ball flying around a bed sheet.
Analogously, yes.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. What on earth in reality have you ever experienced that would make you think that's even a possibility?
I mean, the universe has no reason to make sense to you, so like, just because it's weird does not mean it's not real.
Well, yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, you could say it could be anything, but in that case, you've got billions of possibilities, and you've just landed on this totally random one with no supporting evidence. And apparently, it's anathema to society to even question it.
Oh man. You know what's funny, brother? You just said the universe is not responsible in any way, shape, or form to make sense to you. Okay, let's say that's true. Did you know that guys in the evolutionary biology, psychology, and cosmogony fields have decided that not only is the universe not responsible to make sense, but your faculties that you possess because they evolved for survivability, not truth, can't even be trusted to arbitrate truth. So even if the universe could make sense, you have no reason to trust your faculties to make sense of it. So basically, we're all just living in one big retard land. Well, that's weird. That's weird.
Yeah, it's also weird that people come in here asking for models that make sense.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Could you imagine if we were coming out saying, hey, yeah, look, it's like this bed sheet, and we're this rock on this bed sheet? They would laugh.
I mean, if you just said that, then yeah. But if you had like supporting math that everyone else,
Yeah, we
that
can give you the
they
math for the rock on the bed sheet. That's easy. But so what? So then it would have credibility.
yeah, because math is like
See, this is the
it's math.
problem. You think
I
just
don't need an
because
analogy.
but math is just a language. We've got the math for how Superman flies. You don't believe Superman flies because there's math supporting it. You understand that's not real. So just because they might have math for the bowling balls flying around the bed sheet, and we could come up with some math for a piece of rock on a bed sheet, doesn't give either of them inherent credibility.
Yeah, the bed sheet actually proves Earth is flat. In case you didn't know, I'll explain
Is
it.
that
It's very
Yeah, that's the
simple.
only bit that would have
yes?
credibility. At least we have a flat surface to match the bed sheet.
Do
Well, it's more
explain.
practical than that. So check us out, brother. So when they do the bed sheet that they stretch over this big tub, and then they put the ball in the center, and then they put other balls, and they go towards the bigger ball. There's one explicit reason why they go towards the bigger ball only, and that is because when they put the ball on the bed sheet, they create an inclined plane. And everybody knows that when you place a ball on an inclined plane, it rolls down the plane, down, perpendicular to horizontal, which is the orientation of the Earth. Therefore, this demonstration proves the Earth is flat.
Wait, do that again slowly.
Right? You put the ball on the bed sheet,
Yes.
it makes the bed sheet deform, and it creates a diagonal conical shape. That's called an incline.
Yeah.
Okay, when you create an incline and you put a ball on the top of the incline, it rolls down, correct?
Okay, yes.
Right. So what they're demonstrating, they're only demonstrating one thing in that demonstration, and that is what we all already know. Things roll downhill. No duh. That's been our experience our entire lives. When we drop
Yes.
something, it falls down. When we put something at the top of the hill, it rolls down. So all they're just doing is demonstrating our common experience. They haven't shown us anything new at all. They've just proven what we already all know. Things go down. And down
Yeah.
is perpendicular to horizontal, and horizontal is the attitudinal orientation of the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Okay, I think you are so like I'm saying this. It sounds kind of. I was gonna say like I think you're so sold on the idea of the flat Earth that you're biasing this
No,
towards
dude.
it proving the flat Earth.
No, brother. Pay attention. Real simple.
How does that prove the flat Earth? Yeah.
It's simple,
Things roll
dude.
down. Things roll downhill.
Things roll
does not
down. Things
prove the
roll
Earth is
down.
flat.
Down is a particular direction, perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay.
Horizontal is the attitudinal orientation of the surface of the Earth. At all places, all things roll down everywhere you go. All things fall down everywhere you go. There's no place on the surface of the Earth where that doesn't happen.
Oh right.
So
okay.
if down is ubiquitous across the entire surface of the entire known territory, and it's perpendicular to horizontal,
right.
then that means the surface is horizontal across the entire known territory.
Okay. I get you.
Now check this out, friend.
Yes.
A glober will say, no, you don't understand. Things don't fall down. They fall in to a giant ball. Okay, now you have a claim on the table. That's not commonly experienced. I experience down and horizontal and perpendicular, which is vertical everywhere I go. No one has experienced inwards and outwards to the earth. Nobody, not you, not your mother, not your great-great-grandmother, and not your kids 10 generations from now. Nobody ever has, nobody ever will.
Okay.
Yeah, so up and down is flat Earth. You saying up and down? You're talking about horizontal. That's flat. Glober should have to be saying in and out, right?
Yeah, we only say up and down because that's like the human level. If we said in and out, we'd have to like.
That's reality, because that's reality.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, real quick, Cyclone. Yeah, brother, if you say in and out, you have to prove it.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say prove it. I was just being like.
No, you have to prove it. No, friend, you don't understand. The common experience is up and down. We all experience up and down. We all experience horizontal. We all experience that they're perpendicular to each other. Nowhere do we experience that they're radial to each other. The radialness of them, which would create ins and outs towards the center of Earth, which isn't even true either, but towards the center of Earth. No one's proven that, dude. Nobody. All they've done is they've shown us down and then told us a story about how it's in and out. That's why they don't use the terms in and out, because if they use the terms in and out all the time, people would very quickly catch on that that's not what they experience. So quit hijacking our terms and get your own terms and be honest with your fake identity of these terms, bro.
Okay.
Now, what have you learned today, Bean?
Lucky, I'm gonna need to be quizzed because like you guys know, like remembering facts off the top of your head is kind of difficult. Being quizzed is easy to recall.
He just told you. He just told you in order for your world view to be true, his has to be true, and you know it.
Okay.
So yours can't be true. So yours can't be true.
Say that again. I'm bad.
He just adequately explained to you in order for your
Yes.
worldview to be true that things fall down, then
Yes.
his worldview has to be true, where down is perpendicular to horizontal, which means that your worldview is not true.
I feel like that's a messed up version of circular reasoning. You assume, like
All
you're
right, well,
assuming
we can come
A.
back to that. Give me a
You're
second, because I'm
okay.
gonna head off. I'm gonna head off in a minute. But just
Okay.
on the bed sheet ball analogy, I mean, if you're swayed by that, do you not think it's wild that that's basically what they're telling you your situation is? You're on one of these balls flying around a bed sheet. And, you know, when you see those demonstrations, what the logical conclusion to that, the physical conclusion to that whole thing is that within a few seconds, all the balls just crash into each other in the middle. So by logical extension, that's what they're telling you is your situation. You're on a bunch of balls flying towards each other down some gravity well. Right? You think that's true?
Yes. Yes, I do think that's true.
Well, do you not think it's wild that they've got you to believe that whole story? And when we ask what evidence is there for any of that, there's like nothing at all. Like models, ideas.
Oh, I had a thought, I lost it.
You know, because your experience in reality, what part of that experience tells you anything about that scenario that they're painting? Like, what physically are you observing or experiencing that would give you the faintest impression that that story is true? Like, name one thing.
I need to lock in. I keep getting distracted.
Well, if you can't name one thing, just say I can't name one thing, and that's fine.
No, I don't want to say repeat that for like the third time, but I generally just keep getting distracted.
Right. Name one experience you have in physical reality that would tell you that this analogy of you flying around a bed sheet as a bowling ball would be remotely true, or give you the faintest impression of it being true.
Oh right, like explanations from class from people who studied this.
No, like an experience in reality that you
Oh,
have.
experience none, because again, gravity
None.
does not like operate on a human scale. You
Right.
need a lot of mass.
So none. So there's no experience in your reality that speaks to this analogy at all.
No.
Right. Well, there you go. Think about that. You should really think about that. Anyway, good chats, guys. I'm going to dip off, but good to hear you guys. Keep it cooking.
Peace. Bye.
Yeah, and I just want to apologize to you, Bean. I should not have assigned that as your worldview. That's their worldview. You don't, as I've heard so far, don't affirm it. So.
Affirm what?
Yep.
You just take on reality as far as I can tell.
I'm so sorry. What? Like what don't I affirm?
You don't appear to have a biased opinion towards the globe.
I mean, gravity I do affirm.
Yeah, but you haven't really even defined it. So I mean, you know, some people would say like gravity is things falling down. So it's like, oh, there's a flat Earth that the thing doesn't fall down.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can I join the conversation?
I mean, I've defined it decently.
Another voice changer. What's up with that?
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
not a
People,
voice changer. I was using my voice.
I think people do that like to rage bait because like, yeah, they just do it to rage bait basically.
That's fine.
This is my voice, man. I cannot change my voice. You know that.
Shush, please.
Or not to
Are you
rage
using
bait
it
just
as
because
your
it's
voice
funny
or
to
not? Stop
themselves.
using it at this particular moment in time. You can just wait your turn, please, sir. Thank you. So you've got a problem with gravity.
No, I don't. I don't.
Do you think that that's good proof that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
Okay. Is that because it's a good explanation for why things go down?
Yes.
Okay. So the only problem that you have is because they have an explanation as to why things go down. As long as you believe that the Earth is a sphere and everything's getting put to the centre of mass, that seems real to you. As long as they can explain to you why things go down, then the Earth is more than likely a sphere. But within the idea of the Earth being a sphere, they've got multiple ideas why things relative to your position on the Earth appear to go down. But that's just
Yes.
conceptual mathematics and ideas in the framework of the possibility that the Earth's a sphere, and this is the reason why we need to make things go down, because they do, right? You drop something, it goes down.
Yes.
Circular
From
reasoning. It's circular
a flat
reasoning
Earth.
anyway.
Pardon me?
It's circular reasoning. Right? Things go down because things go down. Things go down because the Earth is a ball because things go down. Things go down because things go down. Things go down because the Earth is flat because things go down. It's the exact same argument. What's the difference?
I mean, whatever causes things to go down, it's not going to necessitate the Earth being a sphere underneath it, right? Just because we
Even
can't
his
come up
own
with.
even his own space-time bedsheet demonstration is appealing to down because it only works when you do it on the Earth and you have an inclined plane, which is just another demonstration of down. So the only thing you can demonstrate ad infinitum is down. None of that demonstrates the shape of the Earth. It just demonstrates that things fall to the Earth, which we all already know. So it's just one big circular reasoning.
Hey, baby, I can bend space time with my bedsheet.
So, for example, Mr. Beans, when they put the space-time bedsheet demonstration, they put the big ball in the center and they put the other little balls. Why do the balls move at all?
They have momentum, I guess. Or no, because they're drawn by gravity mostly. Yeah, like the
Okay,
momentum
so
still.
notice what you said. You said that in the space-time bedsheet application, the only reason the balls move is because of gravity. And the only thing you're demonstrating in that is down. So you just proved that gravity is just simply down. That's all you said. You just said gravity is down, and the example of gravity being proven is things going down. That's circular reasoning, dude.
Not really. Down is the effect of gravity. Gravity is not down.
Yeah, okay. So the effect of gravity.
Downward motion is the effect of gravity.
Yeah, again, then there's multiple reasons that cause this effect. The phenomenon is still the same. You drop something.
Okay.
It's when you start adding phenomena together that might not even like add. So things go down for you. Things in the sky go round and round. And they're not even the same phenomena, right?
They are like the. Are you talking about orbitals? Like
Yeah,
orbitals only work. Orbitals only work because of gravity,
yeah.
and
Again,
they
because
go
of
round and
gravity.
round.
Yeah, because of
Yeah.
these ideas that the reason why you can drop things is the same reason why things appear to go around and around. And maybe the mechanism is different. Maybe the reason why you drop something is different, and the mechanism makes us. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying it might be worth you thinking about. Because ultimately, if you've got a problem with, you prefer the story about gravity, but within this story there's a ball within it, then you might need to try and step out of that framework. You try and think outside
Yeah,
that box.
let's think outside the box right now. So, for example, is according to Beans, I'm gonna ask you this question: is your idea of whatever gravity is the only thing that can make an object go around another object without physically being connected to it? Is that the only thing that can do that?
From my understanding, yes.
Well, you're wrong. You're
Okay.
wrong, and you know you're wrong because you've seen in your life magnets doing that.
Oh shoot, yeah.
Yeah, so there's not a single thing that can make something go around another thing. There's actually a few things.
Okay. Okay. So you could replace gravity with magnetism.
So
And say
I
they're
just very
effectively
quickly want to
similar.
say, just in case I'm getting that, nobody else is, that's not to say that magnetism is the reason why things go up and down.
Yeah,
That's
no,
only
you
a
just
suggestion of things. And we spoke about this earlier, and I didn't want to get confused again. But
yeah,
yeah.
no, you're making the point that you could replace gravity with this model and like explain it this way.
No,
Is
I'm
that
just
not?
saying. I'm saying you could have the same apparent phenomenon, something going around something else, and it could have more than one reason why it's doing that. And you could create a model of why it's doing that, and another
Yeah,
person
yeah.
could create a model of why it's doing that, and both models explain what's going on, and neither of you have proved anything.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Okay.
So, for example, Beans, check this out, bro. Are you aware
Yeah.
of the difference between Newtonian versions of gravity, which, by the way, are named after him against his will, because he did not want it named after him? In fact, he wrote, "Do not name this after me, because I don't want anybody to think I'm retarded." And then they named it after him after he died, to be dicks. But then you had in the future, you had Einsteinian versions of gravity, which we know as the bending and warping of space-time. But do you know the fundamental difference between the two?
What?
It has to do with the space-time bed sheets, bro. So one more time, real quick. Go back to the space-time bed sheets.
Yep, back.
You said that the only reason the balls moved is because you already knew they were going to fall down the hill that was created. So down. But the space-time bendy bed sheet itself didn't actually make the balls fall down at all. That didn't do anything. That didn't do any of the work, right? Because you said it was the gravity that pulled them down. So that means that the bending and warping of the space-time doesn't do any of the work in making an object move towards another object. And that is true. There is no force in the Einsteinian model. So here's the thing, bro.
Yeah.
If you have a Newtonian version of mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone, so for example, you put a mass in, just imagine an empty space, you put a mass in it, one mass. Now you put another mass in it, and then you
Yes.
press play. The two masses will move towards each other if mass attracts mass by virtue of mass. Now take that, put it on the left side. Now make a new empty space. Put Einsteinian gravity only. Put your mass in the center. Now put another mass over to the right and press play. They won't move. They won't go towards each other. And the reason is because the bending and warping of space-time only changes the direction of motion of something that's already in motion. So it has no cause of first motion.
Better say that again.
What I'm saying is that the Einsteinian version has no cause of first motion. If you put two masses next to each other, they won't move. They have to be in motion, passing through a warped space-time, much like a train on a track. If the train isn't traveling down the track, it's not relocated.
Right. Okay.
Right. So this is why they have to trick people with the stupid space-time bedsheet demonstration, because they can only appeal to down, because down is the only thing that has first causal motion that you can experience in any way, shape, or form. And then they try to tell you that the space-time bedsheet idea is the truth, but they're just doing a bait and switch magic trick on you, bro.
Are you at what are you at, like 75? You're at 75% right now?
Still 80 actually.
It's got to be at least 79. After he hit you with the inclined plane, the necessary perpendicular relationship between horizontal and vertical, and the magic of bedtime sheets. You're telling me that didn't lower a single point?
Oh no, because I don't understand those arguments yet.
All right. So what's your last hang up then? Like, what is the one thing? There's got to be one thing you're thinking about right now.
No, again,
Come on, you want to say like NASA and satellites and stuff, right? Like Earth from space.
sorry, what?
It's got to be something like NASA, satellites, Earth from space.
No, it's the
Am I
whole
right?
like conclusive model of like the solar system orbits, and like I can go away to a star and explain why that. But then you said I can make a multiple model, and the lunar model
Yeah.
exists, and that.
So
Okay.
one of the things we actually specialize in is we find problems with these prevailing models, these descriptions. So it's almost like how people are paid to find bugs in software and then report them to the software developer. We're not paid for this, but we find bugs with the Globe software and we report it to the world. We've got hundreds of examples of issues. We haven't even talked about a single one yet with you, but
Yes.
yeah, like the fact that you can't predict eclipses with the Globe in a heliocentric model.
You can't predict eclipses.
No, there are at least two kinds of eclipses that fail the geometry of the heliocentric model. One of them is the Selenilian lunar eclipse, and the other one includes sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, my friend.
I swear I can search up lunar eclipse times right now.
Okay.
Did you know that there's an actual extra day every 4 years and it's not due to a leap year?
Okay, why?
Why? I don't know, but if you were to pick any meteorological station that keeps track of the sunrises and sunsets throughout the year, any single one will do. And pick any single day. I would choose maybe an equinox or a solstice day. Now, what you do is you count the number of times the sun rises and the sun sets from that particular point. So you could even do this with a stick in the ground. You put a stick in the ground, you measure the shadow length and position, and then you count the number of sunrises and sunsets it takes for that shadow to return to that particular spot on the ground.
Yes.
Every 3 years, you'll have 365 sunrises and sunsets. And on the fourth year, you'll have 366.
Yeah, that's because the.
Okay.
That's because.
No, we are taught that there are 365.24 days every year.
25.
Well, 24 in a trailing decimal. And it's because of the difference between the sidereal year and the solar year.
Yes.
And this is explained with orbits. However, what you actually observe is not that at all. What you observe are sunrises and sunsets. And you can count them, and you can go through the spreadsheets of any data that you have from any city, any town that keeps track of the meteorological data, and you can count these yourself. And it's a cycle that repeats every 4 years.
You actually have one extra day every 3 years, right? For every
Yeah,
29.
the fourth. And what's even funnier is that year doesn't line up with the leap year on our calendar. It's off by 2 years.
Oh. Yeah, predict that.
Yeah.
So they just
Sorry, so in the helios, if I'm getting this right, I hope I am. In the heliocentric model, all right, they say that it takes an extra little bit of time every year, but actually what's happening is really within that model, the Earth is taking an extra day and rotation every year to complete a cycle.
Yeah. So if you go 1 year and you count 365 days, the shadow that was marked by the stick before returns to its same spot. And then on the fourth year, at 365 days, the shadow's not quite where it returns to at that particular point. You have to wait an extra day, and then the shadow returns to that particular point in the ground. And this was actually noticed by the ancients. This is called the tropical year. This is what produces an analemma.
Hold on. This is what produces an. What do you mean by?
Well, the
I
tropical
understand.
year, the analemma shows you the furthest extent north and south that the sun wanders in the sky, and you take a picture of it every day, and it
Yeah.
pops up. But the funny thing is, if you do an analemma, but you do it if you do it for 3 years, and then you do it the fourth year, you need an extra sun in there. Like,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. You need an extra sun. That makes sense. Okay, but that's still. I don't know. Maybe I've walked past this many times, just haven't noticed how interesting it is. But that is really, really interesting.
it's freaking weird. I went through the data myself. I did this once. I heard Antonio Subirats bring this up. He brought it up in one of his long form discussions, and then he brought in a guy from Russia who talked about it. This is like 7 years ago. And then I'm like, nah, that's BS. You got to be kidding me. And the Russian guy was describing the data he was going through just like I described to you. And I'm like, no. So I did the same thing. I went through and I counted. I downloaded the sheets. I exported to a CSV and I started counting in Excel. And sure as shit, like, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah. Explain that, Bean.
Yeah. But it's kind of in the way that it's described, right? Like, if you were to go into any AI and describe it the same way that I described it to you, the AI would be like, it's okay, but really what happens is you got extra, 0.245 days yeah, I'm not joking. And this is due to the sidereal time being different from the solar time. So I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a way to connect it to atomic clocks and precise timekeeping, but even then, like, there's a difference between UTC and UT1, which is this is where you get into the equation of time with the sun, accounted for with atomic clocks, that every year or even continuously now, atomic clocks are actually updated according to the sun's position, not the other way around. Did you know that?
Oh wow, no. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
so they
interesting.
calibrate atomic clocks based off of the sun. Nature is always the true reference, guys, for time and for Earth, because water provides that nice horizontal level.
It's interesting, Bean, right? Again, as we're speaking, the globe Earth doesn't make these predictions. Even like when the sun's going to come up, that gets dealt with, like Yoda just said, the equation of time. That doesn't involve any geometry of a sphere. No sphere here. No prediction made by a ball in space for that one. So
Yeah.
you understand that we've been post-dicting eclipses for thousands of years. I say post-dicting, right, because it always does the same thing, right? Over certain periods, the patterns that it produces repeat. So based on what it does before, we can say with a surety what it's going to do again in the future. We've done that for thousands of years. It's called the Saros cycle. NASA used that Saros cycle today. No globe Earth geometry involved there either. So the globe Earth geometry doesn't predict lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, doesn't predict when the sun's going to come up and when it's going to set. So what predictions about the night sky does it make?
Yeah, the beauty of the Saros cycle is the Saros cycle being developed by the Chaldeans from 3,000 plus years ago. They were flat earthers and they produced a table of timing and geometry that is so precise that NASA uses it today for their eclipse predictions.
Impressive.
There's a man named Dr. Fred Espenak, Espanak. He wrote a book called, the freaking cycle of eclipses or something, the multi-millennium cycle of eclipses based on the Saros cycle. It's like some title like that. You can find his book, but he describes his entire process of going through the research from the ancient Chaldeans and incorporating their data into NASA's space models.
Isn't that interesting?
Very.
So again, if it's models that make predictions and the thing that's keeping you on the sphere is you think the geometry of the sphere is making those predictions, it isn't. So that can't be something that's keeping you on a sphere because it's irrelevant to the predictions being made. I get where you're coming from though, right? Because you can see in books, online and on the internet, where you've got a nice pretty picture of the sun, darkness, and there's Mercury that looks really, there's Venus, and there's the Earth with the moon around it, and you know, that looks relative, and that one over there, the red looking thing, that's Mars, and so on. Because this is the portrayal of this heliocentric way of explaining the night sky and why we observe the phenomena that we do from the Earth can be very easily mapped and explained geometries, like we pointed out with the moon. But there's no need for it to make any predictions. The predictions aren't made with that geometry involved. They're made on what they've already seen before happen in the night sky all the time. They're all postdictions. So can't be that then.
Interesting history, though. The reason why it's called the Saros cycle. Sar, S-A-R, and Saros is a root word, and it means lord or king in ancient Babylonian. This word Tsar is where we get Caesar from, and like with the Russians, the Tsar of Russia. It's also a cognate of the word star, stars in the sky, stars and SARS and SARS and Caesars. It all comes from the same root. So the ancient Babylonian mystics used to say that every time there is an eclipse, a new king is born. It's the cycle of the kings.
Isn't President Trump born on an eclipse or something?
Yeah, and Christ was crucified during an eclipse.
Yeah. I've heard about some astronomical events that happen in the sky. I mean, it's a really interesting subject to me. They've lied about the sky because of what it really means. I don't want to get lost with beans.
Yeah.
It's just this idea of models, beans, right? Again, we all have, right, had this idea, the image of the Earth in orbit around the sun on TV, on the internet, books and subculture since you were born, since I got here, and I'm 50 years old. I don't expect many people around to be that much older than me. So everyone's going to be younger and you've experienced the same thing. Right? It's the only thing that we got really given. It's hard to think outside that box. But really, if it's models and so on, because we have that image in our head and we think that that image that we get from textbooks really what's predicting everything that's going on when it isn't. So if that's the thing that's keeping you on the sphere, dude, really that's a weak foundation. That's not a personal thing. I'm just saying that argumentation it hasn't got any grounds. It can't be that because it's not doing the predictions.
Whoever made the textbooks, are they dumb or are they lying on purpose? Like, do you think?
No, intelligent people write fanciful stuff all the time. That's stupid.
People really believe this shit, dude.
You're missing the whole point to the conversation, and I appreciate it. But we're talking about the Earth being a globe and it making predictions because of the model that is based about going around the sun and so on, about why we observe things in the sky, like sunrise and sunset, and why there's eclipses, both lunar and solar. The point of the conversation is the geometry of the sphere isn't even involved when making predictions because they're not even predictions. They're postdictions based upon what we've always seen happen before while standing on the Earth that's flat and stationary.
I don't know. I haven't looked at any evidence, except, so
I'm pretty new here.
Evidence for what, sir?
Just for if the Earth, like if the Earth is a globe shape,
I would agree. I haven't really seen any evidence. Lots of stories, but when you dig into the story isn't really the evidence. Like the king hasn't got any clothes. It's crazy.
You know what? I will give you guys one thing. I do think you guys have actually made me slightly smarter.
I will take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Stick around a few weeks. We get into this and more topics.
So, would you agree that history about genocides, or just history is probably all wrong too? Like, history is probably pretty wrong or pretty incorrect too, right?
What do you? Okay, so what do you mean by history? Do you mean like what you did yesterday? What your dad did before you were born? What your grandparents do? What do you mean by history?
Yeah, like for example, Nazis. They probably they probably got exaggerated about, right? Or
Okay. Yeah.
Great
So
example.
not that bad.
I help, right? Your reasonable cognitive function could probably understand that if we're talking about, then all of the facts that we're told about the world probably aren't 100% true, because propaganda exists, right? And we see this all of the time. So if you're asking about if we can trust what they tell us about war, probably not. Does it mean that things didn't take place in the way that they could? Maybe. Not exactly. Again, this is historical. In the past, I wasn't there. I'm trusting the resources and the historians and reports of the time and so on. Understanding from the vantage point of now with social media that most definitely wars and so on, like you said, are most definitely used as a propaganda tool. So yeah, probably in that regard. Obviously, history is in that sense can't be true.
Yeah, we can prove without a doubt that the entire papacy, primal papacy of Rome, was founded on a series of forged documents. So yeah, we know that there's a lot of monkey business going on with forged history. Don't want to get into the discussion that you wanted to bring up, though, my friend. We are broadcasting live worldwide on YouTube and Rumble
And TikTok
and Twitter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, thank you for calling it Twitter.
X, whatever it's called.
No, Twitter. X is dead to me.
There was a high priest in the Old Testament, so the Pope is like the high priest,
Yeah, so Rome was one of 5 bishops that was excommunicated from the rest of the 4 during the schism of 1054 AD. And I'm going to say you probably don't want to get into this with me, especially here since we talk about flat Earth.
I don't know, brother. A simple reading of the Bible would tell you that the high priest is Jesus, and he supplanted the Mosaic law, and because he wasn't from a tribe that was eligible to be a priest. So it clearly says he is the priest. It also says that a change in the priesthood requires a change in the law. Jesus is the high priest. He's the only high priest.
Even better.
So
Thank
no
you,
pope
AI.
is the high priest.
100%. Yep, the Eastern Orthodox world agrees with you.
And that doesn't even matter if the Bible's true or false. It's just that's just what it says in there. I mean, you just read it. It says it right in there.
Does it actually just say
bishop,
Jesus is the high priest, or is it inferred?
a bishop is a type of higher priest, and then a pope is supposed to be like even higher, it seems. So
Well, yeah,
When
yeah,
they
you can
are
make
high
up.
priest,
Yeah, you can make up whatever. Yeah, you can make up whatever club you want, dude. But if you're going to use the Bible as your source document to do it, then you have to be accurate to what the Bible says. And the Bible says that Jesus is the high priest, and there's no other priesthood. So there are no other priests, dude. It's that simple. And in the sense of being a high priest, and then it says every believer is now a priest, serves the role of the priest, and Jesus
But where does
is
it
the
say
role of the
that?
high priest. So
But where
yeah, it
does it
says in
say
the
well,
Bible.
every
if you think
believer?
about it, the
It
high
says
priest
there's
is the only one
presbyters
who has
and
direct contact
overseers.
with God on your behalf, which is taught by the Jewish rituals around the temple. Purification, making yourself or the high priest pure, so they could go and see God's face, where everybody else couldn't because they weren't pure enough. They weren't the high priest. Jesus was obviously the high priest representation that they performed, and is obviously the intercediary between us and God, but also reminding us with what AI just said, the removal of those curtains when Jesus died, the rip down the veil, pointing out that now there is no veil. Jesus has pointed that you can have direct communication with God. But anyway,
A lot of people don't know, but there's actually 4 signs that stopped in 30 AD. Obviously, the curtain, and then so the curtain
darkness.
the curtain opened itself. The high priest of the Levites didn't have to do it anymore. The candle on the left of the menorah went out. Previous to that, it never went out. The crimson cloth that was put on the scapegoat versus the sacrificial goat, that part of it was kept inside the sanctuary. It would turn white. There was one more I can't remember, but all of these were to signify that God accepted the sacrifice that they were doing. After 30 AD, none of those signs happened. That means God no longer accepted their sacrifices. Why?
Jesus.
Because their priesthood was obsolete. Correct. Sacrifice was already made.
There was no point carrying on the sacrifices because he carried on, nullified the
Was
sacrifices.
destroyed in 70.
Now, those 4 signs are actually written in the Talmud. So the Jewish people themselves told on themselves that God's no longer accepting our sacrifices, all the way up until the temple destruction.
And the Holy
Wow.
Family escaped the temple destruction based off a sign and prophecy from God.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sure we
And
deviated
then
off.
James, the brother of Christ, came back and started the James liturgy, which is celebrated today in Eastern Orthodox churches.
They escaped the temple destruction when they went
Yeah,
to
they fled
Egypt.
to Decapolis. Yeah, not to Egypt.
Is Decapolis, is that, from what I remember, there was the temple where the altar was. There was like another smaller temple where an altar, that in Decapolis. Because I know that the Jewish, I think I know, I have to say that now, I think I knew that the sacrifices stopped in Jerusalem and the temple fell, but they didn't actually stop until a few years later because there was another temple.
Sanhedrin had a lot going on.
Okay.
Anyway, Earth is flat. Christ is king. Well, Christ got the kingship from his father's side and from being God, but he got the high priest lineage from his mother's side. She was from the Maccabean lineage.
So I think the question was, is history a lie? I mean, yes and no. It depends how deep you wanted that question to be, right? Why I asked at the beginning of the question with regards to history, what you did yesterday, as in your own personal experience, or say a secondary story about maybe what your parents did before you were born. or maybe like stories that your grandparents told them about their parents, and this kind of passing down of tradition and stories and history. Basically, are these histories true? Oh, yeah, for all intents and purposes, these things happened in your lineage. Are we talking about some kind of international history? Are we talking about events that have happened that this type of history is what I was trying to point out. The difference between what we can experience, and the further we go back in time, then obviously there's an awful lot of amount of trust that's involved. So it's hard to verify either way.
%79%.
It's interesting what you brought up at the beginning, Yoda, when you said it was foundation was documents. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that we forget about, is that those that are in control have control of the administration. That means all of the paperwork and stuff, they've got control to that. So when you talk about forged documents, I haven't even put it beyond the realms of possibility that the majority of documents, if people have got them under lock and key, can be whatever they want them to be, I guess.
Dude, how could they forge documents before?
Go ahead.
Yeah, but how could they forge documents before Adobe Illustrator and WordPress?
That's funny. Yeah, as long as they convince the public of their legitimacy, then their documents follow very easily.
Hey, can you read? No. Yeah, this document says I'm charging you.
That's it. Meanwhile, the Eastern Church was translating Bibles into local languages since, like the 100s. Fun fact, did you know that the House of David line still exists today in the country of Georgia?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they're Christian.
Okay, St. George's Cross. I know the flag. It's got 5 St. George's crosses on it, red on a white background.
Yep. And one of the first widely translated Bibles was in Georgia in the 300s.
Oh, okay.
There is a ton of gravy, truth gravy in the East.
Yeah. Just quickly, I know how very easily we can get bogged down and into the weeds about certain interesting subjects. But I'm interested in your view alongside some other views that I've seen around recently. I think it would be good to get a few people in a conversation. I know DJ's looking at some things with regards to, let's call it, timelines being distorted, floods, and all that Satan's possible little season, all that type of. So I'd be interested in looking at it from an Eastern kind of point of view, to be honest with you. Especially when
it's a bit different than you find with like Tartaria narratives, but yeah.
Yeah, especially when we're like talking about lineages of people and time frames and passing down stuff, especially within the church.
Yeah, we have the lineages of Christ. You know who Mary's parents were from the Proto-Evangelium of James.
And I think that's fine to accept, like they're all up and point, right? They're not lineages that exist now. From the way that I'm looking at the Bible, very, very, very little is kind of speaking about things that are happening now.
Okay,
so it's after that 70 AD kind of thing. Anything after that type of time frame, then it'd be interesting to look at, especially like, as I said, with regards to the church, how it's separated, the story we're told about how it's separated, the Reformation and all of this stuff.
As someone who went to a Lutheran seminary, I'm kind of upset that Martin Luther didn't have better dialogue with the East.
Yeah. I think the main reason why I wanted to ask you is mainly because of the architecture that the church is said to be responsible for, like, let's say, for the last 2,000 years. Right? So magnificent cathedrals, magnificent buildings all over, especially over the European continent. So yeah, I think it's interesting. We're in control.
Yeah.
The things that they are said to have built, right?
Let me ask you something. Does the architecture involving gargoyles and mothers squeezing their breast milk in fountains into men's mouths and little boys pissing on people, is any of that, do you think, maybe Western Christianity or Eastern Christianity?
I've always kind of...
Man, that's not little boys, you doofus. That's Pootie.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know, that's little angelic pistlers, all right? Little angelic pistlers,
Yeah,
not human
little
pistlers.
angel pistlers. In
I think
Belgium,
I'm
the
more
mannequin piss. I've seen it.
I think I'm more talking about how the actual structures even got there. That magnificence and, you know, the goals and the fountains and how they're ordained and so on, the stained glass windows, for example. But the actual huge structures themselves, if we're talking about, I mean, I brought this up the other day, Canterbury Cathedral, said to be over 1,000 years old. It's huge, right?
Yeah.
The stones are massive. Right? You know the road I'm going down. So being church, I mean, St. Augustine, this guy is said to have done this. Okay. But yeah, with this eye, all of these ancient buildings being around and how the fuck did they really get there and may or may not have been submerged, blah, blah, blah. How old are these buildings really? These buildings are predominantly owned by the church or a religious organisation, let's say. So again, it'd just be interesting to look at it again.
All right. So broadly, I think we had easily 1,000 years of millennial rule of Christ, and God was so good, He's given us at least another 1,000. As far as the architecture is concerned, a lot of that came out of the Franks, who moved into Europe and birthed Charlemagne, who was an opportunist, started minting and printing his own coins and currency and all that stuff. And Charlemagne installing his own political appointees as popes, and that kind of really started the whole schism. And Rome happened to break off from the rest of the Christian pentarchy and happened to become the biggest, most wealthiest, and most powerful of all the bishops in their jurisdictions, and even sent crusaders into the east to destroy Constantinople and murder Christians. So yeah, who's the whore of Babylon now?
I just if we're saying in
Hey, brother, why wouldn't the prostitute shut up?
Why?
Because she was the whore of Babylon.
Dude. I'm going to tell that to my priest during confession. Confession is actually practice for your judgment.
Okay, so within the idea that Jesus has already had his millennial reign, that millennial reign was probably filled with some kind of technology, maybe, that isn't portrayed to us in our commonly understood history. Here we've got some depictions of a load of peasants, you know, pulling carts and stuff, and behind them there's a magnificent cathedral with some amazing piece of architecture. Somehow these peasants made this stuff. It's not necessarily the case, although the story isn't really elaborated. It's more elaborated on because of the narrative of today. But is it possible that these magnificent structures were built during that time? That time has ended, and now that we see these buildings, we're just given a new narrative. The time frame in which they were built, more recently than they were further back, closer towards Jesus's life 2,000 years ago.
I think the church being united for 1,000 years easily, and the schism forming, and then for a period of time afterwards, the Holy Spirit withdraws himself from schismatics. That's what I think. And then from there, you see a decline and degradation.
Okay, so is this? Hopefully, I'm not being stupid. I'm just trying to follow up. So this schism and this decline is obviously after Jesus and his elect had gone, so it was no longer that had stopped. Jesus has gone to the land of Christ or ascended to heaven, whichever way the story goes, and the schism happened after that.
I believe the Holy Spirit is active within the church. The church is a physical body that has been given to us by Christ, instituted by Christ and his disciples and all the apostles. And as long as we're faithful to him, he's going to be present with us. That being said, the schism, I don't think, was the single marking point where the Holy Spirit withdrew in 1054 AD. It was probably a long, drawn-out process. And we had seen the construction of cathedrals from before the year 1000, continuing onward for several hundreds of years. And in the West, things just generally turned to degenerate shit.
Okay, so
yep.
With this time frame in mind, this is where some people have started talking about, and I've been looking at what's called Satan's little season, right? A time where Satan is loosed and is set to deceive the nations, right? That would still necessarily have to take place then, or has that already happened?
I don't know, but I think there's a good case to be made if it has taken place already. That it's probably taken place between the years like 1500 to 1780 or something.
Yeah. Do you think we're still within it? Or do you think maybe that's past and now we're in something else?
Personally, gosh, not answering for anybody else, I think we might be crawling out of it.
Okay.
I don't know how long that'll last.
Again, if memory serves, because Satan's little season ends with, I think that's when Armageddon happens, right?
Mm-mm. Yeah, that's when it gets real.
Yeah. So Gog and Magog, all the armies of the earth to fight against Jesus and his armies, and Jesus comes and wins, and he's swimming around in all that blood.
I also wouldn't be surprised if this didn't happen for another few hundred years, maybe 1,000. So
Yeah. So it's kind of okay. So this is where I've stepped over the last, let's call it 6 months or so. This is kind of where I'm at. So we've had these types of conversations, but I just wanted to be clear in the thought process. I've come to like similar conclusions, dude, as I'm kind of pointing out. So I've changed I've called it my Christianity. Not certain things, obviously, it's still Christ-centric, but with regards timelines, where I am, because of different people's theologies with regards to, let's say, the end times, eschatology, those types of things. Lots of stuff going about, and I was very vocal about this, especially like within the last 2 years, with regards to the Book of Revelation and Jesus is coming back and so on. I don't think I have that position anymore. So I appreciate the conversation, dude. There's quite a few people that I've been speaking to that have. I'm not saying taking this Satan's little season thing on as this is the truth of the matter, but kind of taking things like mud floods and Tartaria and all of these different types of things and coming to the conclusion that we're obviously living in some deception. It kind of fits more. So yeah, I appreciate what he said, man, for sure. It was deeply personal to you
Thanks.
as well, so I know
So-
you're not speaking to anybody else.
No, it's all right. I mean, I don't know how much more gas I have left here, but something that came to mind as you were talking was, gosh, was it in like 2 Thessalonians? There's a verse about the restrainer. The implication being that there is a worldly power that Christ has instituted that has the function of restraining the Antichrist. Some of us think that the restraining was removed with the murder of the Romanovs, the Tsars of Russia, in the early 1900s. They're Orthodox Christian family, and they have lineage back to Constantine.
The Jews killed them. The Jews killed them.
So we might be closer than we think. It might be later than we think.
It's the Jews, right? The Antichrist is Jewish, right? The Antichrist will be Jewish.
Some of the prophecies we understand is that the Antichrist will come from a Jewish tribe, and he will be gay, and from the tribe of Dan.
Sorry, I've got to quickly inquire. Can you hear background noise through my microphone?
No, so if your kids are playing, I don't hear them.
Okay, cool. No, it's just we're going through a storm at the moment, torrential downpour, 80
Okay.
mile an hour. My place is starting to like rattle and stuff, but that's fine as long as you can't hear it. That's all good.
And when you look into who murdered the Romanovs, the Tsars, you're going to find out, let's just say it's the usual suspects. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I call this in my own head the first because this was, if I think you're talking the same the time when about 60 million Christians were kind of executed, like wars, loads of Christians were killed, the Revolution.
There were multiple. So yeah, like if you looked at Rome, like at the height of like Christians getting murdered for sport by the Romans, like Diocletian, like if you looked at the percentage of the population that was getting hauled off and exiled and murdered for being Christian, and during the worst of the Roman periods, it was multiple times worse during the Bolshevik Revolution.
Oh wow. Because this doesn't get
like we're
spoken
talking
about
like
at
10
all,
times
does it?
worse. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, this never gets spoken about. This isn't the sort of stuff.
No.
Which always
And America kind of slept through it, right?
Sorry, what did you say, mate?
Oh, like America, the West, we all kind of slept through it. And to think that even the Tsar of Russia, their family, they were cousins of the freaking crown of the UK. That's the husband. What's his name?
What, the German guy? Alfred.
Yeah, so like if you pull up like, was it King George V? He's like riding on bikes with Tsar Nicholas II, and they look like identical twins.
Yes, yeah. I know what you're talking about. The British royal family, very, especially with Hanovers as well, but slightly later.
You know who all the kings and queens of England actually got their title from? It was the Roman emperor, the emperor. It was the true emperor. It was the freaking Tsars.
Okay. Okay. Because the
They
Holy Roman
murdered their
Empire,
landlord,
I
dude.
always have to remove my bloody jog or sort my jog out, and whether it's the Roman Empire or the yeah, of course, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's always been about killing the landlord, the emperor.
Hmm.
The emperor wasn't Roman Catholic. I mean, sure, there were quote unquote holy Roman emperors like the Habsburgs in Austria and stuff. But no, the true emperor came from Constantinople. And when that was toppled, they fled up north, first into Kiev. That was in like start in the 900s.
Isn't this the time? Again, if memory serves, isn't this the time where they had? Isn't this the time where the Roman Empire split, and they split between in the east and the west, and they needed the religious authority. So it's the religious authority in the east that moved north up into Russia.
Yes, that's right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that started around 1000.
Yeah. Because the west really declined, like away from like that type of Christianity. They separated.
Yep, and the east was getting beaten up by Islam and coming in.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they were squeezed and they fled up north. A bunch of people fled into the west from the east and brought with them all the science and technology, and then that later became called the Renaissance. What's funny is like you can Google this, called the Emperor's Throne Room of Constantinople. And in like the 800s, we have artifacts from this. In the 800s, they had automatons, they had mechanical men, mechanical animals in the throne room of the emperor that would serve wine and perform circus tricks for visitors.
Wow.
Powered by gears, powered by steam. And all of that knowledge and technology fled into the West, and they called that the Renaissance. And it was just a recasting, an extension of the development that had already taken place at that time.
Okay, that rounds that circle for me beautifully. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yep, I saw these artifacts firsthand myself in the History Museum in Berlin. They've got a display of this.
Okay.
It's freaking beautiful. Yeah. Yep. And then they fled north, first into Kiev and then to Moscow. And they called this the third Rome. Why? Because Constantinople was the second Rome, and the first Rome was the backwater village in Italy.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. And so it's really interesting, right? So then history happens, and you've got the Tsars, and then you've got the Bolshevik Revolution, the murder of the Romanovs. And then you've got communism, and then communism falls, and now you've got whatever the hell this is. But at the same time, you've got a re-emergence of ancient Christianity in Russia.
Okay.
Yeah, so now things are getting a bit weird, right?
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, you've got an entire nation of people that are devoutly Christian. And some of the reformers called the Eastern Orthodox Christians basically like truer Christians than we could ever be.
Okay. So
Things are a bit weird.
So I remember you said that it was when these people were killed that was the restrainer. So after that took place, then Satan was released, and then vast deception was abound. Although beforehand there had already been schisms within the church, and Christianity had started splitting for whatever reason. But it was after this restrainer was taken out, the true Christian, so to speak.
Yeah, it might be it. It might be it. Listen, I mean, Tsar Nicholas II was the last Christian emperor of the world.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting to know.
Yeah. That's it. There's no other. That was it. The end.
And when was this?
1919? Somewhere around there.
1919.
Yeah.
So just over 100 years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, it's pretty bitter. And you know, if you ever meet an Eastern Orthodox Christian, there's something genuine about it, and to think that there's a ruling family that could be inclined in this way. It's extremely wholesome and endearing. It warms your heart, and then you see what happened to them, how they were betrayed. So they were led by their confidants because they thought they were escaping the Bolshevik Revolution. They were led to like a safe house. But the people leading them to the safe house were part of the Bolshevik Revolution. And they lined up the royal family to take a picture of them before that they would flee to England to reunite with the rest of their family. And then machine gunners came out and shot them all to death.
That's sickening. Wow.
Yeah.
That's how you seize the power. You seize it by any means and keep it by any means.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Kids. Yeah, and like I said, you find out who actually was involved. It's the usual suspects that did it. And that alone adds another whole layer to this that we can't talk about.
Damn it.
Yeah. So with the restrainer gone, World War I, World War II, World War III.
Oh, don't get me started on World Wars.
World War I started before, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. World War One's actually World War Two.
Yeah,
World War Two
yeah.
was actually yeah.
Yeah, World War I shouldn't have ever happened, that's for sure. Jeez. Yeah. And the usual suspects are involved in that too, but it's ugly, man. The history is so ugly, and we are at a very interesting point in time.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, I can speak only from really my experience. We've got a very diluted look back at history, especially coming from Britain, right? British Empire did some terrible bloody things, but it's all right. Tea and crumpets before four. Everything's okay.
Yeah, listen, man. The British, I mean, they were Orthodox for hundreds of years. Yep, they were Orthodox Christian. You bet.
We get told our history is Catholic separation from the church.
Yeah.
Protestant and Catholic wars. Basically,
So
the
even
Protestants
the
won.
fold of Protestantism, dude, like Protestants are still operating from a Catholic worldview and don't even know it. That's the
crazy.
sickening part.
Yeah,
So the
when you
East
try and
has
step
these
away.
answers.
Because
The Eastern Orthodox Church has no pope.
Yeah, that's why I brought up earlier separation between you. We're here with the Pope in Rome. We're dealing with that guy at that time.
Leif Erikson, who discovered North America, he was Eastern Orthodox.
Wow.
When he made the sign of the cross, he'd go up, down, right, left, not up, down, left, right.
So it's, well, that went by so fast. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so when you make the sign of the cross,
Yeah.
you take your 3 fingers, your index, your middle finger, and your thumb, representing the Trinity. Touch it to your forehead, below your navel, although Roman Catholics don't do this. Got to bring it all the way down, and then you put it on your right shoulder, and then you push to the left.
Okay.
After the schism, sometime after the schism, the Roman Catholics reversed it. And what's even worse, they don't just go from the left shoulder to the right in reversal, but when they go from the forehead, they go down to the heart. And then they go left to right. It's an upside down freaking cross, dude.
Wow, of course, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it's these little things, you know, we call them indicators.
Yeah.
So yeah, Leif Erikson, Eric the Red, I mean, Christians, they were doing the full freaking, you know, up, way down, right, left. They're not doing the Roman Catholic upside down cross.
With the right hand. With the
I
right
think they're
hand.
so smart, don't they? Doing hand
Yeah,
signals
you
that
always
only
use
they
the right hand.
know. Sorry to interrupt, mate. Go on, carry on.
No, I was thinking, Mount Everest isn't visible from all over the world, right?
That's right, yes. There's a lot of stuff between me saying the UK and where Mount Everest is in the Himalayas. For example, the Alps, a weather system, it's raining probably multiple times. Mount Everest is also, from where I am, really small. In actual fact, such a small angle that my eye can't resolve it. I know Mount Everest is really big. Comparably to the surface of the Earth, it's the highest point from sea level. I get that. But from any object, if you get far enough away, eventually it will be too small to see. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So that's why we can't see Mount Everest from everywhere on the flat Earth.
Okay, and you guys have lasers tests as evidence, but light can bend like a gravity because it has mass, right? Photons have mass.
No, that's not. No, sorry, that's not the reason why light can deviate from its path. But we can measure how light, and that's different wavelengths of different spectrums, by the way. We can measure the different wavelengths of light and how they move through different mediums. We can measure this, right? Okay. So we can have, let's say, comparable 3 different wavelengths of light. We can shoot them over distance and we can see how much the different wavelengths of light deviate from each other. What we will find, though, is there'll be a more or less, pretty much, direct line of sight between an object that's receiving that light and the sender of that light source. I don't understand why he said the gravity bends the light, the photons around the Earth.
It's something that I heard that light can bend, like something like that. So I just thought that would be a good argument against flat earthers.
And it gets said a lot, but when you really look into it, it's not much of an argument. Really, what we're putting it in comparison to is, because obviously light's involved, really we're looking at things, right? We're making observations first, right? How light is reflecting off of the surface back to our eyes at distance. So when we look, we see really, really far. You'd say that the light's actually bending around the sphere. In this instance, then we wouldn't have the measurement of Earth curvature. We just have a presupposition that the light was bending around the sphere to make everything. Do you have any other questions or points that you'd like to raise, sir?
No, I guess not right now.
Okay, mate. Thank you very much.
So there's a monk from California. His name is Seraphim Rose. He's a priest. He's considered a father in the sense that he's a priest, and he's kind of on the short list of people who are up for becoming a saint. There's a whole process for that. He's considered by many very widely to be somewhat prophetic in his writings, and he has written a ton. I think he died in 1982 or 1983. He gave a lecture at UC Berkeley, of all places, back in 1981 or 82. His lecture is called "The End of the World," and it's about an hour long. And it is very eye-opening, even for today.
That's cool because I'm here in California. I'm by
Cool. He was in Platina.
the Los Angeles area.
I'll post a link publicly here in the chat. So it's a recording. Somebody set up a tape recorder or something in the lecture hall like 40 years ago.
Yeah. I can't hear anything. What is that?
Seraphim Rose used to be a hippie, and he was really big into Terence McKenna and mushrooms and LSD, acid, all that stuff. He was also big into theosophy and Gnosticism, Buddhism, Freemasonry. And he threw all of that away. He had a conversion experience. And I'm bringing this up. I mean, it's not about flat Earth, but with regards to the question about our timeline and history, it's a very appropriate topic. And I think I'll leave that there. So there you go. Enjoy.
Down for that, brother. Flat Earth, it's just another mystery school. You heard it here. You heard it there. You heard it everywhere. Most
I
flat
sure hope
earthers,
not.
most flat Earth, yeah. No. Most flat earthers, are nonsensical. Think
Yeah,
about it.
they're riding the goat.
They're all into all kind of esoteric woo-woo that they can't prove. It's all religious, spiritual, creation, nature of God claims. They have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Like probably more than I would say 90% or more of the flat earthers are like that I've encountered.
No, you're totally right. Absolutely. And so I've got a document out there if you want it. Just send me a message, DM me. So it's on the church fathers. This goes from like 100 AD all the way up to the Reformation of men who are involved in the church who have written about the flat earth. This includes the confessor of the Emperor of Constantinople. This includes St. John Chrysostom and so on, St. Athanasius, St. Basil, so many Eastern saints and Reformation people. They were all flat earthers. So you can break free of this crazy Gnostic occultism and flat earth and join us, graft yourself onto the branch of Christianity.
That was the other question I was going to ask you.
Oh, okay.
Just because I've seen. I always see how things change. We all do, right? It's just something that I've noticed, along with my venture into what I classified as Satan's little season and stuff. There are other people that seem to be further down the road talking about Gnosticism and the Gnostic text and a different, completely different way of looking at the Bible and Jesus Christ and who the creator is compared to Jesus, his actual father, and so on. So this is, I've heard this from other flat earthers and I've kind of come across it before. Have you got any thoughts on this or Gnosticism and what that means? Or should we not bother talking about it because it's really not talking about flat? And I'll appreciate and accept that.
That's a big topic. Like, there's no single one Gnosticism. You've got the
Yeah.
Sethians, the Valentinians, the Basilidinians, or whatever you call them, the Bogomils. You've got so many different branches. They don't all agree. I mean, it really all traces back to Greek Platonism, Plotinus. You know, there are people that call. So
No, Yoder. You may be
Yo,
factually
what?
correct, but it's simpler than that. It's all about boobs and ass. That's what it's all
It's
about.
boobs and ass. You got it. It's all about. It's not just boobs and ass, but also like assholes of other men. And you don't
No,
want
I'm
any
being
of that.
serious though. See, some people heard me and they thought I was being tongue in cheek. I'm being serious. Most of these schisms like that occur because people can't reconcile the passions and desires of the flesh with the fact that the flesh is not inherently evil.
Yeah.
They can't reconcile that. They don't know how to square that circle. And so they have to condemn the things that they desire, and then they try to create this whole worldview which justifies this struggle within themselves. So in other words, they're really horny. They can't get over the fact that every time they see a boobs in the ass, they get horny and they want to get it on because they think that's evil. So now they have to create this whole worldview which justifies their brokenness.
Wow.
Yeah. So I got it. So the demi-urge is an urge to fuck and fuck you and fuck everything.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about the great mystery. What is one of the great mysteries in the Bible? Marriage.
Yeah.
It says that the marriage between a man and a woman and they become one flesh is it is exemplar of the relationship between God and his church, Christ and his bride. It's all one big mystery. So if you can make that perverted, then you can really screw people because you got to consider like the biological imperatives: eat, defend yourselves, and procreate. So procreate is 1/3 of your imperative. And if you make people think that procreation is evil, the Puritans did this, by the way, themselves. They said, like, oh, desiring your own wife is evil. So when you have sex with your wife, you can't desire her. You have to like imagine she's ugly, and then like do it out of service, not out of pleasure. Like all these people, dude, they're just pissed off that God created man and women to be together, and some of the erotic passions that men and women share for each other are perfectly natural, normal, and holy. And they cannot comprehend the fact that your wife wanted to lick your tip and take a little sip is holy. They can't comprehend it because
I
they're
want to kick the
perverts.
Puritans now.
Yeah, they're perverts, bro. the wife that wants to get impaled by her husband and have her mons veneris on the top of her pubic bone get pounded into oblivion, she's not the one that's perverted. The other people who say that a husband and wife's passion for each other is perverted, that's who's perverted.
I got a question. How am I doing on selling Eastern Orthodoxy to a non-Orthodox guy?
It's intriguing me about selling it, dude, but I'm more open to it now than I was, say, 6 months ago. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, you're explaining it really well, and I understand what you're saying for sure.
Okay, cool. How about you, AI?
I wasn't even paying attention.
Okay, fair. I mean, my foray into this wasn't by any means like from birth or I was forced into it. I was actually at a Lutheran seminary, and one of my adjunct professors was an no shit, he was an Eastern Orthodox priest. So we'd be sitting there in the commons having like lunch or whatever. He'd come over, and he was big into the same kind of music I was. So we're talking like heavy metal and stuff. This is like 25 years ago, and he'd be talking about all the coolness of the ancient church, not Roman Catholic. So fast forward about 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and I'm checking this stuff out. No, I never became a Lutheran pastor, so. Did you know that
Yeah, but
Bob
it's like this,
Marley
bro.
is Eastern Orthodox?
Really?
Yeah. And Kat Von D became Eastern Orthodox. Pretty sure Mel Gibson's on his way because he went to Mount Athos recently. Out by me, we had an entire Amish community. Yes, I actually do live amongst the Amish. We had an entire Amish community convert to
I
Eastern
always imagined you
Orthodox,
did.
and I had
So
nothing
I
to do
did.
with it.
I always imagined you
What?
did live among the Amish.
I freaking do. I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Big shocker, folks.
You've got
Oh,
internet
is that
in 1889 or whatever you live?
Sorry, what?
You've got internet at the times, like,
Yeah,
where do you
yeah, I
Amish
do. My
people live?
Amish bishop allows me to use the internet for 2 hours every Thursday. It happens to be Thursday, and it's my 2-hour block.
Kind of funny how name and titles kind of describe people, because I remember when you joined the server, you had that name Amish, and in
Yeah.
my mind, I depicted you when you spoke as an Amish, but it was just based on your name, on
Dude,
your.
it goes back even further, Gemsy. You checked me in along with Gospel Bearer, Orion, and Pantomath Math. And I came in as Sporadic E. And I was given a Globe Skeptic role because I was not unsure at the time. And right after my check-in and my roles, you sent me a whole bunch of stuff about the Sporadic Meteor Complex. Maybe because my name tipped you off. And I only knew about that because my mom was an astronomer. And I know a lot about astronomy from her. She actually worked at the Big Ear, the radio telescope lab in Ohio. Yeah, man, we go back. And then I changed my name to Amish. And now I'm Yoder. And Yoder's like the most popular Amish last name, let me tell you. Like if the Amish could have a phone book, Yoder would take up half the freaking book.
Do you guys sing Yoder Ahi Hoov?
I like Yoder. Still,
Amish
the
phone book,
sporadic
good joke.
complex and the observations of the radiant sources that we share, that's one of the most interesting observable phenomena I've ever seen.
Yeah. For me too, man. It's the most, yeah. It's I think it's cooler than flat Earth, honestly.
What? You
Same
think the
here.
meteors are cooler than flat Earth?
Yeah, the sporadic meteor complex is cooler than flat Earth.
Why?
Let me tell you what. There's a shape of a cross that adorns the night sky every night,
Yeah.
from north to south poles across the equator. You can only see it in infrared.
Right. That's just astrotheology.
Honk honk.
Actually, infrared is one of the better looking, let's say, scans. But there's also radio surveys, which is not infrared, and there is also thermal imaging, and that phenomena is observable in all of those spectrums: infrared, uh, electro-optical, which is active infrared, radio, and thermal. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, personally, Yoder, I think there's only one cool thing. There's only one cool thing. Everything else is waste of impression. What I mean by that is I'm not impressed at all. The only thing that
Okay.
impresses me is that separate sentient entities exist. Everything else is menial. The idea that physical things can have different permutations or be not what we expect it to be, like that's all subservient to the fact that a sentient entity and another sentient entity exist. But there's absolutely no reason for sentience to be translated from one entity to another. So, like when you give birth to a child, there's no reason for that child to be sentient whatsoever. There's nothing about you that can impart sentience onto it.
I gotcha. I mean,
So,
for
so
me,
in other words, if
what's
you
ultimate
extrapolate that out,
advocates is the
just real quick,
structure.
if you extrapolate that out to my whole metaphysic, nothing in the physical and natural world is impressive. The only thing that's impressive is that God created other sentient agents besides himself. All the other creations, like, whoop-de-doo compared to that.
Oh shit, are you a Gnostic? Just kidding.
No, that wouldn't make me a Gnostic.
Yeah, I mean, Gnostics are like rejecting the natural world because they think it's full of evil.
No, I'm just saying it's not. It's nothing. Like it's no big deal compared to
Yeah.
the sentient entity in itself.
No, I gotcha.
Like a
I
single
gotcha.
sentient entity is worth so much more than the entire physical natural world put together.
I agree with that. I think the sporadic meteor complex is higher than flat Earth, but underneath that.
Yeah.
How about that?
Like you get the cake for your child that they really wanted, and it makes their day, and they're smiling and they're happy inside. Like that's way better than some arranged stars, by far.
Totally.
Which part of the problem with this heliocentric model, and I fell victim to it too, is where I got so romanticized with deep space that I used to fantasize about, all these stupid rocks doing stupid things way out in the depths of space. And then one day I had this epiphany, like, wow, that's retarded. Who cares about that stuff? This
Just
stuff's
mention
useless and a big waste of time.
just mention the fantasies you had about green girlfriends from Mars or something.
No, my fantasies about deep space, besides traditional space opera type stuff, was that when
The
I
deep
died.
space on the girl
No, I'm
side.
serious. When I died,
Okay.
then God would show me all of the mysteries. Like he would take me to, 3 trillion miles to the left and show me some stupid rock doing some stupid thing. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be so awesome when I see the stupid rock roll down the stupid rock hill into stupid space. It's gonna be awesome. Then I realized,
And
wow,
then
that's a
he
really
shows you it is
stupid.
a stupid rock in a stupid space. You're like,
Yeah,
oh shit.
exactly. What a big wait! What a
Yeah.
big waste of a hope and dream. When
Yeah.
really I should have been hoping and dreaming to like do things with like actual accomplishments, like being there for the people you love and all these other types of things that actually matter.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Like your experience matters. Your experience determines your fate forever.
Yeah, and the universe itself, without something to experience it, is pretty much useless. No matter what's going on in it, no matter how miraculous it is that it rains diamonds sideways out of Uranus, like none of that matters if there's nobody to observe it. It's literally a big waste of pointless time.
So I'm some panko popcorn chicken for my kids. I'm gonna cook some more for me.
Dude, we should have a three-way debate where the Glovers and the Flat Earthers get together to beat up on the vegans. What do you think?
What about the concave Earthers?
What's that?
I said, what about the concave Earthers?
I don't know, brother. I haven't really. There really hasn't been any cave Earthers lately that I can recall.
Oh no! Have you seen Indio's latest post in the refraction? Whatever I might be under optics, vision, refraction, and 24/7. He posted a new link. It's to
I think
a PDF.
he unbanned Buck Sodbester because I think he realized he misfired on him. So maybe he could come back. So I would like to see that debate. I'd like to see Indio put forth his new observation on Buck.
No, it's funny because like the paper has a says that the plus 0.13 K coefficient of refraction is bullshit. You need to use negative 0.03 as a new standard.
What?
Yeah, so you should stop setting 0.00 as a K coefficient for refraction, 0.00 being a globe, and you should set it to so that remains, but you should set it to negative 0.03. So if you do a coordinate transformation and 0.00 turns into a flat plane instead of a globe, that means that typical refraction should be lifting things up instead of sinking things down on a flat Earth. So the concavers are like, holy shit, we were right all along. Maybe because they don't believe in refraction. I don't know.
Well, that's a what is that? That's a point of contention that really hasn't been settled yet, has it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, what this paper does is it basically says the millions and millions and millions and millions of terrestrial observations by geodetic surveyors, they got to throw out their default K equals like 1.13 modification to all their observations.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so like the funny thing is like when it comes to refraction, the surface of the Earth assumption bakes in whether or not they accept certain meteorological principles to hold in physical reality. So if you think the default for your x-axis is that Earth is flat versus Earth is curving down, you might get conflicting results based on how you define terrestrial refraction or subrefraction. And if you compare the two, if you look up like terrestrial refraction and read the definition, what are the conditions present? And then you Google subrefraction and read the same thing, you're going to find that the opposite conditions must exist for the same effect to be true. One of these is based on the R value. The other is not.
Where are you looking at his post? I'm scrolling through the whole thing now. Where is it exactly?
Boost?
Indios.
Listen, we have, listen, check it out, brother. On our main channel, we have text channels. One of them is called Refraction. And they're in like an A to Z on the almost at the bottom of the server. But listen, if you're in any text channel, look, if you're in any text channel and you want to go to another text channel, you just put hashtag and then start typing what you think it is, and they'll give you some drop down of what it could be. So if you type hashtag REF, it's going to probably say hashtag refraction. Press that, it'll post it as a message, then you can click it, it'll take you right there.
All right, got it. Thank you. I was on the FE server. I thought it was that one, but it's on the home server.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Hey, plain and truth. Because I'm awesome, I posted a link, a direct link, into the text chat of this channel.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, but in case you guys didn't know, that's a high level technique for warping back and forth between text chats. But you have to be typing in the server that you're trying to warp it.
Have you seen how the Coptic Christians celebrate Christmas? It's like millions and millions and millions of points of light. We've got at least two Coptic Christians as moderators in 24/7. Dun dun dun. And they're married to each other. Dun dun dun.
Oh man. Yeah, but speaking of the history of religions, it's crazy how people don't realize that the globe paradigm is like entrenched in religious, uh, you know, back up from the past. They just don't get it. They think like the globe is just like the pure secular, dispassionate search for the truth, and has nothing to do with religious tainting from the past. It's like, dude, you haven't even been paying attention, bro.
Yeah, the globe and the solar system is all Kabbalah. So, like in the Kabbalistic tree of life, except for Yetzirah, there is a point called Tifereth in the middle. It's below Doth. It's above Malkut. It's right in the center of the diagram. It's called Tifereth. It's called the heart. It's called the solar awakening. It's called the sun. And everything in this tree, in this diagram, which purports to be a representation of the emanation of things, which is a completely heretical, Gnostical thing. Everything basically emanates from it. Yeah, and this precedes any notions of the solar system.
How did they figure this shit out, though?
What?
Like, how did they figure the things that they said back in the day out? Like, from a religious
They
perspective.
didn't figure it out. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
They didn't have to figure it out?
No,
Or-
no, like the solar system's completely fake.
No, I'm saying like from like a religious perspective, the worldview that was figured out from that.
So there's no Big
Well,
Bang. Did the
some
Big
say it
Bang
was
theory?
figured out. Some say they were influenced by other entities that had designs on humankind to steer humankind's evolution through knowledge to a particular result, which will ultimately put Satan as the god that everyone worships.
So
And then, of course,
does the
humans have their own machinations, right?
I mean, yeah, but isn't it like
the
some
Big Bang
person
theory?
sitting down and thinking and then saying something and then people believe it or something? I don't get it.
Yeah, but think about it this way, bro. Where in the world? Let's say you're a person. You have to make fire, cook your food. You have to hunt your food. You have to stab it so it dies, so then you can, so it's not running away. Right? Then you take a pee. Then you take a dump. Then you kiss your wife, and then you're like, oh, that must mean God has 7 spirits emanating out from his backside that all become magical words that float in the mystical sea of the ether. Like, how do you get any of that stuff from there? Doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Right? I understand that. So
Right. So then you're back where you started, which is how did they come up with these ideas in the first place? Well, I think the answer is obviously because there's more things in the world than just human minds. There's other minds, and those minds have influence on human minds. And they know things that we don't know. And they also know that they know better than us certain things, and so they're able to deceive us. That's my idea. What do you think?
well, I guess some kind of philosophical question. Because it's not provable, is it?
Well, what is provable is there was a time where these ideas were not spread, and then there's a time where all of a sudden they came on the scene, right? So they weren't there, and then they were there. So somebody incepted that idea. It was either a human or a non-human, right? Some mind came up with that idea.
Yeah, it can be our minds though. Like it can be the human mind that can come up with
Yeah, it
an
could
idea
be.
like that. Like you
Could
did.
be.
It's pretty likely.
I didn't come up with those ideas. Those ideas are written down. I came across those
Yeah,
ideas.
again,
I
yeah,
didn't come up with those ideas.
you came across them, but again, it's a human mind. Like we don't have anything other than the human mind to draw on, right?
Prove that.
Anything.
The
Well,
atheist knowledge.
there is no other thing than the human mind that can come up really with anything that we at least can communicate with. Like there's no animal that we can really communicate with on a philosophical level. So if you say there's like a outside source of knowledge, you would have to prove that, right? Because if you can't, it's just the human mind that comes up with it, in my opinion.
Prove it. Rusty P, are you going to prove it?
What do I have to prove?
You have to prove that a mind is not necessary for comprehension.
Sorry, I can barely hear you.
You need to prove that a mind is not necessary for comprehension and intelligibility.
Why would I have to prove that? I think a mind has to be necessary.
Okay, so
to
then there is a necessary mind.
For what? Sorry, you're really
Comprehension and
hard to understand.
intelligibility.
Sorry, I can barely understand you. It's like it's an acoustic problem. It's not about accent or anything. It's really muffled.
You need to prove it.
I don't need to prove anything.
It is your claim that a mind is not necessary for intelligibility and comprehension.
No, a mind is necessary. I don't even
Okay,
know
then you
why.
have proved it, that there is a necessary mind behind the intelligibility and comprehensibility of the universe.
Wait, I didn't even make any sort of claim even close to that.
Is that 100% true?
That's your call.
It is not up to me, this law of excluded middle. All right, Rusty P, you sound kind of sober today, so why don't you give it your best shot and defeat these flat earthers in the ring.
What again?
Go ahead and give it your best shot.
Bro, I was just about to piss. So I'm gonna wait 5 minutes, okay?
How about you, Miracles? How you doing?
Um, I'm not ready because I'm skeptic. I'm not sure. I don't have any evidence or arguments right now. I'm just kind of thinking about it and looking for evidence. But evidence is so difficult, to prove stuff sometimes, I think. So it seems.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, evidence. Does evidence stand alone, or is it like a comprehensive accumulation of things? Like, could one piece of evidence disprove this whole thing, or no? Would it take more than one piece?
Not sure. I guess we probably could. I'm not sure.
Like, yeah, like could one proof? I believe that one proof could disprove uh, like a model or an entire idea. Just needs one proof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Mm.
Oh, hello, Cat Profile. How are you? I guarantee Cat Profile will be the one.
Yo, what's up, man? How are you doing?
What's up, boss?
Dude, he's the one.
Yo, what's up? Alaskan Malamute, how are you doing, man?
Are you the one?
Am I the one? What do you mean, like?
Yeah, can you prove that the Earth is a globe? Are you the one to do it?
No. Who said that?
Oh no.
What do you think about this, like cat profile? Can you know something that you cannot prove? Isn't if you can't prove it, can you know it?
Yo, bro, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Like, wow, that would just then be step two. Like, do you know that you live on a globe?
Bro, I'm out of this, man. Thanks for the conversation.
Of course, anytime. It was a great one. It was the best, maybe.
He's gone.
Hi.
Ahoy.
Well, he was like, "Thanks for the conversation that never happened," because there was no conversation with him. He was gone.
Right. We've gone from a cat profile picture to an anime profile picture. Yay.
Yay! Oh my god, this bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Well, man,
Fuck you.
that's not appropriate language, man.
It's almost like mommy left home and he has the house for himself and saying words that he's not allowed to say most of the
He's
day.
exploring the internet.
It sounds like I walked into Munchkin land.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
Whoa,
like
there,
It might
buddy.
I'm in
also
Munchkin land right now.
Do you
it
kiss
might
your
also
mother
be
in that mouth?
it might also be brain worms. Never know.
Let me ask you, are you from the Lollipop Guild? Come on, tell the truth.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh. Hello, newcomer. Do you represent the Lollipop Guild? No? Okay.
ممكن نتعرف برغة الأحا؟
Yes, you represent the Lollipop Guild. Yes, we found one. Hooray, glad you're here.
Are you fucking ass?
I'm not, but you're from the Lollipop Guild. We can all go rest in peace now. Thank you.
Are you فشخ أيوه?
I am for sure. Yes, I am. I'm real. Yes.
Your أمك حلوة؟ Your mother, your mother is my friend.
Follow the yellow brick road. Do you know the song? Can you sing it with me? Follow the yellow brick road. Follow, 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 follow the yellow brick road. Come on, Chidu, you can do it.
Yeah, Chidu.
Fuck you.
يا Adam, he's saying you should sing with him. You understand?
Fuck you!
يا عم بقى اسكت.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Yo, is this what Flat Earth's all about?
No, we got the Munchkin land here, guys. Come on.
No, ladies, man, this is Globe Earthers, right? This is Globe Earthers
Oh, we haven't
level of
asked them yet.
argumentation.
I'm,
no,
I'm
no,
just saying.
we don't need to ask them.
Fuck you, mother, my friend, bro. Don't fuck.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Guaranteed.
I'm so
I
sorry, bro.
actually have to put that out because you people can't behave.
Fuck
Calm
you,
down
motherfucker.
now.
Your mother, fuck you.
Guys,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. It's just
Follow
my
the yellow brick road.
All right. You're going on mute, little Sidhu. And Rip, Ali, your microphone sucks. Get a better microphone.
Good job, ladies, man. I appreciate you reeling them in so that the real Globers could stand forward and be proud. You're a proud people, right, ladies, man?
I'm sorry. What do you say? Am I a proud people? Am I a proud person?
Yes, the Globers.
Oh, the Globers. Are we proud of what?
Are you a proud people?
I guess. I don't know. It's a very
Okay,
vague
make us
question.
great. Make us proud.
Are you the mayor of Munchkin land?
Me? I used
Yes.
to be. I got
Are you
fired.
the mayor of Munchkin land?
I used to be. I got fired.
Hey, yo, hello.
I knew it.
Here we
Yo,
go.
what's up, guys?
What's up, Saint? Welcome.
Thank you, man.
What brings you into the channel, my friend?
I just joined, I don't know.
All right. Do you have any questions
Are you doing anything specific?
Not really. Just eating peanuts and getting ready for bed and talking on here.
Damn, that's cool, that's cool.
Yeah.
How about all these people?
People in here are like listening. Some people are working. Some people, like most people, are waiting for Globe Earthers to come in and ask questions, or make claims or something like that.
Yeah, I get you, man.
And we just had some trolls come past, and you don't sound like a troll, so that's good.
No. I just like want to practice my English, you know.
Cool.
Oh, you could do words and number. Like, I mean, I guess it's still English, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. But you could do like Earth has a radius of 3959. We get some math. You can get some English.
Yeah, I know. To be honest, I didn't understand most of that, but yeah.
What?
It's like pulling teeth.
Yeah, so Ali, you're unmuted, but your microphone's very, very muffled. If you have any questions, or if anyone has any questions for the panel about the topic, which is Flat Earth, go ahead.
Actually, I don't have any idea.
Okay, that's fine. You can just listen.
Okay, thank you.
Well, ladies, man, you're back up. I think you have to step back up.
What do you mean step back up?
You have to be part of the conversation and bring some globe stuff around. And DJ wants like a little snack before bed, I think. So.
Little
No,
snack.
ladies,
Am I your snack?
Not my snack, bro. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Y'all literally feed off of the enjoyment of debating Globe Earthers. This is
No, I don't debate. I don't really debate with people.
conversations. I don't know.
Yeah, I just give people information and ask them to critically analyze the information. So, ladies, man, what do you think? Like, what's keeping you married to the globe?
Married. I'm kind
What
of
is it
just
about the
here to
globe
like.
that's keeping you believing in it?
I'm kind of just here to observe. I was just playing. I was just playing some. Well, I finished it, but I was doing something
Let's be
extra.
honest, guys. The globe gives great head.
I don't know about that. Maybe in your personal experience, but I've yet to see such a thing.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so maybe you're a flat earther now.
I feel like me saying I haven't seen the planet Earth give someone dome does not equal a flat
Dome.
dome.
You're a flat earther. Come on.
Yeah, you got me. I'm a flat earther.
I knew it. I freaking knew it, guys.
Is that good for the conversation or?
I mean, it's a
Yeah,
start,
man,
dude.
it's
It was
funny.
all right. Start. You seem like a normal person, so that's why I would like to listen to a conversation with a normal person
All right, I can ask some questions.
on that topic.
Yeah, well said, no tanks. Like, that's a good litmus test. Like, we want to talk to normal people. Like, if you can swear, you can cuss, you got a little bit of tarnish on you from life, and you're okay with it, then you're real. Then you're honest.
I'm honest. Right. Questions. Okay, I guess a question. So, you guys, from what I've heard, you guys said the Earth is like pressurized, sealed underneath. You don't know. I've under a presume a dome/firmament.
No,
We know
that's
we
not the
live in a
claim.
pressurized environment, dude, because we're breathing pressurized air.
All right, but I'm just wondering, why does the air pressure get lower and lower as you go up?
Because it's contained.
But shouldn't it be like equal pressure everywhere?
No, because if it wasn't contained, then it wouldn't get lesser and lesser as you go up. It'd be instantly gone. Whoosh.
All right.
Yeah, you want to see a demonstration of what would happen? Okay, just give me a second.
Right, because the idea is that Earth is in an infinite space vacuum.
I don't know about infinite.
Okay, well, how infinite?
Well, let's just call it a space vacuum. How about that?
Sure.
Yeah, and like gravity has never been known to exert a force on gas pressure, gas molecules. Period.
Um. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
like if you believe in the Big Bang, real quick, you believe that like a proto Earth, the very beginning of Earth, it was like this lava ball in space ejected from the sun due to the stellar nebular hypothesis. So Earth is this like molten ball of freaking flaming rock in outer space. Starts to cool off, right? It cools off after a billion years. And now it's got this solidified rock and cosmic rays from the sun, from gamma ray explosions and distant galaxies. They bombard Earth, and they start bombarding Earth so much that eventually a gas molecule is chirped off the surface of the rock. Boom! And this unbonded molecule flies off into space. But it can only go so far because Earth's gravity yanks on it and pulls it back down to Earth. Boom. And then the next one does the same thing. And then the next one does the same thing. And the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And eventually we have an atmosphere, right?
Sure.
I mean,
said
I was
a
taught
lot.
that. So, I mean, maybe you weren't, but I was. I'm educated.
So you believe there's a globe?
No.
Oh, okay. Because you said you were educated and you knew how the atmosphere is created, and
Yeah. Yeah. So the idea is gravity's compressing gas molecules towards the surface. And the reason why you can whip out a barometer and measure a 14.7 psi at the ground is because of gravity. So, does gravity cause 14.7 psi to be registered at the surface of Earth?
are you asking me?
Yeah, I mean that is the question. Does gravity reverse the entropy of gas? I say entropy because it's the nature of unbonded molecules to expand and fill the available space. Because nothing is at 0 degrees, absolute 0 degrees. Everything has motion. Gas molecules will and do eventually fill the void of their container. So, and it does so without the effects of gravity. You can demonstrate this. Anybody who's done anything in a lab has demonstrated this. Thermodynamics demonstrates this. There's no gravitational graviton in the entire standard model of physics.
All right.
We can show you that gravity does not have any effect on the mass of gas. So why hasn't the atmosphere of the Earth fucked off into the infinite void of outer space?
Are you asking me?
Meh, yeah, kinda. It's a rhetorical question. We can elucidate this further with Avogadro's law, right? So you take so what is Avogadro's law? It's one of the gas laws, a law of physics. You cannot violate it. We can demonstrate that. So let's say you take argon. Argon has 40 atomic mass units. Helium has like 1 atomic mass unit. Let's say you could take a butter knife, and with the butter knife you separate out 100 molecules of argon into one box, and you go over to helium. You separate 100 molecules of helium into the other box. Boom. Now you have 2 boxes, 100 molecules of each. You put both of them on a stove and you heat them up to the same temperature, and they're both 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Guess what's going to happen? It's going to register the same pressure.
All right.
So, yeah, if you could register the pressure on the top, on the sides, and on the bottom of each box, they are going to be the same. Even though argon is 40 times more massive, right, than helium.
I guess according to you. I mean, I haven't. I can look it
Yeah,
up.
this is Avogadro's law. Like, yeah, if you take chemistry or physics, you're going to learn about this.
I'm taking.
So if our atmosphere was full of argon, it would have the same weight as helium. No joke. You're not going to get crushed by the gas.
Okay.
Because we're here on the surface of Earth, and if it's like 50 degrees outside, it's going to be the same pressure.
All right.
Just like in that box I told you about. So where's gravity? If gravity is going to be pulling and acting upon a mass that has greater atomic mass like argon, we would expect a greater pressure, especially at the bottom of the container. But that is not what happens.
All right.
Yeah. The pressure is the same. So gas pressure and weight have no consequence. Therefore, mass attracting the mass of gas has no consequence. Gravity and gas do not interact.
Right?
Right. So people come in here and say, well, gravity holds the atmosphere to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, demonstration, please, because you've just violated entropy laws. You've violated gas laws. You are in direct contradiction to the laws of thermodynamics. What gives you that right?
Yeah. Oh, are you asking like? I'm sorry. I'm like.
Yeah, it's rhetorical. Rhetorical.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure if you wanted me to like actually give an answer, you're just
Yeah.
speaking.
No, man, I'm a lecturer, so
I'll just take some
yeah,
notes then.
cool, man. So, and that's also about the end of my lecture. So here is where we are. Gas does not interact with gravity, and that's a big problem for the globe, for the big problem for cosmology, the Big Bang cosmology.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. If I were to take a can of soda and put it in a vacuum chamber and pull vacuum, the top of the soda can would pop off because the gas molecules inside are so excited. Why? Because the vacuum pressure, negative pressure, is so great. The gas molecules just want to escape so badly. They're going to pop open. They're going to destroy that can. And they're going to expand. And they're going to fill the entire chamber equally without regard to gravity.
Yeah.
So just to put a button on this, I've got a great article from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies regarding the mixture of gases in caves. So we're all told that like heavy gases way down, light gases go up. We're told that gravity pulls heavy gases down and separates heavy gases from lighter gases on top. Well, we've got some natural observations without any laboratory, without regard to any human intervention. If you go into caves and you study what's inside these cavernous systems, you're going to find a homogeneous mixture of gases. You're not going to find a stratification of gases based on molecular weight. You're not going to find like argon at the bottom and helium at the top within caves. Caves that have been isolated from the outside world for millions of years. You're going to find a mix, a total mix. You take a sample from the bottom of the cave, a sample from the top of the cave. It's going to have the same moles of gases from the bottom to the top without any difference. And the reason is everybody knows that gravity is not a force.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Gravity has no effect on the mass of gases.
The massive gases of what?
Of gases.
Gases in general.
Yeah, like the atomic mass.
So what do you think of the core of the Earth?
It exists as a part of a mathematical concept.
Yeah.
And it exists in like memes in school books and things like that, right? Little cartoon memes where you can see like this like gobstopper looking Earth with the layers and yeah.
So where's the heat? Where's the heat that we are able to measure? Where is that coming from? Is that just underneath us? Is the heat? Like,
Yeah, somewhere underneath. So what? Is that proof of the globe?
How deep does it go? Like, how deep is this? How deep is this flat plane? But then we know is it just
Dude. So how deep is it? Like the furthest anybody's ever dug is about 7.8 miles.
I think it goes as far as the the whales. You know, they sleep vertically. You know, the whales they sleep vertically. Wells, like water wells.
What about what about like what is it, Pangea, where the entire continents were together and then they got split apart and then we could actually see that on both sides?
Yeah, like on a flat Earth.
What? No,
Yeah,
because
like on a flat Earth. Okay.
the same I'm not trying to argue with anyone. I'm just trying to get on your side. I'm just saying, like, what do you think about this? That's all I'm doing here. Is that okay? May I proceed? Is it okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So what?
They're saying that, like, there's the same mountains, the mountainscape, or same types of trees on one side of Russia as there is on the west coast
I'm
of the
just gonna
United
mute this
States.
guy real quick. Just to,
I'm so
I've got to mute that guy. The whales. You guys know they sleep like vertically, like underwater, like not in our beds. Like they sleep like because they're like they're underwater, so they don't have beds. They don't have
What?
anything to lie down on, right?
This guy just mute me and start talking? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, what do you mean? You're saying wells, like WELLS?
He's talking about
Wells, yeah.
beds.
Wells, and you're saying they're
No,
underwater. What do you mean?
there's been the whales, as in the fish, that they sleep.
Oh,
They just sleep
whales.
vertically. Yeah,
Whales.
I mean, I don't know how that
Uh-huh.
even matters and why that was better than the other guy who was talking, but
Yeah,
that is what he
yeah.
was
We're
saying.
gonna keep talking to Lamos for a minute. Just hold your question, Buster. We'll get to it. We can talk about whales soon. Yeah, Lamos, what's your? Okay,
So,
you go for it. I'll come back for my question later. Okay, bro. Thank you.
So you know how Pangea was like everything was connected, and then like it kind of went apart. And if you go around the globe, if it is a globe, the other side it'll connect. So are you saying this plateau connects this flat surface? How would it connect?
Why does it have to?
Because of the concept of Pangea, of how they said that it
Yeah,
got
good, because you saw it on
disconnected.
a coordinate reference system. So yeah, so there are many ways to portray the Earth. Yeah, you
I
can
just
portray it
maybe
not as a
aside.
globe, but as a flat Earth too, or as a dinosaur nugget.
Yeah, maybe as like a side note, which is interesting, but this is interesting for Lamas. The professionals actually use something called the principle of horizontal origin and lateral continuity in regards to geological, I guess, investigation. And what that means is what they have, and you can look it up. It's the principle of horizontal origin and lateral
I'm typing it right
continuity.
now. Horizontal principle. I mean, it might be better if I just read it than having you explain it.
Yep. And all it really means is that when they go to investigate the geology, right, what they find is that laterally, left to right, forward, backwards, that the rock layers of the Earth have stratified horizontally and left to right across all land masses. The same dirt will be found at the same layer.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And so, like, but before they would say, like, if you go around, they say the globe, when it was all connected, you would, you do a full circle. And if you were to take a ship across now that it's disconnected, it would be similar. Like the terrain will be similar as it was back then. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm really bad at disclosing my point of view here, but do you understand what I'm
You
saying?
know,
Well,
if you
I think Amish was answering it, but sorry, go ahead, guys.
if you buy into the Pangea, theory, then that's one of those things that could probably be explained on either, right? Like, it wouldn't be exclusive to a globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, like, what they're asserting with all of the, the best of the best geologists. What they're asserting is that the Earth is it has originated its original, its beginning in a horizontal orientation in order to do these studies of rock layers. So that wouldn't be a globe, but then maybe Amish was going on to how you then use a coordinate system to transform the horizontal into a globe. Yeah, but all the experts are seeing is that the Earth is flat. They're just saying it's originally deposited in a horizontal orientation, and that stretches laterally across all land masses. So it's horizontal everywhere.
Interesting. So the rock formations are horizontal because the Earth is horizontal.
Yeah, in order for them to make any kind of predictions in regards to fault lines and mountains, topography, they'll say, well, listen, the way we know that is we can measure and study these horizontal deposits, and then to find if one has fallen below the other, we can look at the stratification, which lines up across all land masses, to find out and try to then do an investigation in regards to like the Grand Canyon or some kind of change in elevation from the stratification. Yep.
If anyone else has a question, you can go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too much of a question. I just figured, somebody had asked, like, well, what's under the Earth? I mean, what they found is that there's more Earth under Earth, right? And in order to then say, well, here's this, uh, hot spring, or here's this lava, right? The way they try to figure this all out is measuring the Earth to be flat and horizontal. Like they need it in order to then explain geological accumulations of mountains, plains, etc.
Someone else had a question. They're free to speak.
Okay, I have a question. How does the horizontal origin make the Earth a globe? I think that would be to you, Lamb. How is it possible that they have that the Earth is horizontal and a globe at the same time in the same way?
Me?
Yeah, Lamal said there. I think that question was to you.
What did he ask?
Was how is the Earth horizontal and a globe at the same time in the same way?
I don't know. I'm still kind of stuck with it being a globe. I think gravity has something to do with it, but I'm not completely certain. I'm not that educated. I just have questions. That's about it. I cannot answer you. Apologize.
All right, no, I appreciate your honesty. Thanks.
So yeah, that's a good point. Slalom made, you know, we did the globe as a favor, and we tried to find the curve for them, right? Because it seems like none of them have tried to do it and publish their results. So flat earthers went out to find the curve, and we couldn't find any. So thousands and thousands of observations have been done, and no curve has been found.
Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, yeah. I just joined and I was playing my music in the background, but I didn't notice that I have my mic open. But then I realized the channel was quiet, and so I just decided, well, let me ask if they are trying to find the curve or whatever. I
Yeah, bro.
don't know.
Yeah, we tried. We tried to find it. We're still trying to find it, but it's it's one of those cases that it's not going to be solved because there's no curve to be found. The curve is missing.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I tried to do the same with my friends, but it's impossible. But yeah.
Yeah, man, like trying to find something that doesn't exist. It's kind of difficult.
Yeah. Indeed. Ah, always everyone, by the way.
Sorry, I just searched on have we found the curvature of Earth, and it says we have we found the curvature of Earth? It's 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, that's the curve that we're looking for, though. Like when we go looking for that claimed curvature, right? Because 8 inches per mile squared, that's just the mathematics of the claim. And when we go check in reality, it's not there. Like if you asked it, like how much curvature would there be over 10 miles? It's going to tell you that there's about 66.7 feet of curvature over the 10 miles. Okay, and then when we go out to a 10-mile distance, right, like a 10-mile body of water, and we make an observation or a laser test over the 10 miles, there's zero curvature. Where on a globe, if gravity exists, right, and the size of the globe exists, then the water has to be curving at a specific rate, and that 66.7 feet of curvature has to be there. If it's not there, then you don't have a globe, right? And then we could go to a bigger distance, and then we can go check it over a 20-mile lake and a 20-mile section of the ocean, and then a 30-mile distance, and check it all these different places over and over and over again, which we've done, and there's zero curvature every single time. And if you type in to your AI or something like that, right, like who measured the curvature of the Earth, it's going to come up with an ancient Greek guy that lived before Jesus, right, that they can't even prove existed. They can't even prove he existed at all. Nothing that he ever wrote down exists. And even historians agree that there's no evidence that he even did exist. And he wasn't even spoken about until hundreds and hundreds of years later. So that's the guy they're going to tell you. His name's Eratosthenes, and he's the one that is going to come up in your searches when you say who measured the curvature of the Earth. And he didn't even if he did exist, he didn't even measure curvature. He just made a bunch of assumptions, measured a shadow angle, and did some calculations. It's kind of crazy once you dig into the history of the globe. It kind of falls apart.
So the photos that you guys see, you think they're indoctrinated, like they're fake?
Yeah, like, well, I mean, I think NASA very clearly faked the moon missions. So yeah,
What about the more modern day, like let's say the balloons that we send up, or even the rockets with the pictures? Those are all fake.
Well, balloons don't go high enough to see any curvature. If you see curvature from a balloon, you're seeing something that's a byproduct of a wide-angle lens. And if you look up any high-altitude balloon footage, just have a look through it, like have a pan through the video.
I am right now. I'm looking at them right now.
And what you'll see is the horizon will be warping all over the place. Even when the camera's down lower, you'll see whenever the horizon's below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving concave, right? Like the wrong way. And when the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving like a globe. and you're going to see it warping all over the place.
Yeah, actually, I have a video from where I'm from, right? And you can see the balloon going up higher, 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 and then you're gonna see a concave, a globe, all kinds of shape of the Earth. Like, what the heck is going on? You know, if it ain't eyefish lens, I don't know what it is. So it's not to say it is fake, but the camera doesn't have a normal lens. Always has eyefish lens. So
Yeah. Yeah, like a
Well,
wide
yeah.
angle lens, even a non-fisheye lens will still have some barrel distortion, but usually they send up action cameras like GoPros and things like that because they want to get a wide angle of view, and they have lens distortion.
Now I can't unsee it now, and now all I see is fisheye lenses.
Yeah, bro, you can't unsee it once you see it. And you know, they're not lying generally about it, but they can be deceiving. Like sometimes they'll cut out all of the bits of footage that show the horizon curving the wrong way. Like they'll just cherry pick out the bits that make it look like it's a curve because they want it to look like they're really, really, really high in the air to get lots of clicks. And they'll just trim out the footage. And then the ones that don't trim out the footage, which is most of them, like most of them can't trim out all of that footage. So they show lots of fisheye lens effects. Yeah. Even NASA footage from like the ISS, right? They're showing you the horizon in the ISS live stream. They're showing you the horizon way above the center of the frame. So if that footage is real footage, which it's very questionable, because there's a whole that's a whole nother rabbit hole, whether you can actually have an ISS up at the height that they're telling us, in low Earth orbit. That's a whole different argument right there. So that's not even possible. But let's just grant them, well, not grant them. Let's just say that even going on what they're telling us and how high it is, 250 miles up, you wouldn't see that much curvature from that height. You can even go on AI and ask how much curvature you would see from that height in your field of view, and it will say like it wouldn't be noticeable. So you can only see from 250 miles up in the air, you can only see 3%, less than 3% of the surface of the Earth. Like that's your horizon distance. Like a 3%. Like if you draw a circle, like if you picture the globe from above, and you draw a circle that covers 3% of the globe. That's how much you can see from the horizon of the horizon from the ISS. Not much. So people like planetarium directors, Paul Larson, a lot of people have said that even from the height of the ISS, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth. And it's interesting if you have a look at the Chinese footage from the Chinese space station. That's the same height as the ISS, and from all of the main cameras on that, you don't see any curvature either.
actually, I was about to share that video.
Oh yeah. And I think that the footage from the ISS and the footage from the Chinese space station both look completely fake. But if you believe that that's real footage, then it's contradicting. It's contradicting NASA's footage. They can't both be correct. So if you have a look at what Slalom just posted in the side chat, that's the same height. I think even higher than the ISS. It goes up to 280 miles.
And I have to say it's a funny footage. But go ahead.
Damn. And I'm just laughing. I'm looking at this video of the Chinese. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's funny. People say, "Oh, how come countries like China don't call out NASA for faking footage?" It's like the Chinese footage is even way faker looking than the US footage. So they would be shooting themselves in the foot. And Shen asked a question. Are you in here, Shen? Yeah, Shen. So Shen said, "Wow, do flat earthers think every planet and or stars are flat or just the Earth?" Okay, so the Earth, just the Earth, and we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet either. Okay, we don't. Most people think about flat Earth, and then they think about the globe Earth version of outer space with all the planets floating around in a big vacuum, and that Earth is one of those planets. And then they try to convert the globe into a flat planet. Okay, that's not what flat Earth is. That's not what flat earthers claim. Okay, we're claiming a completely different system that it's not compatible with the heliocentric model, with the globe Earth model of outer space. This is a completely different way of thinking about this entire system that we live in. Okay, so we would say that, okay, flat's not a shape to begin with. Okay, flat is the description of a surface. Okay, and the surface, excuse me, the surface of the Earth is flat. It measures flat when we go out and test it over and over again. Obviously we have hills and valleys and mountains and things like that, but most of the known surface area is water. Okay, when we test over the surface of water, we cannot find any curvature ever. So when we talk about flat Earth, we're talking about not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? When we test the globe, it measures flat. Could think of it kind of like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in. Yeah, the pizza planet thing, that's kind of like what most people think of. That's why if you Google flat Earth and hit images, you'll see like discs floating in space, crazy stuff that, if we claimed that, then that would be a silly claim. But yeah, we're not claiming that. You could think of the known surface area, really, of the Earth kind of like a big lake. That's how I like to sort of picture it. Like a big lake, and you've got continents. Like in a big lake, you could have islands inside the lake. Okay, and if you scale that up to the size of the Earth, whatever that may be, then we have a big lake and we have continents within that lake. Like islands within the lake, we call them continents, countries, that kind of thing. So what we say is large bodies of water need a container.
I put a list of the biggest lakes around the world, right? Or around your globe, if you will. And now, if you look to the measurements that they put it over there, right, it should be a curvature on those lakes, even though it is zero because the water doesn't bend, right? So how come those lakes are so big, even bigger than the so-called calculation, and and still flat? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Why did this guy post this video? I understand it. What am I supposed to be looking for in this video?
So look how ridiculous it is, him trying to close the chamber, that should prevent him from the air coming out of the ISS or whatever. But look at the door, it should be a chamber, right? To seal the vacuum. But go ahead.
I don't know how this thing works. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it works in a different way that we don't understand. I'm not an engineer.
Have you looked to the door of that thing? I mean,
Maybe there's another door after that door that he closes.
do you think that is a door that bends over just like that? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how what the design is. What that's for. I'm not gonna. I'm not, it could be there's another door inside that chamber that he closes. Maybe this is just like a preemptive like door for UV light. I don't know.
Normal doors, right? As you know, or as we know, right? They don't bend, right?
I think that's not supposed to be a solid door. I think that's supposed to be some kind of UV blanket for the door that's gonna go underneath it. I
And
don't
you
know.
think, that V blank will prevent anything from going in, out, and out, or is it?
Like I said, I've not designed this mechanism, so I think I don't think anyone was trying to say that that's a door, like a solid door. I think that has a purpose that we just don't understand in the video. I just don't get it. It could have a separate purpose. I don't know.
Okay, okay. Let me see if I can find the translation of that Russian website, by the way. But yeah, okay, I get you.
Yeah, it's just not enough evidence to say that like he's not in space. I think that might be something we just don't understand the design. I mean, I don't know if I believe the moon landing either. You know, I agree with you guys. But
They claim that the return of the American crew on the ISS after working in outdoor space and closure of the hatch, right? So, do you think that that is a hatch?
I think that's a hatch, yes, but I don't think that that's the main door for the closing the hatch. I think the actual door is from the inside.
And you think that the hatch bends, right? Okay, it's your
No, I don't.
opinion.
I don't think that that's the actual hatch door that we're looking at him closing. I think that's just another separate thing.
Well, according to the website, right? They say that that is the hatch. So I'm just gonna assume as well, right?
They said it's the hatch. They didn't say that he's closing the hatch door. He said he's going into the hatch. The hatch is the thing that you can go into. No.
No, no. Look to the title. I'm gonna post it on the wall. Give me 1 second.
No, this is the return of the American crew on the ISS after working in outer space, and the closure of the hatch, June 2018. See it.
So they are closing the hatch, right? Or apparently.
Think. I don't know. There might be another door. That's all I'm saying. That we just don't see.
Well, you should, if there was, you should be able to see it because it should be outside, right? Not inside. And if you look to
Maybe
the,
the title is incorrect. Maybe it's not actually explaining the hatch itself. One second. My friend is calling me to go into fem chat. Thank you guys for being nice.
you're welcome. Chill out.
Uh,
Hello, is there anyone here? Looks like there is no one here. Am I correct?
Hello.